Doc? Hello? Anybody home? Einstein? Einstein? Hey, Einstein? Oh, where is everybody? Jesus.
Wow. Day 3, Anthony, we made it.
We made it to day 3, Levi.
It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be an awesome time. And so, day 3, TRCMA 2023. We finished 2 amazing days with amazing presentations, great entertainment, education, everything across the board.
I've been blown away with everything that's been happening.
Yes.
To the point that, like, I felt like last night I almost needed to go back and rewatch because I felt like I missed it.
I know, it's many hours.
Yeah.
So, and we're here and we have to be prepared for the next day, right?
Yeah,
and the next day after this.
But there is so much great information, so many great things from all the companies that have participated, and have we got a day for you guys.
Yes,
so,
we do.
First things first, housekeeping, little sweeping.
Mm-hmm.
Right off the bat, 20% off everything in the
Almost everything.
Oh, God, I almost gave away everything.
Almost everything.
Almost everything in the store. You can go pick up some of your all the great products that you're going to be seeing today. You saw yesterday, you're going to be seeing tomorrow. You can pick up everything 20% off. And we've got a TRCMA edition towel, special edition towel.
We do.
Available this week. You can pick up free stickers, free Rag Company style Back to the Future stickers.
Heck yeah.
You can pick up. And see the sweet shirts Anthony and I are wearing. That's on the website as well. You can pick one up today and add that to your order so you can feel like, you know, you didn't miss out on anything.
Feel like you're part of the team is what it is.
I was there. I was
You'll
at
be in
TRCMA.
your garage. You're going to have your Rag Company sticker, your Back to the Future themed Rag Company sticker on your vehicle. You're going to have the TRCMA towel. You can re-watch these episodes over and over and over again.
You can re-watch the towels.
You can re-watch the towels. Yeah, you can re-watch the towels and you can re-watch the stream as many times as you would like, just in case you missed anything. There's a ton of information here. There's been a lot of new product releases, and so sometimes it's easy to kind of miss and forget some stuff. So go back and watch it, and that's the reason why we do this live, is because we can give you all the stuff right here, right on the tip of the sword. Yeah, exactly. And then from there, you can go back and rewatch if you want to. But anyways, today's going to be an awesome day. The first part of the day, we are going to have...
Well, from foggy London town, Mr. Jack Kavanaugh of Stjarnagloss is going to be here.
Yep.
We've got Tom Smith from BuffBrite, who's not from foggy London town. He's from Boise, Idaho.
He is, yeah.
But Tom's going to be here as well. And then, all the way from northern Canada with his bus, Mr. Yvan Lacroix in Detailer's Business Academy. Now, you guys are probably thinking you're going to get a little Vyper Chair action. They're coming in the afternoon. So we'll have our break, a delicious lunch, and then Jamie the Cleaner and Alex Duar using with the cleaner cast.
The mid-show.
Mid-show, halftime show.
Yep.
And then we're going to go right into the afternoon as well, which is going to be Buff and Shine, Vyper Chair, and then our friends from VELOCI Performance Products. So we got a huge, huge show today. You don't want to miss any of it. Keep that window open. Keep that stream going. And, like we said, from Her Majesty's finest, Jack Kavanaugh.
I just want to say, Levi, Her Majesty is long gone, so it's His Royal Highness now. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say one thing. You are looking so good that you made me forget my pickup line. Thank you so much for having me back. It's been a whole year. Would you believe that? It's been a whole year since we introduced to the American market the 24 karat gold air fresh. Now, this is a very important product because it decides, are you big dick energy or are you tiny wang gang? There's only one way to decide that. Have you got a bottle of that in your basket? 20% off this week at the Rag Company. First and foremost, I want to say a huge thank you to the Grand Ambassadors who have been punting Stjarnagloss very, very hard for the last year. We was a little bit unfortunate. We didn't have as much product on hand as we wanted. The dreaded COVID slowed the shipping lines down. So I'm seeing this as the rebirth. I want to get you re-energized about Stjarnagloss. Again, thank you so much for having me. We're going to buzz over a few products today. We're going to be looking at pre-washing. We're going to be looking at polishing, hand polishing, because not everybody's got the money or the time for a machine polisher. Now, a few things I've been noticing. There's been a few questions about Stjarnagloss over the last year, so I want to clear a few of those up. Stjarnagloss, what does it mean? It means star gloss. My interpretation of that is the glow around a star. All the product names, a little bit confusing, fully respect that. Get yourself onto Google, type in the product name, Swedish to English. It's going to make everything make a lot more sense. Forced first, because it's the first thing you use on the car. Huel means wheel cleaner. Go through them, you're going to go, do you know what? That fat, good-looking fella, he's got a bit of a point here. There's a little bit of a system going on. That's what we like to see. Anyway, let's have a little look at these comment sections. Everybody okay? Are we good? Should we get into it? I feel like I've rattled through that first bit a little bit too quickly. My bank account is going to be empty. I'm sorry, I have that effect. I am so sorry, all right? One thing I need to remind you is Stjarnagloss is not the cheapest, but when you start doing a little bit better in life, what do? You start buying better toys, don't you? You go from a Toyota, you work your way up to a Porsche. Stjarnagloss is, you know, when you're doing a little bit well, you think, do you know what, I'm going to treat myself. I'm going to get some of the good stuff. There's a reason a Rolls Royce costs more than a Dacia Sandero, okay? Because it's a certified panty dropper. Just remember that. I know it's early in the morning for the Americans, but the English people, we're tuned in. It's gone past the watershed. Right, should we get into doing some product? Bit premature? How are we feeling?
Let's do it.
Let's get into it? Okay. Now, I do not mean to throw any shade at other brands stocked at the rag company, but rinseless washes scare me a little bit. I fully respect that the science is there and that it encapsulates the dirt and it drags it to the bottom of the bucket, but science proves that man built the pyramids. Go and have a look at them. No, they didn't. Science is not always correct. So, Stjarnagloss, call us old-fashioned. We are we find the pre-wash stage super important. We want to remove 95% of that dirt before we've even touched the panel. We're going to get there with two products. Forced Citrus Pre-Wash. This is our best seller at home in the UK. The second best selling country it performs in is Germany, and I like that. I take a little bit of pride in that, because the Germans, they're not scared to spend a few quid, and they want a product that just does the job. If you want that, Forced is your baby. I want to see you using that on the lowers. I want to see you using that on the grubbiest areas. Second part, we've got snow. No points for guessing what that one translates to. So what we're going to do, we're going to buzz around the bottom of the car, the muckiest areas where the bugs build up, on the wheels, on the tyres with Forced, and then we're going to go over the snow foam. Now, snow foam, I don't care who you are, I don't care what brand you represent, a snow foam will not clean as well as a citrus pre-wash. Two reasons. One, there is 100 ml of active product in that foam lance, and then you are watering that down 10 times before it hits the car. So, does it look good? Absolutely. Is it going to clean that much? Not really, but it will give you a layer of lubrication so that you can go around the corners and crevices with a little detailing brush, getting into the corners and getting into the cracks that a wash mitt would normally just glide over. So, whilst it does look amazing on social media, it still has merit. Now, I know there's a lot of people in the States thinking, oh, it's just a PR stunt. Maybe. But it is my job to find value in the products that I sell, and that's exactly what I've done. Tell me I'm wrong. I dare you. Anyway. We're going to run around the lowers of the car with Forced. Apologies for having to look at my back, but you have got the beautiful Rag Company logo on there. I'm just going to do one side in the interest of speed. Thank you so much to Glyn's mum for lending us the car. Okie dokie. Oh no. How are we going to keep that off the paint?
I'll help you.
Thank you so much, sir. I made a whoopsie earlier on. I said that there's 100 ml of active product. There isn't. Snow recently has been re-engineered and we have doubled the concentration. So there is only 50 ml of active product inside this foam lance, giving you a cost per wash of around 40 cents, and you should only really need 500 ml of the snow foam solution to do a whole cast. So very, very inexpensive. Let me just get these brushes out the way. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want you to witness the thickness. Now, a lot of people say, "Oh, thick foam is just like shaving cream; it doesn't do anything." Just think about it for a second. What are we doing? Oh no, I've lost the microphone. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely apologise. That's all my chest hair. Not doing anyone any favours. How are we doing? Is that working? Can everybody hear me? Sensational. Sorry about that. Now, back to what I was saying. A lot of people bash on thick snow foams. Oh, it doesn't do anything, it's just for Instagram. Think about it for a second. If that's clinging on there for longer, that's going to give you more work time. More work time to do things like going around the nooks and crannies with a detail brush. I can't see a problem with that. Again, get in that comment section and prove me wrong. I want you to keep me on my toes. Oh, do you know what I forgot? I forgot to do the competition at the beginning. For me, this is where the real benefit of snow foam comes from, because you could easily gloss over that with a wash mitt. Now, the most overused saying in detailing, it's all in the details. Well, the details are the corners and crevices, the bit that you might easily forget. So for me, this is probably one of the most important parts, because there is nothing worse than standing back from a car and going, oh, I missed a bit. If you get it early enough, you won't miss a little bit. We're just going to buzz around the handles, and obviously we've still got Force, the real heavy hitter, the citrus pre-cleaner, doing the heavy lifting at the bottom of the car. The snow foam, granted, on its own, is it cleaning that much? No, but it is giving you a layer of lubrication so that you're not going to scratch or induce swirl marks on the paintwork. Right, let's get that rinsed off and see how we're looking. I would ordinarily do a contact wash on the wheels, but in the interest of speed, we're just going to gloss over them. I will give a highlight to Hue colour changing wheel cleaner though. There's two active ingredients in there. You've got a fallout remover for the brake dust, and you've got a citrus pre-cleaner in there for the mud. We used to have a tar remover, but realised there wasn't that much tar found on alloy wheels, so we stripped that out, giving you more bang for your buck, more value for your money. So we've just got, as I say, the two key ingredients in there for the most common contaminants found on the wheels. Let's get this rinsed off, see how we're looking. And whoever swapped the snow foam off and put the lance on, I appreciate you. Microphone back on. Ladies and gents, I am so sorry. My hairy chest is not doing me any favours today. Okay. Let's double up on the tape. How are we looking? We're looking good? Feeling good? Sexy. So, we have removed confidently 95% of the dirt on that car, and we haven't even touched it with a wash mitt yet. For me, that's a no-brainer. I would hate to see you going on there with a wash mitt or a magic sponge. I don't really care about the media, but on a coated car, we have genuinely removed most of the dirt without touching it. There is no safer wash than that. Yes, did it take us a little bit longer? Arguably, I don't know, because we haven't had to touch the car. We're relying very much on the pressure washer. Granted, there is a little bit of setup time with the snow foam lance. Cost effectiveness, again, we're going against the Rinseless product. I know they're very, very cheap, but tell me that is not the safest way to clean a car. I pity the fool. Wonderful. Right, now, I got a little bit ahead of myself earlier on. Which camera are we on? This one. I got a little bit ahead of myself earlier on, and I completely forgot to tell you about the two little promos we've got while I'm on this live. So first and foremost, the comment section is going to be the place to be. You saw in the hype video the G-Technic skateboard. Now, I like G-Technic, they make a good product, but that skateboard is a little bit dull. So, much like G-Technic, we make a great product, but we like to have a little bit more fun while we're doing it. So, you can win this by making me laugh in the comment section. Get in there, make me chuckle, keep it PG. Heaven forbid, it's 10 o'clock in the morning in America. No swearing, please, but that is going to be going to one of you lovely people. Second promo, for anyone that doesn't win the skateboard, you can win this, a very, very miniature version. Are we on this camera? The Saab keyring, valued at $10. That is going to be going in the first 50 orders that have Stjarnagloss products in them. So, go for the big one, buy yourself some Stjarna, 20% off, and then win one of these if you're within the first 50. So, we are rewarding the early birds. I want you to continue watching this live, get another phone out, get your products on the website, 20% off, thank you very, very much. Get yourself a little key ring and immerse yourself in the Stjarnagloss lifestyle. How are we doing for time? How are we feeling? Good? Cool. So, we've demonstrated the benefits of a proper pre-wash. Forced citrus pre-wash, that is pH 13. Now a lot of people say not safe on ceramic coatings. I'm going to push back on that and say if a ceramic coating has been applied well and it's a good product, ultimately you are putting a new layer of an inorganic material on the paint. No chemical is going to strip that off if you've put it on properly. Granted, if the ceramic coating is coming towards the end of its life, if it's a 3-year coating and you're 2.5 years, you may knock off the last 10%. But if you've got a fresh coating performing well, a citrus-based pH cleaner will not kill it, much as a fallout remover won't either. Abrasion, maybe. Clay bars and polishes, now you're starting to talk. But a chemical application, you're not going to hurt a ceramic coating. So, get forced in your basket, get snow in your basket. As I say, 50 ml of active ingredient in the foam lance. That is going to clean round about 40-ish cars, going to cost you 40 cents per wash. Talk to me. What do you think? Let's have a little look at these. Stjarna selling UK product better than the big pharma. Love to see it, love to see it. We don't need to lobby anyone around here, we just sell good stuff. Okay, now, Anthony, I love you dearly, but you recently did hand polishing. Where is Anthony? I might as well dig him out, he's not here, okay. You recently did hand polishing versus machine polishing. Now, I feel that Stjarnagloss was misrepresented. I should have told you this beforehand, but I'm just going to go with it. The benefit for me of hand polishing is speed. You don't need the additional cost of a machine polisher. You don't need a lot of knowledge. Most people with 2 eyes and a pair of hands can hand polish. Now, machine polishing, things can go wrong. There's a little bit of an additional expense. There's a lot of setup time. You did a 50-50 line and showed the difference between hand polishing and machine polishing. But, and I understand that it was on the one side you did hand polishing for the same amount of time that you did the machine polishing. Fair enough. You can hand polish a whole car in an hour. I challenge anyone. Ivan said he can do it, but I'd like to say that before I admit it. Before I accept it. I challenge anyone that can hand polish a whole car in the same time that they can machine polish a car. Granted, the results will not be as good, and I would never come on here and lie to you and say hand polishing is just as good as machine polishing. That is pure dribble. I'm sure some people would make that claim, but I wouldn't. For me, hand polishing is a very quick, inexpensive way to boost the gloss. Now, I'm going to show you 2 products, and I'm going to show you exactly what they're doing. We've got a glaze, which, if you look at paint under a microscope, the scratches are these V's, okay? A glaze is just going to sit over the top causing the light to hit it and bounce off. But under some lights, it won't really do a lot, especially in here, because these lights are horrific for showing up imperfections. A hand polish is going to knock off some of the scratches and then fill in the rest. So going to be better. And then machine polishing, ultimately, you're chasing perfection. So you use an abrasion, get the paint down to flat, there are no scratches, perfect finish, fantastic. As I say, chasing perfection for a detailer, completely get it. You want that customer. You want to be proud of the work that you've done. Stjarnagloss is targeted towards the do-it-yourselfer, the enthusiast, especially the guys with modified cars and track performance cars, because that's me. That's what I love. I love modifying a car. I love that self-expression through cars. If you don't have the confidence to use a machine polisher, but you want added gloss, hand polishing's your thing. So as I said, we've got hand polish, we've got a hand glaze, and then I've also got a wax, because I am sick to death of people saying wax is dead. Wax ain't dead. But people that say wax is dead are dead themselves, okay? Ceramics, arguably, they're dead, because PPF is 10 times better. Wax, for me, there is no more emotional connection to your car. I might be getting a little bit wet here, but bear with me. If you want a 2 hours of escapism, go out there, polish and wax your car, go back inside. When you walk back to the car, I guarantee you will fall back in love with your pride and joy. Ceramic coating is the most, I'm not going to start bashing it. I just don't care about it. If you want long-lasting 10-year protection in the car, go get it PPF'd. Ceramic, for me, feels like a bit of a nothingness in the middle. If you love your car, prove it by waxing and sealing it yourself. I challenge you. Okay, so we've got 4 panels, and I'm going to show you first and foremost what a glaze does. Now, this Toyota bonnet is hammered, so bear with me. The glaze on its own isn't going to do so much. Then we're going to show you hand polishing, then we're going to show you layering up. So we're going to hand polish, then we're going to glaze on top. I would like to see 3, we move along the panel, it's going to get 3 better finishes. And then the last one, we're going to put some wax on there on its own, just to show you the filling capabilities of wax. So, first and foremost, we're going to go glacier. Glacier means glacier. Glaciers are rock hard, very slippery. And what's the other thing? There's 3 benefits of glacier, and I can't remember what they are now. So it's got filling capabilities, protective capabilities, the hydrophobics are phenomenal. We're going to put a quarter size drop on. I'm just going to work that in. As I say, this has no abrasion in it whatsoever. So we are not removing anything. We are purely filling. Straight lines back and forward. Nice even layer. Now, unlike most glazes, because this has the protective sealant ingredient in there from Parlour, this isn't going to last until the next rainpour. This should hang on for about 3 months. So I understand people's hatred towards glazes, because they normally just last until the next downpour of rain. But what did that take us? 20 seconds? And we've already improved the gloss. Now, secondly, we're going on to Shara. Shara and Glacier work beautifully together because they share a lot of the ingredients. The difference between Shara and Glacier is this has no protective qualities in it, but it does have some abrasion. So we're going to be removing some of those scratches, and there's also some glazing elements in there as well, so you can use this on its own, but there is no protective element, so you are going to want to seal over the top of this. Oh no. Rather than watching me do this, which I fully respect is quite boring, get yourself on the website, get yourself some Stjarnagloss in the basket. You could blag yourself a very free Saab keyring worth $10. Always be selling. That's what my instructor told me. Right, so we've put the Shara on there. No need to let it cure. I'm going to buff that off. Again, if you'd be so kind to come in and show people the difference between the two. We're already getting a deeper shine. Now the next panel, we're going to use Shara to cut as much as we can cut off, and then we're going to go over the top with Glacier and show you those gloss levels. And just to reinstate, this is not as good, the finishes will not be as good as a machine polisher, but anyone can do this. I have twins, they're 4 years old, I would even let them have a go. first layer. I'm going to go on with the glacier. I feel like glacier is almost like a moisturiser for your car. It's not, but it just looks that way. Okay, ordinarily we'd like to leave that on there for 20 or 30 seconds, but in the interest of speed I'm just going to buff that off. So, pick a gloss level. Paint glaze on its own. Hand polish on its own. Hand polish and a glaze. Confidently, as it moves up the hood, you can see it getting glossier every time. So say it is not a replacement for machine polishing. Machine polishing ultimately is chasing perfection, but anybody can achieve these results assuming you've got a bottle of the good stuff, an applicator and a microfiber pad. Now, one thing I don't want to forget, fantastic, just to prove that wax is absolutely not dead. No abrasion in a hard wax. Fill in carnauba wax with a protective layer in there as well. Realistic, it's going to last 3 months depending on your conditions. Now, we're going to leave that on there for 5-10 minutes, let that cure while we answer some questions. How are we getting on in that comment section, Nick? Or Dane, sorry.
People were afraid you were focusing.
Sorry, I sprung that on you a little bit there.
So not to worry, I saved a whole queue here. I've saved a whole queue for you.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, so we gotta. I mean, I'll just lead off. You know, I've got Neil here saying that Coldplay is the greatest band from the UK ever, which, you know, make of that what you will. We've got a few here.
Where'd you want me?
Let's see. We've also got Jack talking about his hairy chest gives me flashbacks and nightmares about Dane requesting a full. Oh no! Oh no!
It doesn't sound like a nightmare to me if Dane is in your dreams.
Hey.
There you go.
Jack is what UKT can do for your energy in this USA time difference. All right.
I'm like a shot of caffeine, thanks.
Ivan, go ahead and take Mountain Town.
Spray a little Big D energy on that keychain and bam, you will have a true panty dropper to swing around.
Oh, no.
There we go.
Oh,
now we're
okay.
talking.
So far, this one might be my favorite, Ivan.
Stjarnagloss is better and more durable than a BMW check engine light, and those do take a beating.
Ricky, I'm going to assume you're a fellow BMW driver. I hear you, I feel your pain, but when it does work for that 5 minutes per year, tell me there is no better driving experience than that, is there?
I think he's got a 1M, so he's doing all right.
Jack and Justin from KCX would make the boshest babies with the best accents.
They probably come out the womb with a beard.
That would tickle. Let's see. We've got. Well, yeah. So some people are just getting in here, like Joey here. He woke up one way, ended up another.
Yeah.
Are there any questions on products? And now, whilst
Yes.
I love these, obviously,
Yeah, I know.
I just, I want to sort of answer some questions, and then, as I say, keep me laughing in that comment section for the chance to win the skateboard. But I'm just thinking, I'm here, it's a very long way from home. Is there anything you want to know about Stjarnagloss?
So, with Eddie, he wants to know if there's anything new coming that you haven't discussed, haven't talked about. Perhaps this is a place you can bring it up.
Cool. So we have a new product in the UK that hasn't made its way to America yet, and it's not. It doesn't need much imagination. Forced, the citrus pre-wash that you saw me demonstrating earlier on the Challenger, that's our best-selling product by a long, long way, and it is such a strong cleaner. I completely respect that it isn't as competitive on price as other pre-cleaners out there. So we've made Forced X. This is a double strength of the citrus pre-cleaner. Water it down 1-to-1 with clean water, and it's going to give you the same cleaning power. That's the only new thing, other than the ladies' air freshener as well, which I know the rag company do want. We need to get that sent as soon as I get home. Shunette, which is what we like to call big tits energy. It's empowering women. Because the ladies seem to like the men's one, but every time I I just thought that's a very, very masculine smell. So we brought out a ladies one as well. We've also got forced X. There's a few things that we're working on in the background. Nothing, Stjarnagloss is, its pride is a simplistic range. And I don't ever want to be the brand that brings out a new product because it's on trend for the next 5 minutes. So if you see something come into the Stjarnagloss range, it's because it is missing. It adds proper value, and we at the unit absolutely fall in love with it because, as I say, simplicity is number one. There is nothing worse than scratching your head going, I don't know which one of these products I need. If you want to improve gloss, granted, there are two, but one is an abrasion, one is a pure filler. Wheel cleaner, there is one. Snow foam, one of. We've actually got two shampoos, but for the right reasons. One is a gloss enhancer for gloss paint work. One is for matte, that's residue free. Yeah, simplicity is number one. So as much as there are brands that have come this week and go, oh, we've got this, and this coming out, you won't never get that from Stjarnagloss because we feel that we have a full range and a complete range. Now granted, as the detailing industry moves on, with more and more PPF coming out, dry ice energy that I absolutely fell in love with last year at TRCMA. Those things are playing, they're in the back of our minds. How can we complement, how can we add value to that new innovation in detailing? But as I say, we would never bring out a product for the sake of bringing out a product because that just doesn't sit right with us at all.
No, of course. And I had a question about forced X as far as timing and it arriving here in the U.S. here at TRC.
Truth be told, I don't know because there's a lot of variables. Unfortunately, the US from the UK is a long, long way. And as much as it should be a very simplistic process, it's not. And the Rad company aren't just going to order one product, so we need to make it work. So there could be a little bit of a delay, and I apologise for that. But as I say, buy yourself a 5 litre of forced. Fall in love with that first. That's still very competitive on price in comparison to the 1 litre. Fall in love with that. That's going to last you about 6 months. And by then, we should have some forced X in America.
That's a good call. And Yvan, I'll have you read this next one here from, it sounds like he was a little skeptical at first when he tried it.
I didn't think it would matter if I used Stjarnagloss over other brands, but seeing the fantastic silky smooth results has forced me to rethink everything.
Do you want a job? Do you want a job? I'm going to fly you home with me and sit you in front of a computer. Very good, DS. I love to see it.
Let's see. So let's go down the line. I had somebody just straight up asking, possibly guilt tripping a little bit, if they could get that skateboard. Ah, here it is. We got JB. I have a 4-year-old daughter that is already learning how to skate, Jack. Could really use that skateboard, mate. Man, he's just, tugging at the heartstrings here.
You're right, because I have a 4-year-old and it would break my heart. So you're looking good, JB. I'll be honest. You're looking good, bruv. You need to be stepping it up to be taking it away from JB's 4-year-old daughter, okay? So I'm going to put the pressure back on the viewers, all right?
Right. And then Franco here simply saying wax is king and it's good to be king. And actually, if you want to take a moment to kind of talk about wax, because in this day and age, everybody feels like, oh, we're past that. Oh, we're doing all this other stuff. Okay. There is a place for wax in the world. Can you kind of discuss a little bit about your philosophy there? Our parent company is Dodo Juice, and Dodo Juice started from making waxes. Now, I can fully respect that in the world of iPods and MP3s, technology, that ceramic and PPF offer better end results. No denying it. But for me, it's more like vinyl. Vinyl will never die because there is no sound quality like it. And in the same way that pen and paper will never replace an email. If you write your mum an email, or if you do her a handwritten note on Mother's Day, which one of those is going to make her cry? It's going to be the handwritten note, which is old school. And that's exactly what waxing is. It's the emotional connection to your car. You're touching it, the fragrances are good, the before and after is amazing. And that is why I feel that as much as people want to bash on ceramic because it's old school, when I watch people do it, when we do live demonstrations at shows, there is no better feeling than when it hazes up, they give it 5-10 minutes, we do a little bit of chatter, and then you buff away and you see that improved gloss. Nothing can replicate that. As again, I am getting soft, but it just annoys me that because technology has evolved, that we should bad mouth where we've come from. Say, vinyl still exists, pen and paper still exists. Most of the innovations that we have in modern day society, there is always still a place for where it came from, and people need to respect that a little bit more. Granted, I personally don't have the time to hard wax. That is why I'm generally speaking, I'm picking up the spray sealant because I can rattle around the whole car in 20 minutes. But my next door neighbour, Jason, whose babies are a little bit older, he goes out there, he's got a little bit more time than I have, and I see him hand waxing his car, and I'm a little bit jealous of him. I'm a little bit jealous of Jason next door. But you need to be in the right place in your life. You need to be a proper car guy, and that's not me bashing. If you clean your own car, you're more of a car guy than most. Just try it again, and I guarantee that you'll fall back in love with the car. It will make you re-fall in love with car care, and that helps me, because that is what Stjarnagloss is all about, for the enthusiast.
Exactly, Jack. You know, waxing, people thought it would go away with sealants back in the 80s, and then ceramic coating. It is never going away. It is such a pleasant experience to hand wax your car. It is fun. Like you say, the fragrances, everything is there. It is the best meditation I can do for myself. And speaking of that, it's been 5 minutes since you applied that wax. It's time to buff it to a beautiful shine.
And it's also gone rock hard, so I need to put another layer on. I apologise. It's a little bit more humid in here than I remember.
And not to worry, I've got more questions for you while you're doing that, if you're good with that.
Fire away.
All right, so Julina here asking, how shiny is gummy? Is it water-based?
Gummy is water-based, and... Sorry, give me 1 second.
No, you're good.
Let's just get that 50-50 line up. There we go. So, gummy is a water-based dressing, very next to no sling. Best part about gummy for me is the finish. And I know that sounds like a really obvious thing to say, but it's the perfect blend of satin sheen. It doesn't look wet look, it doesn't look dull, it just looks like the tyres have just been put on. Gummy is one of my favourite products for the right reasons, in that I don't do a ton of marketing around gummy. Gummy sells exceptionally well because of word of mouth on the detailing forums. That feels, then there's no better sale than the word of mouth, I think. And especially the UK detailing industry is very, they're brutal. They're brutal in their honesty. And to see gummy just gets constantly, I just love it, I just love it, I just love it. Nobody can badmouth it. The application is simple. The finish is sublime. It hangs on for 2 months, depending on the weather, of course. There's plenty of variables there. But yeah, gummy is just one of those products you can easy to use, great finish, and doesn't need me to do a lot of selling, which is a win-win for everyone.
So it looked great on your Beetle, Juliana.
So let's see. I'll go ahead and keep looking here, but you go ahead and do your thing. I'm just going to pull up a few more while these guys, between all the jokes. The problem is you set off the joke a lot.
I did. Sorry, Dane. I'm not giving you an easy task
trying
there.
to help find you some real questions.
I'm so
amidst
sorry,
all
Dane.
of the banter, but you know it's good. Keeps it fun. Keeps it lively. So I did see. Oh, okay. Not exactly a question, but Alex was pointing out if Stekeda and Skinet ever had a baby, it would be game over. What would you even call that one? I have no idea.
So Jack, while we're waiting for questions here, Dane is still hunting. If you had to choose 5 products for someone to buy, because they want to get that keychain, there's still a few left, not many, but if you want to, 5 of the top products.
Yeah. So, forced citrus pre-wash, because it's just such a beast. I honestly challenge anyone to the cleaning power of it. Granted, as I said earlier on, there is more cost-effective products, but if you want a product that just does a job of stripping off the most dirt, I challenge you to beat Forced. It's a beast. Secondly, Fur-Eel colour changing wheel cleaner, because again, does exactly what it says on the tin. I will never say that you don't need to touch wheels, but I feel like Fur-Eel is as close to a contactless clean on wheels as you'll ever get. Spray it on there, 20 or 30 seconds, because it's got the citrus pre-wash in there as well. It takes a fraction longer than a traditional fallout remover to turn purple, so have that reaction process, because it's doing so much more and cleaning the mud and other contaminants found on the wheels. Spray it on there, 20 or 30 seconds, look at the glow first and foremost. If you want to jet wash it off, by all means, but slight agitation with a brush or a wash mitt, that wheel is going to be gleaming. I'm not going to say a shampoo, because shampoo is a bit of a commodity now. They do as they're told. Although one thing I will say, I am very much converted to the American way of shampoo in a car. I no longer use 2 buckets. I put my shampoo on through a foam lance, and then I have my rinse bucket to the side of me. I love that way. It definitely speeds up the process. It means the shampoo is on the car for longer, so the detergents have actually got some time to work. So America, thank you for that. I thoroughly appreciate that little bit of a top tip. Discounting shampoos, because as I say, the other 3 products that I just want people to try from Stjarnagloss would be Parlour Spray Sealant. Because, as I say, for the vast majority of people that clean their own car, they don't have the luxury of the additional time for putting hand wax on. So spray sealant, spray it on, take 2 microfiber cloths, 1 to work it in, the second one to buff it off. You're going to get up to 5 months out of that water-based dressing. It smells amazing, the hydrophobics are fantastic, and it does leave a fair amount of gloss because it's quite a thick product and it will do a little bit of filling. Aside from that, I want you to try the air freshener, because that is... nobody else does one like that, especially with 24 karat gold or silver, when hopefully the Shonnet makes it over here. Nobody else has got the confidence to put gold bits in their air freshener. We do. Have a smell of that. And then lastly, probably a bit of a recent favourite for myself is Inni, the interior cleaner. It's a very mild APC. And I'm not saying it is I'm not saying it's completely innovative or we've reinvented the wheel. But what I love about Inni is its versatility in that you can use it on leather, suede, Alcantara, honestly anything. The fragrance is phenomenal. It's got great cleaning power, considering that it is able to use on the most precious materials found inside the cockpit. It's just a really nice, safe, easy product to use. And as I say, simplicity is our name. That's the only interior product we do. If you're looking to add a little bit of UV protection, grab our quick detailer silica. That can be used on the paintwork, the glass, the engine bay, vinyls, plastics. Don't use it on Alcantara. But yeah, that's just I love that our quick detailer is that versatile. You can use it inside the car and out. Again, we don't want to bring out a product that doesn't add any real value, so you'll never see an interior detailer in our range, because you just don't need one.
There you go. And I've got a number of questions here. I'm kind of bouncing between all the comedy ones, and I am finding some. So
I'm sorry, Dane, I didn't think that through enough.
No, you're doing your thing, man. I can't stop you. It's fun. Yeah. So, Yvan, I'm going to go ahead and have you read off a few of these, starting with Daytona here.
What's the longevity of Parla?
So 3 to 5 months. It's so dependent on how many miles you're doing, the sort of weather conditions you're in, but confidently 3 months at a minimum. And then in Germany, one of our ambassadors over there, he's actually got 7 months, and there's still some water behaviour on it. It ain't pretty, but it's been on there for over 7 months and it's still showing some signs of protection. So it genuinely is a properly long-lasting product, and we didn't need to slap the word ceramic on it to sell it either.
That's a good one.
Sorry.
Let's see. We've got Cubano 2 with, is there a difference or advantage of Glacier versus Parla?
Fair question. Glacier has a lot more filling capabilities than Parla.
Okay.
The trade-off of that is that it doesn't last as long. You're going to get maximum 3 months protection out of Glacier. Parla, granted, while there are some filling capabilities because it creates like a layer on the top of the paint, it isn't going to be as glossy or as rich looking as Parla, but it does hang as Glacier, but it does hang on that little bit longer as well.
Okay, and Yvan, you got this one. I think this was in reference to gummy.
Right, so what's your recommended applicator?
I shouldn't really say this because we don't sell one, but you know the puck brushes that the rag company have brought out recently with the blue bristle? What do you call that, guys? The blue bristle, the Ultra Brush. The Ultra Brush I love because it gets into all the nooks and crannies. We would normally just apply it with a foam disc, but I'm not going to say that we invented the foam disc because it's a very nothingness product. But that with gummy is a gem. Any fine bristle brush, don't use a soft detail factory brush. It's not got enough rigidity. But yeah, the Ultra Blue brush is a favourite of mine.
No, that thing is awesome. And then let's see, we've got your boy Jake. Does the hardness of water affect the quality of the foam produced? I'm in Southeast Idaho and our water is very hard, and I feel it does affect some products.
It's a fair question, and whilst some of our products are affected by the pH level, the mineral count in water, snow foam isn't affected to the best of my knowledge. I would say it's more important having adequate amount of pressure from your pressure washer, having a good snow foam lance. Unfortunately, I don't know if Karcher's big in America, but Karcher in the UK, they've got like a beginner model, a medium, and then a pro. The beginner one, the foam lance that it comes with is just terrible. So the equipment you use and the pressure you've got coming from the foam lance and the flow rate of the water is far more important than the quality of the water.
We got VELOCI coming in a little later this week. I think they'll be able to talk about some of that. So that's a very
later
handy
this afternoon.
little bit there. Then I've got Eddie here. Yvan?
Jack for Forrest. What's the best dilutions for wheels and heavy grime? Is 1 to 4 a good dilution or straight?
I haven't really played around with dilution ratios. That's more of a question for the rag company. We make Forces are ready to use, but don't get me wrong, it's so strong that you can knock it down. For heavy soiled wheels, I would use it straight. But the problem is, I don't want to start blurring the lines in that. To give a bit of background, if you water force down 9 parts water, 1 part force, that will have the same effect as it being pH neutral. It will never be pH neutral because it's pH 13. But for me, I just want you to use it straight. If it's too strong, by all means, have a play with it. Make a 100ml sample bottle up of a 50-50 split or a 80-20 split and try it, but use it straight out of the bottle is for the most effective way. And if that's too strong, that's when you need to be pulling out for a snow foam.
Okay, and I'm not sure who's having a conversation in the room, but they are echoing all around there, so just a heads up. Let's see. Oh, okay, great. Then I've got a question here from JB. Ivan?
Can you use any on nav screens?
Yep, no problem at all. You can also use glass, our glass cleaner, which for that type of product, for that type of job, I would more than likely spray a glass cleaner onto a cloth, then work it into the nav screen, just in case. You don't want to start saturating the buttons and stuff like that.
Sure. Okay. And then I got Joey here, good friend. Any chance of getting the ocean air fresheners in spray form? I cannot
Joey, does
get
that
enough
mean
of
you
that
don't
scent.
approve of the Stjarnagloss? I don't know whether to take
mean-
offence to that or... No, I'm only messing. The
I
ocean air
think it's a little
freshener, again, I've thought about it because it is a real favourite of mine as a hanging air freshener, but it feels like you've already got that fragrance in a hanging style. Do I really want to bring it out in another application? No, because it's another SKU, it's another thing for dealers to carry that just doesn't feel necessary to me. I'm sorry, Joey.
No, and that kind of goes back to your ethos of keeping the line simple, not
Exactly.
overcomplicating it. So I totally get that, and I really appreciate that about your line. Then we've got, we have a bunch of comedy comments, and here's one. Once again, some of these may be designed to set you off, so we'll see how it goes.
So Neil is saying, wait, so we don't see Stjarnagloss graphene-infused ceramic wash and wax car shampoo?
Never! If you want that, there are plenty of other brands selling you that rubbish.
And this one is the hot topic, just because everybody knows we're fans, and you're very much not. And I got Ivan sitting next to me, so I got to post this one from Eddie.
Jack, is there a Stjarnagloss rinseless
I'll see you later.
on the horizon?
Cheers all.
Wow, that was a short segment. All right, so so let's see. We've got a few others that are actually useful here, such as if Stjarnagloss and Skinnet had a baby, it would be called Jack Kavanaugh. So you got that.
Yeah.
And then we've got another from Alex simply saying, Jack doesn't machine polish because his voice is so soothing, it shouldn't be masked. And a good little tip from Stefan here saying, my part list still goes 8 months on. Car wasn't driven for 6 of it, only parked outside, not under trees. Thank you, Stefan.
Excellent.
Love to see it. Thank you very much, sir.
And, this one is one you could actually help them with. They want to know, how do you smell as good as you do?
I mean, it's not groundbreaking. Just get in the shower, all right? Stop being lazy. Stop trying to skip it. Everybody can smell you. Get in that shower. You dirty pig.
Okay, Ivan. JB with a real question here.
Which polishing pad would you suggest to use for your polishes if you wanted to use a machine polisher?
Let me just check that this is stocked by the rag company. Have you guys got the... I'm saying it out loud now. Have you guys got the Rupes yellow pad? Mm-hmm. Perfect. I love that pad. The Rupes yellow pad for me is just so versatile. Great for cut, great for gloss enhancement. Love it. And the the Lake Country... Oh, I've gone blank now. What's it called? It's got the little pockets.
CCS.
CCS. A gem, because it means you don't have to go back to the bottle as regularly. So the Lake Country CCS for the amount of coverage that you can achieve in a single pass, and then the Rupes yellow stuff for both of them are just as good as each other.
And then I've got another one from Eddie here, Ivan.
So, how do we pronounce this one?
Stjarnagloss.
Okay. What is the goal behind this, and how long does it last in the interior?
The goal behind it was to be a bit disruptive, because everybody has an interior air freshener, and how do we make ours a little bit different? Well, we're going to dress it in 24 karat gold, because 24 karat Giza. And secondly, how long does it last? Great question. Now, I want you to use Stjarnagloss like like an aftershave. You don't put aftershave on for once a week. You put it on a little bit in the morning, every morning. So, jump into your car in the morning on the way to work, one spray in the passenger seat, one spray in the driver's seat, you're good. That's going to last 24 to 48 hours, depending on if you're a smoker or if you vape, whatever. But yeah, you're going to get a day out of it. But In a 100ml bottle, that should last you about a year. So $40, a year's worth of smelling good. That feels pretty inexpensive to me.
All right. And then, hey, fellow countryman here, we've got Harry Housewife in the house saying, Jack, so many people ask me many times a week, can Glacier be applied by machine?
Yep, and it is beautiful on a machine polisher. The only watch out I will say is it cures like cement. So don't try and do the whole bonnet, because the bit where you started will have really, really set hard like resin. If it does over cure, reapply it and then buff it straight off. But yes, it can be used on a machine polisher. As I say, both Shara and Glacier, you will get much better results by using a machine polisher, but that's not to say that doing it by hand won't give you fantastic results as well.
Okay. And
just not on this hideous bonnet, which is probably a bit too far gone.
It's a rough one, to be fair. Yeah. And in that same kind of family of questions, Yvan, I'll put up Daytona here.
How long does Parla take to cure?
I would say if you're working in a 2 foot by 2 foot panel, put it on, work it in, take a breath and take it off. It doesn't really need to haze or cure. When you get it on, applied evenly, buff it straight off. Leaving it on there longer isn't going to make it last any longer.
So I'm going to add to that question a little bit, because the context you may not have getting it. When a lot of people talk about curing, because I know you're not into ceramics.
Oh, the sweat off, sorry.
Before you can drive it, basically.
Realistically, 24 hours would be ideal.
Okay.
The next day. And also try not to apply it in moist conditions. So if it's just rained, you're going to feel like you're chasing your tail with applying Parla. Ideally, you want it on a nice dry day.
Okay. Not too hard here in Idaho, but your mileage may vary in the UK. So. Yeah. Okay, we got Stacy Davis here asking, can we use Mata in a foam gun?
Yes. And don't get me wrong, it's not going to last as long as snow, because that's not what it's designed to do. It's meant to be for more lubrication. But yes, put it on there, thickest foam setting, that will give you easily 10 minutes to run round. Start at the top, work your way to the bottom to the grubbiest areas. You're going to love Mata.
Okay, excellent. And Yvan?
How would someone use your products but without a pressure washer? Is this still a thing whilst being able to maintain a safe wash?
I don't hate the question. I would like to push back on you and say, is there a pressure washer nearby? Is there a petrol station, a gas station close to you that has a pressure washer? You don't have to use the brush. You can take some equipment with you. For me, a pressure washer is one of the most important tools in cleaning your own car to maintain a safe contactless, or to get rid of as much dirt as possible without having to contact the paint. Granted, if that is completely off limits, no, you can still use Stjarnagloss, but I just want you to be extra careful. Ideally, you're going to need some low pressure water. Like, I don't want to see, you can use a watering can, but you're going to be back and forward to that tap quite a lot. Do you know what? I'm going to say a pressure washer is essential for a safe maintenance wash. Now, I know that's not perfect, but as I say, there are other brands that do the rinseless washes, so I get that there is a place for those in the market. But Stjarnagloss without a pressure washer, no thank you.
Okay, that's fair. And I know they also make like turbo nozzles even for like regular home spigots, that kind of thing. Worst case scenario if you need to use
fair enough. I've not seen them before, so fair enough. Thank you, Dane.
Yeah, sure. And of course, then a good question here from Fred. Can you use Silke as a drying aid?
Yes. So Yvan Lacroix last year gave me a great way of wording this. So we have a product called GLAT, Protective Rinse Aid, which will create a hydrophobic layer, wash the car, rinse the suds off, apply GLAT, and then re-rinse the car. That's, as I say, that's going to create a hydrophobic layer, make the water bead off. What I love to use Silke as a drying lubricant, spray a couple of mists onto the panel, maybe 1 or 2 onto the towel. That's going to lubricate because obviously you've removed most of the water from the panel, the towel could still be considered an abrasive. So if you put a roll light mist of Silke between the two, that's just going to remove any chance of any micro marring or scratches on the paintwork. So yes, that is gem for that type of thing. And also you're going to boost a little bit of gloss as well while you're there.
Excellent. And then I got another one here from Eddie. Yvan?
Jack, last question. Hool, is it dilutable or is it straight, and is it safe on ceramic brakes?
So diluting it is just going to make it half as strong, and for me that feels like a bit of a false negative. You can dilute it, but you're just going to have to use twice as much if you dilute it 1 to 1. And is it safe on ceramic brakes? Now, ceramic brakes I would much rather see you use forced citrus pre-cleaner, because the fallout remover is going to be wasted. There obviously is no brake dust on ceramic brakes. So use force, you're going to get more bang for your buck, save yourself some money, because ultimately the citrus pre-cleaner is the only bit doing any work in Huel, so you might as well just use the one that's dedicated to that job.
Excellent. And then I've got a few more. There were several people actually saying they would defer to the comment that had the little girl wanted skateboard deck because they felt bad. They're like, oh, maybe I shouldn't try and compete with this.
JB, it's looking good for you. It's looking good for you,
yeah,
brother.
looking pretty favorable. Just a comment from Jody simply saying, loves how slick Parla makes the paint. And
Thank you, Jody.
Then, Stefan asking the tough questions. Look out. Want to know why that smell of Stekeda is so familiar?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I think that's a safe answer.
Yeah.
And then, then we've got ourselves okay. Now, this is interesting. Dino says, I had to buy a large number of gumi bottles to send to my friends in the Balkans because there's no shop that sells them there.
Tell them to reach out.
I mean, there's always new opportunities.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And then, there were a lot of people popping in and really enjoying your talk about the wax there, including David here saying that you have a respect for detailing history. And
Got to remember where you come from.
That's right. And then
He quite literally gave me a job, so I have to respect it.
And then Ivan, go ahead and take this one.
As a cook, I really like this. Wax is like a cast iron pan. As long as you keep it loaded, it works. No water spots. Because once that wax wears, it takes the calcium with it. And wax does have that great advantage of it doesn't, it prevents water spots, really.
Yeah.
And then another one for you, Ivan, here from Daytona.
Is there anything forced shouldn't be used on?
I wouldn't take it into the shower. Leave that in the garage. Don't use it in the interior. Far's too strong. But great, one thing I completely forgot to mention, it's a great engine bay degreaser as well. So generally speaking, just the grubbiest areas of the car, if you want to remove as much of that as possible with a pressure washer, Forced is the Don Daddy.
And then we got some comments. Obviously, people wanted to try Fantastique. And then a bunch more skateboard comments. I'm looking through trying to find your questions for you.
No, to be fair, Dane, if you want to go through some of the funny ones as well, just because it'll bring it up a little bit.
Sure.
Obviously, if there's a super important question about the range, by all means. But I just feel like I've been very serious for the last 10 minutes answering these questions.
No,
and I want to be a little
absolutely.
bit more playful and fun.
We got a job to do, but you know what? There's playful and fun too. So.
Right, and while I've got you here, and there's 4 minutes left, you might have time to wash part of the bus. Get that started.
I mean, I'm down. I will try that. Okay, I'm gonna dazzle you, but we're just gonna. It's time crucial because I'm back on with you later on this afternoon. So we'll see what we can get done.
Yeah, actually, you're back on with me later this morning.
Okay.
So
That's
the
right.
schedule has changed slightly, so we're back on at 11:30.
It'll work great, though.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean,
of course,
the viewers are in
Alex,
for a great day.
Definitely.
wanting you to tow the skateboard behind the bus. Going to be a little tough without the trucks on it, but we'll see. And JB, Jack, what gets wetter the more it dries? A towel.
I was going to say, that's a loose question, that one.
Yeah, look out. Oh, what's all day Anthony doing here?
Okay. I've seen that picture of you back in the day. I reckon you was waxed once upon a time on the chest.
Yeah.
Ivan, you got David here.
Jack, are there any possibilities of one-on-one hand polishing lessons?
Come to Elsenham in the United Kingdom. I will give you everything you need, my man.
Oh, no, Ivan.
Steket has increased population of my town tenfold since last April. They've renamed it Shagville.
So I will say, we probably should put a disclaimer on there. If you haven't experienced it yet, just be careful, okay? Because the women they just come out of places that you didn't know they were there from. Just be careful, as I say, use it sparingly, and that's why we like to keep it in the car, because it's a moving object. If you just spray it on yourself, I can't help you, I'm sorry.
There's a danger there.
There is, yeah.
And then David. Oh, Ivan, you got to read this one.
Yeah, so I frankly have no use for a skateboard, as when I attempt to ride one, it resembles a blind walrus riding on a piece of driftwood and drowning simultaneously.
Well, don't worry, this one hasn't got any wheels, so it won't go anywhere.
It's maybe go snowboarding or something.
Yeah.
Let's see. We've got more. Oh wow, some of these I can't even put up.
Yeah.
Alex just says he'll name his kids Jack if he can have that skateboard.
What was a girl?
Well, yeah,
Jacqueline.
they might Jill, I guess. Yeah, we've got. Oh no. Well, then David, just pure class. Speaking of pure dribble, that's what happens to anyone when you spray a bit of Stecada in a 500-foot vicinity. that might be up there.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yep. Can't post that.
I need to come back and have a little read of these.
I think
so
really officially, you're going to come back here. You're going to read through some of these later, and we'll
I'm
truly
excited.
determine who won. But I think we gave a good taste. So,
Yeah,
is there anything
exactly.
else we could talk about as far as Stjarna before we wrap up here? Things you want to get out to the audience?
Firstly, JB, it looks like the skateboard is yours. I just ask that we're going to send you a Rag Company t-shirt as well, because I want to see a little picture of your daughter in the Rag Company merch and with the skateboard as well. I'd love to see that. I'll put that on my social media with your blessing, of course. Secondly, as I mentioned, last year was an amazing launch, and I am so grateful for everybody involved, especially the grand ambassadors that have been punting the products. Unfortunately, we didn't have products on the ground, but now we do. So use that 20% to your advantage. Get a free keyring as well if you were in that first 50 orders, including something Stjarnagloss. Thank you so much for having me. I apologise for my accent. I know it's not the easiest for you to understand. I love you all dearly. Don't forget, check out the Rag Company for the premium microfiber towels, and get yourself some Stjarnagloss in there as well. I absolutely love you.
Thank you so much, Jack. As always,
Yeah, spectacular.
total charmer, knows what he's doing, brought all, the showbiz fun of it. So
And
thank you.
Speaking of the showbiz fun,
Yeah.
Jack in person is exactly
Yes.
the same as Jack you see on screen.
He
So this
really
isn't
is.
an act.
It's impressive.
Yeah, it's not. He's not an actor. He is not some paid person that act like this. Jack is this much fun, no matter where you find him, no matter when you find him.
It's true. It must be exhausting, but
Yeah.
I just admire it every time I see
Yeah.
it. So once again, awesome
great
job
energy.
by Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and next up here, we got a few things going on. We've got ourselves a fun little detour into BuffBrite territory,
Yes.
where we're looking at some interior kind of picking up cleaning.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, wow, we just popped right on there. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, I've got Tom Smith from BuffBrite here.
Hello, everyone.
Tom and I go way back. Tom was my guy on the truck back in the day as a detailer. I know many of you already know that, but for those of you just joining us, Tom has been my mentor, just like Yvan, but Tom has been my mentor for pretty much my entire detailing career.
Well, even before that, when you were in grade school,
Yeah, I was
my
at-
detail shop was across the street from your
Literally
grade school.
across the street. So I'd be in the playground, playing kickball and doing stuff with my buddies, and I would be looking across the street, literally through the chain link fence, at all these gorgeous cars coming out, getting dressed up, looking nice. You'd park them out there, you'd turn the flashers on to let everybody know it was running.
Absolutely.
But it would also drive traffic, and that was something that I remember being like 9, 10 years old, going, that's a cool thing. And then when I opened my shop, that was what I started doing, was putting them out there, flashers on, letting them out, sitting out there on state. So anyway, Tom, thank you for being here. Thank you for
bet.
coming. Last year, you were phenomenal. We ran out of time. So this time, we got a little room to breathe. We got a little room to go over everything. So why don't you tell us about BuffBrite and BuffBrite Skins and the Fur-Eel and everything that you are doing now?
Well, first of all, I want to say I have to apologize to everyone. Jack is a hard one to follow. I do not have that beautiful accent, and so I don't have that 007 sound to me, and I don't have the chest hair to have the mic problems. So you're not going to have mic problems with me, I promise.
all right.
So, BuffBrite, I've been in the industry a long time, longer than I want to admit. My wife gets a little upset with me when I give a number, because it makes me sound like an old man. So what we try and do in BuffBrite, like Levi said, done detail since I was 14 years old.
Yeah.
And then we kind of just moved along from there and went to college and kept in the industry, loved the industry, got done with college and said, it's not what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to actually do something that doesn't feel like work. Cars are my therapy. Cars are what, I'll go out in the garage. If I can't sleep at 2 in the morning, I know they say wax is dead, and I agree with everyone. Ceramic coatings are amazing, but my therapy is just to go out and pet whatever I own at the time. Like they say, if you don't like your car well enough to turn around and look at it when you're walking away from it, you own the wrong car.
There you go.
So I truly love the automotive industry and the detail industry. The people that we work with are just, to me, top of the industry. So it has been a fun ride. I've enjoyed making some of the products that I've thought of over the years.
Yeah.
And taking and having the time in my schedule now to work on those and develop those and try and make them better. And that's anyone who's tried our products, I hope you understand that's what we're trying to do. Every once in a while you have a mistake, but you learn from them. You try and make them better and better and improve and give the customer more of what you would want, which is the most excellent product that you can bring to the table. Excellent.
Well, and that's what's fun, is seeing the ingenuity that you've come up with throughout all those years. I'm sorry to your wife for the number of years you've been doing this, but they are very small solutions, and for many, it's funny that those weren't available at that time or haven't been available until someone came up with them. And that's what's unique about what you do. And so walk us through some of this stuff. What do you want to do first?
You know, we could start first with the Fur-Eel. That's been by far our flagship product lately.
Okay.
In the last 12 months, we sold over 200,000 of them.
Yeah.
Unbelievable product. I'll tell you what brought me to the product, first of all. Now, when I was a detailer, and we've all been there, somebody brings in the car with dog hair, and the first thing my wife and I would always say to ourselves is, we will never be those people.
Right.
I'm never going to own a dog and put it in my car. It's a carnal sin.
Right.
Well, we have 2 German Shepherds, and we take them a lot of places with us now, so I am now those people. But what happened after we had done our first invention, I said, you know, I got to solve this problem. I took my dogs for a quick ride in the car for 30 minutes. It took me an hour to get the pet hair out.
Yeah.
And I said, we got to take care of this.
Well, and you know, as a detailer, just dealing with dog hair in those cars, you know what a nightmare it is. You know how hard it is.
It's a marathon.
We always can't get everything out.
Yeah.
Or you have customers that you charge them for cleaning the dog hair out, and you're vacuuming, like you said, for another hour. That's another hour of shop time, as we've learned from yesterday with the detailers, with the Detail Academy.
Oh yeah.
And then with their spreadsheet talking about how your shop rate. Some of us, it's $50 to $100 to $150 an hour. That's the shop rate.
Yep.
And if you've got to clean dog hair out for that hour, the cost, the overhead, the employee time, all that stuff is a huge, huge expense. Yeah. And most people and customers don't realize. They think, just run a quick vacuum over it. And that's not how it works.
And there are solutions out there for dog hair, and all of them are good, and nothing is going to be the fix-all, but I think ours is the closest to one tool that can do it all for you. You can use a Tornador gun, you can use, there's guys using the rotary brushes and things, but my problem with those is, where does that hair go? It may leave the carpet, but it's all over the car now. The synergistic effect of taking that pet hair, putting it with a tool, and ours is made out of a product called polymeric silicone. It's not plastic. It's got a real soft grippiness to it.
Yeah.
And you know, we're constantly trying to play with that, find the exact right amount of grip to it, because as
enough
it gets
grip
more,
and enough slide.
And yes, exactly. You don't want it to drag and not work. It's kind of like tires on a car. There's ones that are made for high mileage, and there's ones that are made for grip and go.
Yeah.
And so we have to always play with that. But definitely, when we finally dialed in what we've dialed in, we're getting exactly where we need to go. Now let me show you kind of where we've. If we got a camera that could come in here close, I'd love to show you a little bit of where we've kind of come over the years. So our first product that we came out with was the regular old Fur-Eel. Excellent product, worked
wonderful. I mean, it was revolutionary.
Absolutely, but it was like the tires on a Bugatti. I mean, they're good for 3,000 to 5,000 miles, depending on how you drive it. And guys would get in there and want the performance, but with what we were doing, we hadn't quite engineered where we go, and that's what we ended up with. So guys would burn that up.
Yeah, they'd overuse it, or they use it wrong, or they wouldn't use it the right way. Or like me, I was the same person. I would burn through them in a car. And then I'd call you and go, Tom, I burned through one in a car, and you'd be like, do this, do that, do this. Yep. And then I was able to get them to last a little longer, but there was still not a huge...
Exactly, yeah. We found one of the things that all detailers know is over the years is that adding a little lubricity...
something like paint gloss.
Yes, paint gloss is excellent for that. And what it does is the lubrication kind of gets there and will take away that static and helps with the glide.
Yeah.
Okay? And so next we decided, okay, people weren't quite getting, reading the instructions, let's put it that way. So we went ahead and put some bumpers on every corner of that. And so putting those bumpers on there, it made it so that it just, they couldn't wear through those wear bumps that we put on there.
You almost had tread indicators almost.
There you go. Yep, and it just kind of saved them from tearing up the tool. But we were still having guys getting a little too much muscle in there. We think if we grind harder,
it's going to work better. It's not.
If you brushed your dog the way you were trying to use the Fur-Eel, your dog would just run away. If you take that dog brush and just start digging at the back of that dog, it's not going to work. You kind of need to think of it like brushing your dog. So anyway, so the paint gloss was a great idea there. Much better product, lasted probably 4 or 5 times as long.
Yep.
But we still needed, we like to listen to our customers, so we wanted to take it to the next step. So we completely went back and redid the mold, and that's where we've got a product that I don't think we can improve on. It's we're 99% where we need to be, and that's the Fur-Eel Pro 2.
Yeah, and this new generation, I've started using it, and I really like it because I like the stepped grooves as well as the wear indicators, and it's one of those things, like I threw it on the vacuum the other day. Augie was using it on my wife's car, and he's like, there's all this dog hair in here. And I was like, oh, I forgot I just bought one of these. So I popped it on there, handed it to him, and he was like, the little look on his face when he saw, and he loved, the little eyes on it, and he saw what it was, and I said, that's to pick up dog hair. He had so much fun out there vacuuming, finishing it. He's like, look, it's coming off. I can get it off. So he was really excited about that. And it's that joy that all of us feel when we can first use that and go, holy cow, I can get that, I can get all that dog hair out of there.
Yeah, there's just certain things in life that aren't a lot of fun, and pet hair is one of them.
Yeah. Well, and one thing that I've always, when customers ask, or questions that we get from folks of why should I buy that, or what should I do for dog hair, I always recommend that detailers buy a few of these. Keep them, just get a bunch of them, have them, and then include one of these in the cost of a dog hair removal for your shop, because chances are you might not get a second round with it just because you don't know what the dog hair is.
Yeah.
You might have a Suburban and you're going to get a lot of usage out of it. And the last thing you want is to only have one of these, schedule that detail and go, crap, I didn't plan ahead. And that's the biggest thing, is have that, because previous we had pumice stones that we were using, and you hit interior plastics and destroy it, or it would you'd set it on your basket and you'd be shampooing a car, you'd use it, and all of a sudden it rattled itself and fell into a million pieces. And so these are so simple, so easy. You can pick them up with the fang or separately, which is really cool. So you can get the kit first, and then you've got that, but then you also have a ton of different adapters for anybody's vacuum.
We do. Now, you mentioned one thing that, put it in the price of a car. I guarantee you guys, you're not going to wear this out one car.
No, you won't.
You're not going to wear it out in 10 cars. Most of our guys are making it 75 plus.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of mileage in this tool.
There is. My point is just having a lot on hand.
I agree.
Just so you're always ready, because you never know what to expect.
Yeah. But the other thing we did by this new tool, the teeth are much longer. They're 3 times as long. Each tooth is double as thick. The bumpers are bigger. We have increased airflow, and positive airflow is very important. When you take a vacuum and put it down right against the carpet, you think you're getting more suction. You're getting no suction.
Right.
You're blocking that suction. So by keeping that slightly away from the carpet, we're creating more flow. And that is so important just for regular dry vacuuming.
Yeah.
Makes a huge difference.
Well, and that's why if you see, like, some vacuum tips usually have a hole drilled in the side. And it's so that there's still airflow that can pass through, so that it can still create suction.
Exactly.
And most people don't realize that that's what that's for. And that's one of the neat things having these on here, is that there is still that ability to create.
I completely agree. And now moving on to like you said, the adapters, we can adapt to anything. We got the large shop vacs. We can do Dyson, Sharks, all that. Now, the detailers don't care about that. I hope none of you guys are detailing your cars with a Dyson. But we do have it available for
anybody at home.
Home users. And
you still got to clean dog hair off a couch sometimes.
Absolutely. But this year we came out with a new tool, a new adapter. This is completely re-engineered, and we're introducing this at your show.
There you go.
This is called the Vario Max, and we have another one called the Vario Mini. This works like a, I don't know if you can see that here or not, but as I tighten this,
it's like
gets
a cam
larger.
system. It opens and closes.
Yeah, it's kind of like a compression We have one that's compression and then one that expands. So this one expands out and it'll go out to 2 1/4 inches. So I'll spin that again for you. So as we go loose, it gets smaller, down to 1.5 inches. As we go tighter, it increases that. And you can put your vacuum, even your large hose for the shop vac will seal against here. Then this seals that gap, acts as a gasket, and it's tight. It's not going to go anywhere. And then that will fit right into the back of our tool.
So whatever type of hose you have.
Oh, absolutely. And so it's infinite from 1.5 inches up to 2 1/4. This one is the opposite.
Yeah.
This goes,
I can hear Dane and Yvan commenting as we're talking. This is great.
So this is the opposite. This will go from 1.5 inches, and as you tighten it, it gets smaller down to 1 inch.
Yeah.
So it's going to revolutionize the vacuum world. It's very frustrating in the vacuum world because there's so many.
There's not a standard style hose.
No. I mean, when we talk about polishing, we have 3-inch, 2-inch, 1-inch, 5-inch, 6-inch pads. They're standard. You don't get very many people that are like, well, we're going to do 5 3/4, and we're going to do. You can imagine how frustrating that would be, but no one in the world wants to work with each other in the vacuum world, and so across the world, these two solve every problem that we've found.
Yeah.
So
no, that's awesome, because I remember those days, and it was. You'd have customers that would get a vac, and they'd come in and say, do you have fittings for these? They'd come to my shop. And I go, no. And then I'd remember waiting until you came on Monday going, I need an attachment for this type of vacuum. And you're like, why? I'd say, just a customer has it at home and wants to try it out. And I remember buying a number of different styles. So it's nice to see that this is available for any consumer to be able to buy. So. No, these are great products, and then the other one that's great for SUVs, the Hammerhead.
That's been a huge. The first time I think we shot a video, they went and showed it to Sydney Gwynn, and we went took her dog, Pepper, I think his name is, little bulldog, and we're just rubbing that dog, and it's just hair's just flying everywhere off that puppy, and that little short bulldog hair is just not fun to get out. And we ground it in and everything. Took this on the back of that SUV, and we all know the SUVs have that impossible carpet in the back.
Yeah.
It's the thing nightmares are made of for detailers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So this one, very easy to use. It doesn't wear out quickly because we can't introduce friction and speed to it. Yeah. It's just go back quickly.
It's just a drag.
And drag it back. It grabs with that polymeric silicone, sucks it away synergistically in one step. Been a huge seller. People absolutely love that tool.
Nice, nice. So now we got the Fur-Eels out.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. And first of all, I want to say thank you to everybody for everyone who's bought them. I want to apologize if they didn't give you the mileage they want. We are always working to become a better company. I guarantee you, if you try that new one, give us another shot. You're going to get so much more longevity than you did before. Yeah. And you can pick those up at the Rag Company and for 20% off the rest of the week. 20% off
the rest of this week. So, did you want to do a demonstration? Do we want to grind some, just so people can see the actual use of that?
Yeah.
Or do you want to talk about the other products and move on? Or what do you want to do? It's your show, man.
Let's dive into some dog hair.
Okay. So we got a floor mat sitting right here in front of the booth. So we may have to angle some cameras down so that they can see them. Tom brought a bag of hair. Which, you know, in
doesn't everybody have one?
In other circumstances, I would say that's strange, but I get what we're doing here with that.
We could have just brought Jack over here and just kind of gone like that.
Done that.
Dropped a bunch of Mother England onto us. So
see what happens.
So, anyways, we've got. I think what we ought to do. I'm going to give you this.
Okay, that's fun.
And yeah. You're not allergic to dogs, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
thankfully.
Good. I should have asked. So we're going to rub it in first and just get it in there. And I really...
Wow, it's amazing how well it sticks.
Yeah, this mat is very, very good about, it'll pick up everything. And I'll just grab some more different colors. I think we've got about 30 breeds of dog in here, maybe a few cats.
Where'd you get
I have a friend who's a groomer.
Oh, okay.
So I told him, I said, hey, save me some
it's for demonstration purposes, I promise you. Not for my own use.
Yeah, I don't have some kind of dog hair fetish, I promise. Yeah, we'll just get that in here. And I think the more the better, don't you?
That's pretty impressive.
Now, we're not done. Is he Irish descent?
I've got 33% Irish in me.
Can you do a little jig for us?
No, I'm not that. I'm not that good. But I can stomp this stuff in a little
Those are
bit.
stylish shoes, my friend.
Thank you.
That's one thing you never got in the detail industry was that kind of fashion statement.
No, I didn't. I always just used something that worked for me.
They'd be done after one day.
Yep.
So I think we just got to
Get a stomp on there.
Get it in there.
There you go.
You know?
Well, yours are more textured than mine, so that'll.
Oh yeah, there's some
They'll be able to get in there.
big nubs in there. So we're gonna drive that dog hair down into there. Plus, I weigh about 230 pounds,
Okay,
so
a little more than me. It's all right.
yeah, we'll get that in there. All right, now get down there with your hands. Does that feel like that's in there pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in there. So let's grab this vacuum. Hopefully it's not too loud. So we've got now this is the Fur-Eel Pro 2. And you can see, just so we can show this again, you can see the difference
Between the version 1 and version 2.
1 and version 2. It's huge. So I'm gonna work up a sweat.
I know, a little bit. Be all
I'm not
right.
used to dancing early morning. So all we have to do now, you want to hand me that paint gloss?
Yep.
We'll do it a couple different ways. This is the only tool in the world, here I'll move this. This is the only tool in the world that will work wet.
Yeah.
If you try anything, you try a stone wet, not gonna do a thing for you. Rubber brushes, not gonna do a thing for you. This is the only one that's gonna work on a wet surface. So part of it we'll do with a little paint gloss. We can get it to.
That's a new trigger, so that's why.
Oh, it hasn't
I should have primed it.
We're trying not to. Here, you work on
Apologies,
that.
yeah.
I'll do the dry spot first here. So all we got to do is just come in here like this, and pretty much as fast as we can go through there, that hair's gone. Here you go, give us a spray. Now you want to wait about 5 seconds. It's not the moisture. It's not the moisture we're worried about. What we're worried about is neutralizing static.
Yeah.
And a little bit of glide is not a bad thing either. So now we can tear in there, and it'll actually act like almost like a light all-purpose shampoo at the same time. But there's just nothing that will create those kind of pet hair removal. And you can go both ways with it if you want. This new one, I know we've always recommended not going back and forth because you might pull the hair out and push it back in. But in certain situations, just going back and forth,
really
there's
works.
nothing wrong with it. But you don't have to grind down.
Yeah.
Now you want to hand me that hammerhead?
Yep.
So the hammerhead, you can go forward or back with it. So once again, we're just going to do the same thing. We're just going to pull.
It's crazy how fast it works.
Oh yeah, and that pet hair's in there, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not laying on the top. It's driven right down in. And I can go this way with it. It's a little harder, but I usually like to just go this way. But there's just nothing that will clear dog hair that fast on the planet.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
And you can see it's actually getting the hair out. And what's neat is it's self-cleaning. The reason we have our each one of we call them latches, curved like the wing of an airplane, because having a high and a low side makes a huge difference to cleaning it. So as you go through, you've got a difference in pressure from one side to the other, and it self-cleans.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't even think about the curvature of those things.
Yeah, we tried it without, but it would clog.
Okay.
By curving those, made all the difference in the world.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, let me shut this vacuum off so people can hear us better.
Yeah, that is single-handedly one of my favorite tools to have in my garage and utilize, because I've got a Corgi, and truth be told, I forgot that Corgis shed a ton, only because when I was a kid I had a Chow Corgi, so half Chow, half Corgi, and I thought, oh, it's only because of the Chow in him that he sheds. Then we got a regular Corgi. No, he sheds. You just watch him walk by and it's just poof, hair just falling out of him.
Yeah, so. our 2 German Shepherds can make, I swear, a 5-gallon can a week.
Yeah, I think we're right there with you with that. So this is an indispensable tool, and honestly, folks, I've actually used it to deep clean my carpets.
Oh yeah.
So I will actually vacuum my carpets at home with like my normal home vac, and then I've brought out my shop vac from the garage, bought a couple Fur-Eels, and just started in one corner of the bedroom and just worked in the carpet and just cleaned and pulled so much out. It's scary, especially you live in a house 5, 6, 7 years, 10 years. And yes, vacuuming is great, but the deep clean that you get out of these.
Stairs. Have you ever noticed in the corner of your stairs how the hair just builds up in the corners?
Yep.
Reach in there. That's the other thing that's neat is with that tip there, you can reach into little corners you just can't get with anything else.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I love about this. It's versatile all the way across. You can get this for your parents, you know, to use at home.
Gift,
There's different attachments so they can fit their home vacuums too, and you can go, hey, here's this for the hair or the dirt or the dust or any of that stuff. It works wonders. And like I said, whether it's the Hammerhead or the Fur-Eel, they work great, especially for not only the automotive, that's the reason they were developed, but you can use these at home too to deep clean your own home carpet. And yeah, it's amazing.
Unless you love pet hair, guys. I mean, maybe your therapy.
Well, I think people love pets.
No,
I don't think they love the pet
and
hair.
we always say if you have a pet hair problem.
Yes.
You're going to. But if your therapy, mine is going out in the garage working on the car, but dog hair and windows are my least favorite.
Yeah.
But if your therapy is taking out dog hair, don't buy one. Just enjoy hours and hours and hours of pet hair removal. But,
there you go.
But I promise you, this is going to be a game changer for you. And that's what we've tried to do is create things that for certain customers are game changers.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
Well, let's move on to the Skins. Do you want to come in and we'll show you close what one is?
So these are the Skins. So for those of you with a polisher, everybody that gets their polisher, we've always been wanting to, ever since the creation of the polisher, right? You've seen folks that would take their cases off, they'd paint them, or they'd get somebody to airbrush them. Rupes did a thing where they were having artists from all over the world paint and post them up at, they'd have them at SEMA and they would vote on them. And everybody wanted to have a custom painted polisher, but the cost.
Did you ever price one of those? Yeah.
Right, it's a lot, especially if you get Thomas Zahn, you get some of these greats doing that. It's amazing to see. This is much more affordable. It protects your polisher and really makes it a great setup for folks to be able to customize and build their own skin for their polisher. And one of the cool things that Tom does is his company creates these for anybody and everybody. So here you can see the cleaner cast, Jamie the cleaner himself, with an hybrid skin.
Well, that's actually a Griot.
Oh, it's a
Griot's G9.
Oh, there you go. So you make every type of polisher available. You make a skin for.
I think 27 we have, and there's 3 more coming out this month.
Wow.
So we're constantly working on it, and you know we have had a lot of fun. We did one for the Mobile Tech Expo here. That was a lot of fun, and put everybody on there. We did one for the Rag Company for TRCMA. And it's just such a great way to showcase what you're doing. Now, we talked about those painted polishers, but how do you think the field, I use my polishers. And how do you think that guy who spent $1,000 to paint his polisher and then dropped it?
Or use it every day, or have a kid grab it and borrow it and use it and not think it. It's just they get so dirty. So yeah, I would be, mine, if I painted it, it would go hang on the wall. I wouldn't use it.
But we want you to use your polisher, and these polishers become social media. By the way, this is the first cordless Rupes Bigfoot. Now, it's corded. It's
you just took the cord out.
my chance to do a quick dad joke. Anyways, the one thing that I really like about these is sometimes polishers are a pain to clean. This gives you a super slick surface, which you can ceramic coat. I'm having guys do that, and they said it's amazing. And you can just wipe down that polisher when you're done. And that 15 mil PPF that's on there, it's back printed. We can do any design you can come up with. In fact, at the end of this segment, or the middle of the segment, we got a little video that's going to take these guys and show them how to build their own.
Yeah, you can go to your website.
Go to the website.
Literally build your own skin.
Yep. Go to BuffBrite Skins with a Z. .com, and you can build your own, or you can go we should make a link on your website, and they can go do that, or you guys actually have some of your own that we've made for your company.
Yeah, we have a bunch of them over on the polisher wall. You guys have probably seen them in other videos, and then we do have the special back to TRCMA one that you made for everyone. But yeah, you can, it's really cool, and it's very simple to apply.
Super simple, and we can just show you how that happens really fast here. We're just going to get all Old Glory on it. This is one that we pre-make. This is called the Old Glory.
And you've got 4 or 5 pre-made designs.
Yeah, we have 3 of each. For
Okay.
each polisher, we have an Old Glory, we have a Bomber, which looks like kind of like this. So it's got the old fighter warplane type thing, and then the other one is
Like a
called
hot rod, pinstripe and flames.
Pinstripes and flames. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. So, easiest thing in the world: clean it 3 times with some isopropyl alcohol. Just take a nice quality microfiber towel from the rag company.
Okay.
Wipe it down 3 times.
So they lost your mic, so I'm going to take over real quick. So like you said, we're going to pre-clean it 3 times with just some isopropyl alcohol, and then you want to wipe it down. And the reason we do 3 times is just to make sure that you really get all the wax, grease, sealant, all that stuff that you've been working on or using, because obviously the machine's not 100% brand new. If you're applying this, you've probably been using it for a while. Or if it is brand new, you want to get all those oils and things off the surface. So you're just going to wipe it down. I would recommend that you wear gloves for this, just because you're going to have a lot better chance of not reinstating a lot of that, your own hand oils and stuff, especially if you want this to stick really well.
Very good. By the way, maybe I have more chest hair than I thought I did.
You never
keep
know.
losing my
Yeah,
mic,
you never know.
Or maybe it was the little dance I did. So first we want to start with, this is on a Rupes Bigfoot, and this one will actually fit the Melee. It'll fit the LH19E, the LHR 21 and 15. So
Okay.
they all have the same body. Very easy. Peel out this very thick.
Yeah, and this stuff is very thick.
And very adhesive too. We have a proprietary adhesive. Let me get that little piece out of there. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that thing will just about stand on its own. That's how thick it is. So we're just going to line it up, center it up, get it to where we want it, and then we don't apply any pressure because it's pressure sensitive and it's also heat sensitive. Okay. So those are our 2 things we're working with. You want it nice and warm when you're doing it, but now I'm just going to apply a little pressure, bring it over towards the edge, make sure I have no air bubbles. Now I'm just going to fold this edge over, go down through the crease here, fold that over. Once again, looking for any air bubbles.
Yeah, going slow.
Going slow. Do the same here, work it over the edge. Then just work my way to the bottom. It's a very pliable product. I mean, you can actually lift it and stretch it. Push any extra air I've got out, and that's it for the main piece. Now we grab our other pieces. Grab this one here, line it up where it goes. And who doesn't like putting stickers on?
Right, exactly. Well, especially if it's your own brand. That's the fun part too, is you, especially like you were saying with social media. So as detailers start using their polishers, we all have the pictures of us polishing. And having this with your own company logo, your own company brand on it, really
fly your own
adds.
flag.
Yeah,
I mean, we love Rupes, Flex, all the companies, but they've got enough people showing what their product is, and we're not taking away from that. I mean, as you can see over here when I put this one on, Rupes is right there. We're not taking that away. We're just enhancing it.
Well, and one of the neat things is like you said, because you can make this yours, and if you have your machines set up in your shop, this adds to the ability to not only brand your shop a little better, brands your employees. It teaches your employees that they're actually working for you, right? They get to see the brand and they get to use it every day, and that's kind of a neat feature too to have.
It's been really big with our distributors around the world. They've really jumped on board with it because, say you're John from Polish XYZ out of whatever state, and you're looking for a way to get your brand in front of your customers, just for brand recognition with your customers, and also so that when your competition walks into the shop, it's all. They're going to look and say, whoa, okay, yeah, that's who services these guys. Fly your flag and people kind of know who you are and what you got going on. And you build your own brand. It's just good for your business in the long run.
Sweet.
And that's it.
There you go. Now it's all ready to go and you can get on there and check it out. So why don't we play the video of people seeing how they can go to BuffBrite Skins. And we're going to give away these 3. So to the first 3,
the first 3 people who order, any of the Let's just make it first person that orders 3 things that have BuffBrite that
All right,
whatever
there
you guys
go.
want to do.
There you go. Yeah, so the first 3 that buy a BuffBrite product or a Fur-Eel in your order, first 3 of you will each get one of these TRCMA edition skins
Yep.
for your Bigfoot, for Rupe's Bigfoot. So sorry if you got another one, maybe you're gonna have to buy something else. So let's go to that video so you guys can learn how to do this yourself. And when we come back, we're gonna show you a little demonstration of the flamethrowers.
3, you bet.
All right, here we go.
Let's first start with a desktop or a laptop. It doesn't work well on an iPad. Go ahead and choose the Professional Detailer section and scroll down to Custom Skins. Next, you can watch this video again if you'd like. Choose a template and let's get going. You can always press the BuffBrite logo or the restart to go back to the beginning. Choose the File button at any time during your project to save it, and then you can choose the Design button to check out your designs that you've got. If you make a mistake, there's always the Undo or the Redo button. To get started, follow the left side of the screen. The first is to choose a background color, then a background, and then from there a clip art. Then there's always the Images tab, number 4, and that's going to take us through any images that you download yourself through this file. Just click there and you can go into the files on your computer. Next is your Text button. So let's first choose a background color, and then we can go into our background. Now we're not going to add a background on this one because what we want to do is overlay a clip art. So we can go down and find the clip art that we want for this skin, bring it in, import it, and as you can see there's 4 buttons on each clip art or background that you bring in. You can resize it, you can stretch it, you can lengthen it, do whatever you want to do there. Next, you can spin your clip art or background to any desired way you want it. There's also a copy button, but first we're going to crop this image to make it so we don't have as much void on the edges. Bring it in a little tighter on our project so it doesn't get anything in our way. Then we're going to save that. Then we're going to blow it up, stretch it out, get it to where we want it. Next we're going to copy that image to the other side of our skin, and we want to mirror image that too. So we're going to go up to the right hand corner and choose our X or Y vector, and we're going to flip that. And we're going to scroll down through and we're going to drop in a logo. That's over on our Images tab. You can download one, or if you have a bunch downloaded, use those. Grab another, put as many as you want in, tighten up things with your crop button, and then resize it and copy it and moving it around. Now whenever you copy something, it's going to drop into the right hand corner. If it's outside of the white area, you might have to go looking for it. Grab it, bring it in, resize it, put it where you want it. Now you can also add text, as I mentioned, and you can change the color of the text or any other object within your project. Just go ahead and grab the color, cut it, and paste it to the upper box, and it will drop into whatever you're working on. And you can see here I can grab the flames right here, and I can paste that same color to it, but we're going to leave it the same, make it the blue. We also have what's called layering, so you can hide things behind others, bring others to the front. It's up here, these 2 boxes. Just choose back or forward, and this will put whatever you're highlighted on in front of or behind the other objects. There is also a special effects tab, and you can choose anything from black and white to your saturation, your contrast, or whatever you want to play around with the look of your image you've imported. So once you're happy with your work, go ahead and choose the file and the Save to My Design button. There's also another one directly up top. Save your design and get ready to check out. Let the computer do its work. It'll process it through to our side, and let the magic begin, guys. A few days and we'll get that printed out and on the way to you. Get ready to enjoy your BuffBrite skins.
All right, so simple enough, easy enough. Guys, go check that out and build your own BuffBrite skins. And while you're there, you can pick up some BuffBrite lights,
Yeah.
especially from us at the Rag Company. But you've got some new features, some new attachments.
Yes.
Previous people have probably had flamethrowers, they've used them, they work, but you've got some updates with the new lights.
Big time, completely redone. I mean, I don't know if you can see the difference there. It's definitely, when you put it on the car, it's a much cleaner, brighter, lightweight, longer lasting. We're getting 10 to 12 hours on the highest setting. It charges in 3 hours. It's got a really quick charger, better, smart battery. It's got 5 different Kelvin temperatures, just tons of things.
Yeah.
It's waterproof now. You can use it on an extractor wand. You can use it on, it'll snap onto any of your old, if you have a flamethrower 2 or 1, it'll pop into there.
Same attachment.
Same attachment. The only thing different is the light, but we do have also now a headband. So that headband can go on your head, and it's super convenient, and that snaps right into there, and now you've got that light. And it's a full wide spectrum, so it's 180 degree wide. You can see just everything on that interior or the engine bay that you're working on. It's a completely much better system than the light we had.
Yeah.
We're always looking to improve. If we ever find something better, we'll be going there too, but this is a huge improvement.
Yeah, that's super cool. And of course, they still will be able to attach to the polishers.
Yep.
Like you said, all the stuff. But then one of the new things you did was you figured out how to stick them onto some of the Vyper chairs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've got, you can hook it to a lot of things, but you can put it on your chair. And the nice thing about this, like Dylan Von Kleist said in some of his Ask Rupes stuff before, light is so essential, and the angle of the light too. So when the light's down low there and coming up and working back to your eye, it makes a huge difference.
Slide this over just so people can kind of see the difference of having that light when you're working. Being able to shine that up onto the surface, you can now see, you know, what little work needs done on this truck here.
Yep, and then you can work your upper sections with your polisher, and you can just see things that you're just not able to see with a normal headlamp. It's all about angles, guys, and you can move these any way you want. You can angle these any way you want. You can clock them any way you want. It's just a phenomenal tool. If you're doing a lot of polishing, if you can't see it, you can't fix it. You can be the best polisher in the world, but if you don't know the imperfections there, you're not going to get it done.
Yeah, and this is especially for detailers just starting out, this is an easy way to learn about light and learn about how to use light properly, because there are so many detailers that are just using what's in their garage.
Yep.
They get some light bulbs and they go, oh no, I can do this, and they pull the car out in the sun, and they go, oh my gosh, it doesn't look as well.
Or what about the mobile guy who's going to their customer's garage and there's really poor lighting there?
Yeah.
Now you have your lighting on your chair. If you brought a chair with you, you can just take that lighting anywhere you go.
Yeah.
So it's the most convenient lighting solution on the planet for a detailer.
Well, and one of the neat things, one of my favorite features is the fact that you can now add your light to your vacuums, which is huge, or when you're cleaning, because that's one of my #1 things. You know, people have tinted windows. All of a sudden, you got to drop every window in the car, and you still have a back window that's tinted, and you can't always see without getting lights in there. And you can get the big, huge lights. You can get all that stuff. You can put headlamps on, but having light right exactly where you need it makes a huge difference.
Well, when you've been in your shop situation, have you ever done a car with black carpet? You think you've got it, pull it out, and you're like, oh, I missed all that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
It won't happen
shocking
with this light.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking. So. That's a super great feature. So ladies and gentlemen, 20% off.
20%.
BuffBrite Fur-Reels at the Rag Company today. You can pick them up and head on over to BuffBrite Skins. Design your own skin for yourself at home, and it'll fit any polisher you have. So Tom, thank you for being here.
My friend, thank you as always.
Oh, love it, man. Appreciate it. All right, Dane. Waiting.
Good morning, everyone. I have a special guest today. His name is Jack Kavanaugh, otherwise known as the face of Stjarnagloss, but just an all-around great guy. And we're going to discuss a bit of the difference between detailing in the UK and detailing in the US, and the passion of the hobbyist detailer versus the professional detailer. So, first of all, if you don't know Jack,
where was you an hour ago?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the question.
Yeah. If you don't know Jack, you need to know this man. He's amazing. So first of all, Jack, a bit of your history in terms of detailing.
Cool. So, been in the industry for 8 years now. Always been on the sales side of things. Have been on the tools, but more while in the job. So, learnt the industry with the constant goal of selling product. Now, I don't get on the tools as much as most of my customers, but I absolutely know what customers want because they tell me every day. Now, I would say that I very much am a hobbyist, but professional salesman. Now, that doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm talking about, because the gentlemen that I work with keep me honest every day. But I do find it fascinating. I think what you're alluding to, Yvan, is the difference between the terminology, and it is purely a terminology of American detailing and British detailing. If you don't mind me,
go right ahead.
But for me, you'll hear the word valeting a lot in the UK.
And for me, that is really, this is a personal opinion, of course. Washing the car, deep cleaning the interior, maybe a little bit of polishing, but predominantly hand. For me, detailing starts when you are taking seats out, when you're removing panels. It's the intricacy of the cleaning. Machine polishing, whilst I do think that falls under a detailer's remit, you're chasing gloss rather than, you're not doing any more cleaning. But for me, the term detailing is the deepness of the clean.
Right.
And would I be right in saying that here is just, if you clean a car, you're a detailer. From basicness, from basic sort of entry level, right the way to chasing perfection, mirror finishes, that's the same.
Exactly. There's no distinction between a valeter and a detailer here.
Yep.
In the UK, you do have that distinction. So you have the car wash, you have the valeter, which is someone who cleans but doesn't enhance and doesn't improve the vehicle.
Fair. Yep.
Whereas the detailer enhances and improves.
The problem with the terminology is that it's quite loose now.
Yes.
In that, and because detailing is such a sexier word than valeting, you'll get people sort of leveling themselves up because it looks better. And I completely get it. You don't want to be, oh, well, I'm just a valeter. You want to be a detailer. But there is no shame, and this is to everybody in the UK, there is no shame in just being very good at valeting a car, because predominantly you're not polishing cars. If you're a mobile especially, you're not polishing cars every single day. So to be a master of your craft of cleaning them, there's no shame in that at all.
No, not at all. You know, there are very good housemaids as well that they do a spectacular job in the house.
Yeah.
You know, when I wasn't living in a bus, and Jack, you're going to be cleaning the bus soon, but anyway.
Can't wait.
When I had a home, we had a maid. It was more cost effective for us.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Yeah, but
making it snow.
No, it's actually the other way around.
Okay.
It was more cost effective for me to have a maid, have her clean the home, other than me clean the home.
I wonder if I can justify that to Natalie at home.
Yeah, you should. But anyways, that being said, you know, there's another big difference, especially in the UK. The UK, the detailers and the valeters, but mostly the detailers, seem to be a lot more passionate in terms of, we want to spend that extra time, we want to look at that, whereas in the US,
yes.
detailing is becoming more and more of a business.
Yep.
And my focus has always been the business, obviously, Detailers Business Academy. But that business aspect is, my goal is try to make detailers profitable. Try to make it so that their business actually lasts and they have a business that they can rely on to feed their family and all that. And when you get to the passionate side of things,
yep.
Unfortunately, that takes a bit of a
passion is the arch
downside.
enemy of profitability.
Exactly.
Perfection is the arch enemy of profitability.
Right.
I agree. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, but I think it becomes very egotistical when you do start chasing perfection, and especially if you know you can do more. I feel that it's so easy to lose track of how much time you've spent.
Yes.
Especially detailing is such the bit I love about detailing is you can put the earphones in, you can lose 5-6 hours, and you go, oh my God, I was meant to be home a long time ago. But I love detailers that do get lost in it, because it shows that there's real passion and heart in there. Now, you're right, it is the arch enemy of profitability, but I don't want people to lose that entirely. Now, I know that's a counter argument to what you're saying, and I'm not bashing what you're saying at all.
No, it's actually,
but there's a balance, isn't there, between being as good as you can be in the amount of time that you've quoted the customer. I think that's the sweet spot.
Exactly. Finding that balance, and finding life balance as well. You know, a lot of detailers online, you'll see them, they're almost proud that they spent 30 hours polishing a car.
Yeah, it's a flex.
And the flex, yeah, sorry.
Showing off.
No, but you have a term, BDE, anyways, something like that. I'm learning all these new acronyms this week. But they have this conception that the more time I spend, the better it is. And in reality, there comes a point where the customer can't see a difference to what you're doing.
Yep.
So now you're not working for the customer, you're not satisfying the customer, you're satisfying yourself.
You're stroking your own ego.
Yeah, and there are times when that's fun, and there are times when that's needed. You know, you get that black car that's just trashed, and you're polishing it, it's just getting better and better and better and better. And as a detailer, I get it. I fully understand that passion, but as an entrepreneur, I also understand the passion of, I need to feed my employees. You know, at one point we had 60 employees. So with 60 employees, I need to keep them on track. And the people I had polishing cars they were very passionate. They had keys to the shops. They could come in on the weekend and polish their own vehicles or do family and friends vehicles. And they would. And they would do 12, 15, 16 hours of polishing on a car. But when they were getting paid to do it, on the estimate sheet, we gave them 3 hours.
Yep.
They were done in 3 hours.
Yep.
And they were able to flip that switch. When you're working for yourself, it's very difficult to flip that switch.
I think if remembering the end goal is important as well. Are you trying to win a competition? Go mad. Are you trying to get paid, appease the customer? Then remember that as well. My little cousin Alex, who I'm sure is watching this, he is the worst person for this, in that everything that leaves the door is flawless, and I am super proud of him. He learned from the man, the myth, the legend, Kelly Harris. But he did a car recently, rung me at 2 o'clock in the morning, said, I'm really struggling to get this paint right. And I'm like, mate, go to bed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? And I love him for that. But on the flip side, I said to him, like, you're going to put yourself in an early grave if you continue doing this. Like, you're going to go grey. And as you say, it's the enemy of making a profit. Great for brand awareness, great for your own showing off what you can do, but yeah, remember the end goal, remember who this car is for. And that's not me saying they won't be able to see it, and you're right, a detailer's eyes are much more tuned in to a customer's eyes, but remember how much value you've added by an enhancement detail to the customer. You've watched the journey go from a dirty car covered in swirls, and then you get to 90% finished. That's going to blow 99% of the population away. There is a finite amount of people that can tell the difference between that and then you spending another 7-8 hours on that bonnet. Hood,
exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, bonnet, I understand.
We'll translate.
Yeah, exactly. But that is one very good way of looking at it. And I'm a foodie, so if you order a hot dog, why are you serving your customer a steak? And a lot of people, they're charging. First of all, they're not charging enough.
They're not charging steak
services.
money. Yeah, for sure.
But you've given your customers ordered a hot dog, and sometimes they actually wanted to eat a hot dog. And if you serve them a steak, no, I don't want a steak. I want a hot dog. So
no, the problem is everybody's going to want a steak, and they're going to expect a steak every time they come back.
Yes, exactly.
And as you get busier, you now have to cut corners.
Yeah.
And I think I've just lost my train of thought. The problem with overdoing it is that's one, not sustainable. Two, you're never going to grow as a business because you're just stuck chasing your tail, not earning enough profit. Yeah, you kick out amazing work, but now you're the guy that, oh yeah, I do all this for no reward. There's nothing left at the end. But the only, and this is a caveat, I think it's very, very important not to become arrogant and not to then go, oh, the customer won't see it. I think that's a really important bit to factor in. Yes, the customer was happy with that, but then don't start thinking, I wonder how little I can do that the customer is happy with. I think that's a really important factor.
No, that's a very dangerous slope to go down. Definitely, you want to always under-promise, over-deliver. So if the customer is expecting a hot dog, you'll give them a hot dog with chili and cheese and some onions and other condiments. Dress it up.
Yeah.
But you're still providing the hot dog that they paid for. But definitely not giving them a stale bun and a hot dog that's half cooked. You don't want to go there.
For sure.
Dane, I know you're in the control room. Do we have any questions?
I think it's mostly people who are just excited the two of you are in the same space, are in the same frame, so that's nice. Also, I do happen to have a bow tie on now. I thought it was appropriate for the segment. My good friend, new friend Brad here, is also sporting a very classy bow tie, so nice touch.
Yeah, but matches, I'm getting there.
As far as the questions go, I think most people are just kind of engaged, listening, so I haven't seen too much in the way of questions because you're probably answering before they even thought to ask.
You're doing that good of a job, Ivan.
You're
compliments
so are you.
to both of you.
Well, if you do have any questions, feel free to pop in at any time.
Yes.
So I'm sure the control room can put them on the screen. There we go. So
I wrote that a second ago to pop on the screen. So we're covered.
And I'm still waiting, for him to wash my bus, but I'd really like a microfiber bow tie. Just saying. Yeah. The minx is my favorite.
I've encountered some of what you guys were speaking toward, as far as just communication, and it's a fine balance in definitely wanting to over-deliver for your client, but not making sure you're compensated accordingly. That's where that communication comes into play. So it's definitely something to be mindful of for sure.
Excellent. And you're mentioning your cousin Alex. ringing you up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's another thing that a lot of detailers don't realize is that life-work balance.
Yep.
After 8 hours, you're not as effective as you should be.
Of course, 100%.
Your concentration is gone. Yes, you're just going over the polishing, and you feel like you're in it. You're in the zone, but your body is saying no.
You're being propped up with caffeine and sugar as well, which is not good on the body long term.
No,
Absolutely.
exactly. For myself and my shops, my employees worked 8 hours a day.
Okay.
They had 1 hour for lunch. They went home. They had time to eat. They had time to relax and come back. They were much better that way. When we had a half hour for lunch, they were stressed. They were running, and they came back in the afternoon, and they weren't quite there. So
Counterproductive.
yeah, thank you, David. How long should a maintenance wash take, and what areas should be cleaned? First of all, clean all the areas. Whether you're doing a maintenance wash or whatever wash, you're washing the vehicle. The only caveat to that I don't always wash, depending on the vehicle, is the barrels of the wheels. There comes a point where I know. But there comes a point where a lot of customers don't even know they have barrels on their wheels. And as a detailer, and I see him squirming over here. But as a detailer, we want to clean those barrels. We want to dive in there with our 23 different types of brushes to get every little square millimeter there. But for a customer, and this comes the difference between valeting and detailing.
Yeah.
For a valeter, you're doing the face of the wheel. For a detailer, you're getting in there further. If you're a home hobbyist and you're cleaning your own vehicle, definitely you're getting in those barrels every week because you're doing it regularly. They don't have time to accumulate. As a detailer, I saw cars that came to me that they literally had never cleaned the barrels of the wheels in 5 years of owning the vehicle. So me trying to get in there, I'm just going to make it splotchy and actually look worse, other than if I'm taking the wheel off and getting in there and polishing and doing all that. So there comes a point of diminishing return.
The one question I have really is that for a DIY, doing it yourself at home, is that for a detailer? Because I think there's another element that detailers, and this is a UK thing, and I applaud the boys that do this. The first job they do, generally speaking, will be an enhancement detail or a very, very deep clean. So there's a good chance they're going to be taking the wheels off, really getting them back to where they should be. The maintenance wash after that, realistically, is going to be a spritz of a fallout remover or a heavy cleaner, agitation with a barrel brush. It shouldn't take more than 5-10 minutes, assuming the wheel is well prepared, well protected. That feels to me like that justifies doing the barrel, because it's a 5-minute job, and also scrubbing the arches out as well. As long as they've been flushed and protected, that isn't now a big job. Granted, if you're going to a new customer and they just want a maintenance wash and those barrels are hanging, as you say, address it. Am I going to get anything out of this really? Probably not.
No.
Advise the customer this needs a proper clean, there's going to be an additional charge, but yes, to go in and maintenance wash and then think, oh, I can't leave it like this, that's when you need to remember what the customer expects.
But for the rest of it, for myself in a maintenance wash, I'm doing jams. I'm doing, everything that the customer will see. Definitely you want to do that. The big exception is wheelbarrows.
I wouldn't do the engine bay.
No, well,
okay.
Yeah.
That would be more of a specialty move, I would think. Kind of like, we can offer you an engine bay, but that's a separate add-on.
Yeah,
or something.
that's a bolt-on.
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely not just built in.
No.
Oh, here's one from G-Polish, kind of agreeing with you guys there. Bradley, go ahead and read it.
That's a very good point. Never think that the customer won't see it. I tried to stick to my philosophy. 100% of work needs to be a 100% paid. Again, going back to that compensation. If 100% is too expensive, lower the work, but no discount.
Love that.
Exactly. Perfect. Yeah. Discounts to me are a very negative thing in this industry. And competing on price, we should never do that. Compete on quality.
From the 20% that we've got off this week at the record. Well, that's for the right reasons.
Yeah, definitely. And, there may still be a few Stjarnagloss keychains left. So if you order a Stjarnagloss product, you're one of the first 50, and probably it's gone by now. But anyways, we'll have to check that. You'll get a beautiful keychain.
Saab keyring, yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
not only is it a discount, it's free stuff as well.
Yeah.
As I say, it's for the right reasons.
Yeah, it's for the right
reason.
reason. This is a very special event.
That's a big thing.
We only have a few minutes left. I want to point out that, I've been on air a lot this week. And again, the Rad Company team is doing a fantastic job, and so are the presenters. We had Jack, we had Tom this morning. This afternoon, we have Vyper Chair. We also have
VELOCI.
Oh,
Yeah, we got
VELOCI,
VELOCI today.
So yeah, exactly. So we've got a lot of great presentations coming up. So stick with us. We have Jamie the Cleaner coming in a few minutes for the halftime show with Alex Dewar, and you know, they've been kicking it very well. They do a pre-show and a post-show on Jamie's channel, but on this channel right here, there's no interruption in the feed. We're going to Jamie the Cleaner and Alex, and they're going to be doing a great job as always. So, any last words?
I just want to say thank you to everybody tuning in. I know it's a lot of time out of your week, and I really do appreciate you. And as always, I love you.
Excellent. And Joey, what happens when I said that the car out without the barrels done? Do people now think of me as Joey the detailer who doesn't do a full job? I want your best work out there. No, they don't. In my shop, one day suddenly I decided we're not doing barrels anymore unless the customer pays for it. And no one ever complained. No one even noticed. So like I said,
managing customer expectation,
Yeah.
I think, is number one.
as
You want this
detailers,
doing,
we
you've
see
gotta pay for it.
wheelbarrows. We show up to a light. We see a rover that needs water spot remover. We see a you know, another vehicle that needs iron remover. We see a vehicle that needs polished. The customer shows up to that same stoplight, and they see a white Volkswagen, a black Rover, and a red Skoda. You know, it's what it is. And there's two brands that I mentioned that only Europeans will figure out what I said. So detailing makes simple. I look at the detailing a car like detailing supplies. They come to you for what the initial detail, use premium products, you educate, they swear on Armor All and the oily shine, etc. It makes me cry. Yeah. You know, having good quality products will definitely increase
Productivity.
your productivity and the quality.
Absolutely.
And a good quality product is actually less expensive than a cheap product. The good quality product is going to save you time, and time is the most expensive cost when it comes to running a detailing business. Your labor cost is the most expensive. So if you have a product that is saving you 2 minutes in the detail, 2 minutes to me equates to $4, $2 a minute. So an example, his Force product is spectacular. Yeah, it might be a little more expensive than the cheap Super Clean, but it's going to do the job much faster. Therefore, it's actually costing you less money.
It's cost effective.
Yeah.
Stefan, I know we're short on time. How not to confuse a customer? Educate them.
Yeah.
Like that is the job of us with products. That is the job of a detailer out there on the tools. Educate the customer. Don't blind them with science. Just make them aware. That's how they're going to fall in love and spend more money with you.
Would you include trunk jams in the detail? Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends how dirty they are.
Stjarnagloss quickly becoming our favorite with reason, great products, and great personality.
The
too.
gun vault, you're soon becoming my favourite.
Yeah.
All right, and the very last one from Joey here. You can charge extra if you're spraying Stekida or Skinnet.
You can charge what you want.
100%.
Like, you can literally blank check that.
Yeah, definitely, and especially if you're putting one of those gold flakes on the dash as well, just to give that a little extra.
Say no more.
All right, so that wraps us up. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You did a great job. And if people want more info, quick little tidbit, where can they get that at?
For me,
Yeah.
Detailers Business Academy on YouTube.
Excellent.
Everything
All right,
else, theradcompany.com.
Yeah, exactly.
that too. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Ivan.
See you guys.
down. All right, so that pretty much concludes our morning presentation.
What a ton of value there.
We've got an afternoon coming up.
Oh, yeah, looking forward to it.
Some Grand Ambassador goodness, as you well know. We've been doing this mid-show, this halftime show. The mid-show is kind of a joke, you know, it's mid, but actually it's fun. It's really great. And it happens half an hour after we take this break right here.
Nice,
But
yeah.
anything to shout out to Alex and Jamie before we send it off?
I'm loving everything they do. You know, it's a great recap. If you missed any of the morning, I know time differences change, but it's super valuable to be able to hop in there. They definitely recap the whole morning pretty nicely, and it's definitely awesome what those guys are doing.
Excellent. And I got a little, can I get a wave, Bradley? So you got to throw that out
What
there
up,
for
Taylor? How are
here.
you? I appreciate you so much. We see you.
Excellent. Well, guys, that pretty much rounds us out for the morning, but don't go too far because in about 30 minutes, we'll be starting that halftime show with Jamie and Alex. In the meantime, enjoy, go get a snack, whatever you're going to do. This is a continuous stream all day, so don't close that window. We will be back with the halftime show, and then later this afternoon, more to come.
Enjoy.
What impact has TRC made on the detailing industry? A huge one, actually. I think of that first day when I showed up here just wanting to stick my hands in some towels and talk towels because I was scratching cars with my current towels, and meeting Jeff and Carolyn and Dane and learning. I literally spent 3 hours learning everything I could about microfiber, and to come back and use them in my shop and realize how different each towel was, how easy each towel worked with certain products, and recognizing that it was making my life easier was a massive eye-opener for me. And the fact that then I was able to come work for them and find two brothers that I never even knew existed in Dane and Anthony, to be able to have the three of us creating content and creating such fun, energetic videos for folks to watch, and at the same time teaching folks, you know, the joys of detailing, is something in my life I never imagined I could have. And it's truly been remarkable. And I can't thank the owners of the Rag Company enough for allowing me and the boys to get up and do the stuff that we actually get to do in this world. It's truly remarkable, and I hope that everything we've done has been for a positive, and I know it has, but I really hope that people find as much joy as we get making that stuff.
I think it's a very positive one. So I've known all the team, the crew, and of course the family operated business, the owners, since pretty much the beginning of my channel in 2016. So they were one of the first brands to believe in the potential of my YouTube channel. And so still have to this day a great relationship. Like I said, family operated business, so they're grounded. I mean, it's a mom and pop kind of thing. Their son also works in the company. And if I look at guys like Levi and Anthony, who've been there probably since the beginning as well, just a great overall staff, and from top to bottom, everybody is just passionate not only about their own microfiber towels and microfiber products, but also for bringing forward other good brands in the industry that are doing good things. So a lot of people refer to the Rag Company as the Switzerland of detailing. They're kind of this neutral entity that just likes to help out anybody that's doing well for the detailing community in general, and they like to support either you're a smaller content creator through their Grand Ambassador program, or if they can help promote a brand that sells or produces great products. So if I have in mind a few of the good companies out there that they distribute on their website, I think it's just a way to connect. They have this way of networking and connecting with people and giving back to the community, and I think they set the example for others in the way they behave, the way they're super professional. They have a great customer service. They like to be close to their audience. I mean, they have their own YouTube channel as well. So they do live streams, they do podcasts, they do videos, they respond to comments as well, which is one thing I like to do on my channel, is respond to people's comments and be close to the audience. So I think there's this proximity, or is this sense of family that you get with the people at TRC, and they're just doing a great job, and hopefully they inspire others to follow in their footsteps, because they're kind of pioneers in bringing all of these brands together under one roof. If I look also at their yearly event that they have, where they highlight different brands and showcase their latest product innovation, and TRCMA is what it's called. So I think, yeah, they're doing good, and they're a much needed thing in the detailing industry.
So when I really try to think about what TRC means in the detailing world, I think from my perspective, the one thing they do better than anybody is bringing real content to people, showing them how to do things, and kind of peel back the curtain on what the right thing to do is to make sure that your vehicle is looking well, and that you're using the right products, and that you know what those products do. And I think that information for the detailing world, it's invaluable. So I think that
TRC really means, kind of pushing the industry forward by doing it through education.
Originally, obviously, just the rags, the cloths, the microfiber cloths. So when I first heard about the rag company, it was quite a few years ago, it was just about their products, which was just microfiber cloths. And I say just microfiber cloths because originally I used to think there was just one type of microfiber cloth. Obviously that's nowhere near true now when you see the range that the rag company use and supply. But for me, the rag company, I've always said they're bigger than the cloths they supply. They're a force of their own, they're a character of their own, they're a sort of lifestyle, they're almost characters. If you ever want to watch a video and you want some fun and laughter, of course you've got to watch a rag company YouTube video because they're great, they're entertaining, so they're bringing fun, entertainment and education all in one. Great team of guys, always friendly, always great to meet at shows. So that's what I think they bring to the industry, is something different than not just factual. They're a family, a detailing family with open arms that has now ended up branching out into helping out people like us as a brand. So we all come together and we do great things on great shows.
I have probably a longer history than most with the rag company. Not only are they an industry pillar at this point, but they become friends. I remember the very first outreach I ever did. I got Dane on Facebook DMs. I didn't know it was Dane at the time, but he was the one running the show behind the scenes, and just had some interest in seeing them kind of burst onto the scene with some towels. And I reached out, wanted to talk to him, and got connected with Jeff. And then obviously Levi joins the team, and really have formed an incredible friendship with these people. They're more like family than they are like partners or contemporaries. They're family, the people I genuinely care about. And, their impact has been huge. I mean, I think they've really changed what the expectation is for media and marketing. I mean, at the end of the day, the rag company is a towel company, right? But then they supply chemicals and tools and accessories and all this stuff. But at their core, what has really launched them, in my opinion, is their engagement with the customer and providing information and entertainment and doing it at such an incredibly high level. There's not a industry circle you can go into where that name isn't mentioned, where people talk about the quality of the content, and it's not just about, it's not selling. They don't try and sell you. They want to entertain, they want to inform, they want to educate, and it really kind of has shaped, I think, many companies are trying to do what they've done. Many companies have pivoted off of heavily salesy messages and gone more towards that educational infotainment piece to try and engage with customers, because the rag company has kind of laid out the blueprint for what it should look like and why it works so well.
So if anybody can appreciate what brand recognition does for companies, especially like ours at KCX, the rag company is just in a world or a league of their own with the way that they are able to market and bring new items to market, and the Q&A sessions and just overall the way that they do their marketing, to me is a game changer in this industry.
I think the rag company has had a tremendous impact on the detailing world and even on the wrapping world, because I never really got into detailing much, and they really made me excited about detailing when no other company in the detailing world got me genuinely excited about detailing. And why I think rag company is particularly special in what they do is the fact that they focus so much on education, providing accessible information that is very easy to understand, that you clearly know that it's being given by experts and people who are truly passionate about what they do. So not only is it very informative and very educational on what the rag company does in terms of YouTube videos, podcasts, and even at the shows, is also how they do it and what they focus on. It's focused on really good quality products and doing the right way. And I think that's really special. There's not a lot of bravado there. It's not super exotic stuff. It's just right there. Here you go. Here's some great information, and let's do it. And that culture is really amazing. And that comes from the top with Jeff and Caroline. They've created an amazing company. Levi and Anthony do a great job in front of the camera and behind the mic. And then the whole media team of the rag company, and that's really special too, is the giant media team they have really puts out great products and is super consistent. So they've hit that sweet spot, and from the Wrap Institute looking in, that for me is super unique, and that's the impact the rag companies have on the detailing world and, of course, as I said, the wrapping world.
How can we complement that journey? Lastly, I think education. Whilst we like to think everybody is out there cleaning their own car, there is still an obscene amount of people using the rollover or using the drive-through car wash. Great, that's a new customer for me. I can't wait to step up the education even more. More YouTube, more social media, more Rag Company Media Access weekends. Thank you so much for inviting me. Let's share the love, let's spread the knowledge and get more people out there cleaning their own car and falling back in love with the car that is probably putting them in monthly arrears.
What impact has TRC made on the detailing industry? This is actually a fun one for me. So I did not realize that there was an industry to begin with, and I figured that out by finding TRC. So I live in Boise, Idaho. The Rag Company had opened up their first store kind of publicly, and I started going in there, getting tips and, obviously my towels, and it just became a support system. And then I realized, that there was this huge detailing industry. And so it's been kind of fun because my journey has been, right along with the Rag Company. And so I've got to watch them make this huge impact on the industry, just, doing trainings, social media, marketing, all the fun stuff that they do at the Rag Company. It's just really made an impact on how us as detailers run our business and market ourselves. And so I feel like they've been, a good mentor for all the detailers out there. And it's just really put it out there, the importance of marketing yourself, marketing your business, and, doing detailing the right way. So it's been a fun ride.
Man, the impact that TRC has made, I don't know. In my world, it feels like a big impact. In my circles, it feels like we've made a huge impact. I don't know outside of this camera lens right now how big of an impact we've made, but maybe you watching right now have felt impacted by things that we've done, whether it's entertaining videos, whether it's educational videos, whether it's just Rag Company lore, I have no idea, but I will say that it seems like we've done a lot. It seems that we've helped people around the world, whether it is in the educational side of things. But it does seem that we've helped people around the world, whether it's education or entertainment. We'll go to places and we meet people. Let's just say we go to the United Kingdom, or we go to the Netherlands, or we go to the East Coast, and we have people that come up to us and shake our hand and they say, hey, thank you so much for your content. I'm usually curious, like, which content do you like? And it's always funny. They always say the podcast. I like hearing about your weekends. And I go, out of all the stuff that we make, that's what you like? And they go, oh yeah, we love it. And so it's stuff like that that kind of reminds me that we're helping people, we're doing things for people, that makes it feel like more of a community, or maybe makes towels and makes detailing more fun, right? It's not such a serious industry to where you can't have fun in it, and I think that's one of the biggest things that we do, and that's what we're known for, is having fun and making things goofy and making things very lighthearted, and that's who we are, that's who we've always been, and that's who we're going to continue to be. So if you like the serious stuff, we may not be so much for you, but if you like to have fun and learn a few things, but if you like to have fun and learn a few things on the way, then maybe the Rag Company is for you.
What impact has TRC made on the detailing industry? Well, I think our impact is felt in a lot of different ways. For me, it's always been a focus because detailing videos existed before us, they'll exist after us, all that stuff in between. People are going to want to record their experiences, so you'll see a lot of homemade stuff, that kind of thing. Not unusual. But as far as what we brought to the game, I think we brought a lot of levity, sense of humor, hopefully relatability, things that probably brought some of the, the more high-minded detailing stuff back down to earth. That's what I like to think our impact has been, of making it more approachable, more fun, while still, getting serious results. It's just, there's a happy balance. I think the problem with a lot of this industry is it ends up taking itself too seriously. So I like to think our impact has been allowing people to feel a little more comfortable in their own skin, being able to cut loose a little bit once in a while and still get the stuff that they're looking for, the results they want. That can still happen, but you don't have to be uptight about it.
And welcome everybody.
Hello.
Here we are with some mid-show action here at TRCMA 2023. If you saw the pre-show, I told you today was bringing the heat, the energy, the live demos. We had some foam. We had some pre-soak action, but we'll get to that in a minute because we are the Cleaner Cast, your host for the halftime show here. We're looking good, like Mr. Yvan Lacroix, you know, dappered up. You got a real bow tie on. Where did you say that one was from?
He pulled it from the stashes of the bus. I know he said it was in a movie, a TV series as well, which is kind of cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought we'd join in on the fun. Ivan came out to me and threw that on for me and thought it'd be a good fit. Because Jamie's got the t-shirt variety. And he's got the special edition Valentine's Day teal on there, which, I mean, if you missed out, so sad, but I mean, there are some other shirts that are also special edition you can catch up on.
What are those shirts?
They are the TRCMA 2023 Back to TRCMA Back
limited
to Future
edition
style limited edition. So they're on the website right now. We've already been 3 days into this, so I mean, quantities are limited.
Quantities are limited. Yeah.
So hopefully you can jump on the site ragcompany.com and pick one up. They've also got a sticker.
Sticker
and
some hot towel action.
Hot towel
with
actions.
the limited edition as well, TRCMA 2023 towel with the Wolfpack style design. It's got the border. It's got this TRCMA border with the Rag Company logo. It's super soft, super plush. And it's going to pair up great, as Jack demonstrated, with a few of his own products.
Yeah, so if the Minx and the Eagle made a baby, you'd have that towel right there. But yeah, I mean, we've got some Stekeda on there, which is, you know, also been involved with making some babies, I'm sure, somewhere in the world.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that, you know, there's real gold in it. And, I mean, hey, who doesn't like real gold? Do you need it? No. Do you want it? Absolutely.
Yes. Yes. So, hot TRC. We started off hot, brought in Jack. You know, when you start off with Jack, I mean, it's going up.
Definitely. You know, he's across the pond, you know, middle of the week. Might as well get that party started refreshing the, we've got 2 days left, you know.
2 days
left,
left.
I should say.
It's hump day.
It's hump day, very much
hump
so.
day. The lights are bright. I'm rocking the shades because we're recovering from a little bit of a chip cookie hangover.
Yeah, so definitely leave a comment if you enjoy the bow tie sunglasses look, and then as soon as we get that iPad here, we can bring those comments on screen. I think that's going to be fun.
iPad is missing again. That Dane,
okay.
where is he at?
It's kind of his baby. You know, he's so used every week, twice a week.
He really doesn't like relinquishing it.
They're running a main show on Tuesday mornings, and then they got a Q&A on Thursday afternoons, which you and I have both been a part of for many years.
He's used to being, you know, the host of his own podcast.
Definitely.
He doesn't want the Cleaner Cast to fully take over, but he'll bring us that iPad eventually, and we'll get to some good comments and questions from the good folk out there at the TRCMA halftime show.
Absolutely.
We're not Rihanna, but you know, we're still styling, profiling. We don't have a baby bump, but we got a chip cookie bump.
No backup dancers here, but we may have some backup performances possibly behind us, but you'll have to wait and see.
If you paid attention to yesterday's show, I mean, you never know who's going to pop up, who's going to roll in, and with the like and subscribe signs.
But to kick off our day, we had our beautiful friends Stjarnagloss. I'm rocking the special edition Canadian shirt for Stjarnagloss this year, which is a totally
where'd you get that shirt?
That's a good friends at TOC Supplies up in Canada.
There he comes.
Seabass is
Mr.
here.
Seabass
like
himself.
and subscribe with a 5-minute warning.
And there's with the iPad transfer.
Okay,
now we're ready to roll.
Now we're cooking with oil.
Now we're cooking.
Yep.
But yeah, hashtag, you know, BDE, because we started off strong with that energy.
Speaking of BDE and making a huge impact. You know, Tony, I mean, he's getting a bit defensive here. Jamie stayed out a bit too late, hence sunglasses.
I'm telling you, chip cookie. We had a late chip cookie where at first they were out of cookies.
Yeah, but
because
we had a little inside knowledge, completely unplanned. You know, we had a big group. You know, we had our good friends from Autowash, Dylan Von Kleist, and the Driesens joining us, you know, from out of state.
Yeah, it started off me, you, and Dane.
Yeah.
Like, let's go chip cookie. And then on the way out, bumping elbows, we turned into a chip cookie gang.
And, you know.
Very hungry for cookies.
The shipment issues are alive and well.
Yeah.
And they also failed to get their shipment of the cookie dough from their sister location, also located in Boise. But that presented some unfortunate news for us because we couldn't get anything. We had to, you know, suffice with the basic sugar cookies with the frosting. And then this morning, our good friend Jack,
what did we learn?
Cav opens a backpack and pulls out a huge bag of chip
cookies. We got swooped by Lex and Jack. They snuck off early.
Yeah,
raided the chip cookies right out from under us.
Yeah.
And
so
it is what
we're gonna we got a couple nights left.
Yeah.
Hopefully hit that up and see if they've restocked. You know, they can be at the back of the line. They've already got their quota.
Yeah.
So I think
well, Dewar, we got to get hydrated. So pop a top for our friends at PepsiCo. Sipping on Diet Pepsi today.
And these beverages have been going so hot amongst the staff here, keeping everybody hydrated, that I am without one. But
all right, I'm taking these off.
PepsiCo Aquafina might be coming my way a little bit later on. We'll see what the staff can do here.
We'll see.
But you know, we may have some more like and subscribe and some deliveries. But we're going to deliver you some hot news from this morning. So we'll start off with our beautiful Core 4, and this was released at this event last year.
That's right. The big reveal last year. One of the greatest debuts in auto detailing history, I think, coming to a new market. Jack and Stjarnagloss, big surprise. It was One-Eyed Jack unveiling the Stjarnagloss brand. Like he said, had a bit of a, you know, getting the boats over here with all the shipment.
Yeah.
So
there was trees down, there was axes, there was semis,
apparently.
there was all kinds of stuff.
They were in the ocean bays for quite a while. Just, I don't know what they were doing out there.
They couldn't creep onto the beaches soon enough, but definitely it was something that, ironically enough, you'd been following Jack for quite some time on TikTok, on the social media platforms.
Had no idea.
And then all of a sudden, once Jack revealed himself on the Friday afternoon, it kind of clicked.
It was a well-kept secret, for sure.
Beams of light flying past your face. You know, it's like, oh, all this narration the whole week long was Jack, and, you know, who knew that came to fruition.
And you were here live last year as the Grand Ambassador year for 2021.
I was, and that was a secret I had to keep very close to my heart. Because I don't think I'd be allowed in the country again if I released
if you would have
released that
let
secret.
that leak.
So,
all right, let's go over what happened this morning at TRCMA 2023. Like I said, we started off hot with Jack from Stjarnagloss. He did his thing. Like, we're going to have a lot to say about that in a minute. And we rolled in the BuffBrite Tom. Great action. I do have the infamous bag of dog hair, which is...
I mean, I'm glad that he's
gross.
local, because if he was international, that'd be interesting.
It made for a great presentation with the fur and Levi, you know, skeptically trying to lay out that fur there. But
I think TSA is going to have to add dog hair to the you know, permitted, not permitted list.
Anytime the Fur-Eel's in action, I 2 thumbs up.
Yeah,
I like it. I like the Fur-Eel. Paired up a little paint gloss. Good stuff. Anti-static. It's always a good time.
So our good friends with IK, you know, we've already got the hot hand protector here on the back to make that a little bit easier to use.
Yvan was very, you know, he swooped in, clicked that on.
Sleeping on the paint gloss and the Fur-Eel combination. That's one.
And then we wrapped it up with a little Detailer's Business Academy. Mr. Lacroix and Jack returned. And then we had our friend Brad, who is the Grand Ambassador for 2022 for the Rag Company here as well. They chimed in with some good stuff there.
Definitely chilling in the podcast studio with Dane. I know Brad's been having a heck of a week here. Just kind of soaking everything in. He's been having a lot of one-to-ones. You know, getting acquainted with a bunch of the different companies and the staff around here. So but with Jack, you'll notice in front of me, we have a skateboard. Regardless of your talents in the sporting industry, I mean, you don't have to put trucks and wheels on it. You can just leave it.
But this is for demonstration purposes. And
this thing
display
is given to the person that makes Jack laugh the hardest
in the comments.
You know, it's an easy thing to do, but I mean, you got to take it to the next level.
Yeah, because yesterday's post show, we had a lot of people going, "Where's the giveaways?" What's going on? We're halfway through this. There's been no giveaways. Not a lot of, you know, live demos with the foam. Jack brought the party. He brought giveaways. He brought foam. He brought Force pre-spray. Hashtag BDE.
BDE. Yep. And then we also have the hashtag TWG.
Google at your, you know, own
you know,
discretion.
maybe don't Google that at work. Maybe you know, maybe wait till you're at home. But speaking of giving back, Hans here, 200 likes to dump the hair on the CleanCast. So, you know, I mean, definitely get those likes going.
We'll get Jack back out here and we'll maybe bust out a foam cannon.
Yeah, might get a foam cannon. I mean, you know, might get a foam show. 500 likes and I'll get
bag
foamed.
is
I got no problem with that.
Scary.
But I mean, JB, or actually the Rag Company chiming in real quick with the skateboard. JB won. So, JB I mean, won. Jack was obviously hunched over in tears of laughter and decided to roll it to JB. So congratulations, JB.
Congratulations.
You know, this skateboard is going to be making it to you.
And, I think he gets a T-shirt too.
I think so. Yep, definitely. Definitely some high quality T-shirts there.
Yeah, the giveaways are starting to appear, and you know, I think we'll keep it going.
There was also the first 50 orders of Stjarnagloss.
Oh, there was
bought
more.
Something.
Yeah,
you're getting a little keychain.
Little keychain.
You know,
Yeah, it's
keychain sitting
somewhere up
right
here.
in front of us.
Camera
here,
might not pick it up, but
it's the
somewhere
same
around.
car that's on the skateboard right here.
Yeah.
So definitely something to not sleep on. You know, we got 20% off almost everything. Pretty sure that applies to Stjarnagloss as well. But I mean, 20% off Stjarnagloss and a keychain. I mean,
fantastic.
What's wrong with that? Everyone likes free stuff. You know, maybe Brian over in shipping will do a TikTok.
Yep.
May get
Pack
some
it
additional
up
stuff
all
in there,
nice
who knows?
for you.
But I
Maybe
mean,
throw in something a little extra because he chose you for a TikTok.
the shipping department over there has been rock stars. I think they got some pizza today.
I'm sure it's slamming over there in the shipping department because we have a promo code. That promo code TRCMA 20.
Yep.
I believe. Check the website at theragcompany.com.
Yep.
And you know that hot sale's going on.
Definitely. And for future sales, you can sign up for the newsletter at the bottom of the page, and you'll be able to get all the hot news. Not spam. It's all hot news.
All hot news all the time.
Definitely. But yeah, we had a little foam show demo from Jack.
Finally, someone busted out the foam cannon.
Definitely. I mean, we were kind of talking backstage that capture mat's been, you know, drier than the desert down here.
Been dry all week.
So it's been great.
It's got no action.
Jack added
until
some
this
foam
morning.
to the foam cannon.
Yep.
Some snow.
With some new and improved
Definitely.
snow.
Which I didn't know that formulation changed.
I had no
they're
idea it
always
was coming.
improving.
Yep.
And, you know, it's, you know, about 100 mils I think they had in there, maybe a little bit less, and filled the rest up with water.
Yeah, higher concentration.
Yep, definitely. So they foamed
So
up.
it might have
the
been
side
a
of
little
the
less than
Challenger.
100 mils. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Definitely the staff here, their friends and family are able to provide some pretty sweet rides.
Yeah.
We got the
Glenn Mom's car.
We got the DeLorean here. We got the truck. I mean, if you're looking for a used car, you know, you call Dane. You know, he can hook you up, get you pointed in the right direction. But if you need some demo cars to clean, I mean, they got a lot of local dealerships they're friends of, and you know, family. I mean, what's wrong with bringing a sweet car to the to TRCMA? I mean,
right.
It's on camera to show to thousands and tens of thousands of people, which I think is so cool.
But yeah, his presentation started off with a little forced pre-spray action. Like we said, we foamed it on.
Yep.
There's been a lot of talk on the internet that foam's just for show and no go.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. If you know how to use the foam, you know about a little dwell time, you know about a little pre-spray action.
Definitely.
With forced, the super strong pre-cleaner, ready to use. I do like to dilute it 1-to-1. I know Jack doesn't like diluting his stuff. But 1-to-1, you have a good time with it as well.
And I mean, speaking of diluting, there is some stuff that's eventually coming soon. It's forced, but it has a little X at the end. You know, X
Yeah,
marks
I'm
the
waiting
spot.
on that one.
Yeah, so that one, we were kind of reading a bottle yesterday that we may or may not have
We
seen.
may have found a bottle of
And it did say you dilute it 1-to-1, and it's like regular forced.
Regular forced, yeah.
And I mean, that's pretty powerful stuff. I don't know if I'd want to wear some gloves with that stuff, but
Yeah, but like
you know,
Jack was saying, you know, you don't want to be part of the hashtag TWG gang.
No, definitely
with
not.
the
And I
no
mean,
foam
if-
show. I mean, come on.
You know, if you're doing,
We're all about Foam Town USA around here.
Definitely.
Pre-spray action, foam it down. Let's have a good time.
Definitely. So we got a lot of comments here. We got a ton of
Oh, we got some comments coming in?
We got a ton of congratulations
To JB?
messages for JB. You know, there's a lot of JB. There's a lot of, you know, fun burner accounts on there.
Oh, boy.
That people love to do. But, you
Has
know,
the Meridian Marmot
the Meridian
possibly
Robert,
made an
I mean,
appearance yet?
Dane's Room with a View.
Dane's Room with a View. That's a good one.
Dane's Kitchen.
Yeah.
As well. Dane's Deflated Pool as
Dane's
well.
Deflated
I mean,
Pool.
Dane is kind of a hot commodity, but the Meridian Marmot, hopefully they chime in here anytime. The compliments that we're getting, I mean, we do a little bit of setup for us
I like
here.
the 4-bottle
The
display.
4-bottle display. You know, so thank you all daily. We're going to get that out of the way, but we're also going to explain what that 4-bottle display means. As you can see, it spells Stjarnagloss. So this is part of the Core 4.
The Core 4.
That's available, I believe, on the site as a kit.
Yep.
And, you know, if you're just starting out, you know, you want the good stuff. You know, you want the Stjarnagloss.
Yeah.
You know, it came from a long ways away.
Yep.
You start off here.
Took a
with
while to get here.
The Bubbler. You know, the Bubbler is a great shampoo. I know it smells absolutely phenomenal.
Yep. The
And
Master
then-
shines. No, he likes Mata.
Yes.
But Bubbler is one
he
of my
loves
favorites
everything.
for sure.
But
give it a
let's do a
sniff-ski.
little sniff test.
Whew.
So, I mean, as
these
you
are
can
some
see,
good smelling
the
products.
bottles are not quite full because they use the stuff here.
Yeah.
You know, they love it. They want to share it with everybody.
What you think about that?
Again, it's one of those things you could drink, but, you know, we do not recommend that as much as you'd want to. But a great shampoo that you can use and, you know, really take care of your car because you want to clean it as often as you can. And as Jack said before, in the UK, you need as much gloss as you can. And across the pond, they're really into hand polishing. You know, that's where the Scara
Yes.
next in line comes into play.
We got a little demo of that as well.
We did, and we had an absolutely trash hood. I mean, this thing has
Yeah.
been absolutely hammered.
I was looking at it this morning and going,
I think our good friends at the Jalopy Jungle supplied that one. I'm not too sure.
Probably.
But, I mean, that thing has seen some stuff. And, you know, Jack woke up prim and proper, ready to go, and applied a little hand polish to that and got some pretty good results. You know, if you need a little bit of quick shine and you don't want a machine, I mean, Jack has a pretty soothing voice. You know, you don't need a machine to mask that at all.
Yeah, he makes it real simple, straightforward. Not everybody's got this high dollar, you know, polishing machine. Not everybody knows how to run a rotary like Yvan.
Yep.
You know, but everybody's got 2 of these bad boys and can get down with a little Scara with some hand polishing action. It's gonna, you know, shine up real nice. And once we get it shined up, time to protect it, right?
Yeah, we're gonna top it with some Parla.
So what's next? Parla.
We got the spray sealant.
That's right.
You know, we're gonna top that. You know, we've used it a bit ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with some of these high quality towels. I know the FTW is a favorite of mine for using that.
Can probably pair up real well with this TRCMA Special Edition towel as well.
Absolutely. It's got a bit of grab. You know, it's Parla's no joke.
No,
you know, no. I think it's pushing about 6 months protection, something like that. And, you know, in a kind of gloomy climate. But, you know, once you're done applying that sealant, you drive it around, you show it off a little bit, you wash it again with bubbler.
Yep, you got the good base coat on with Parla.
Definitely. You don't need to apply it again, but you are going to hit it with Silk-A, which can be used as a drying aid.
Drying aid, you know, topper spray, because you already got your base layer with Parla, you're ready to go. Next wash, a little bubbler action. You can dry off after bubbler, you know, you'd probably be good.
Oh,
but
definitely.
Everybody loves to touch the car. Why not bust out the TRCMA towel, hit it with a little Silk-A.
And I mean, if you're going to be hitting it with that towel, you better jump on that site right away because they are quite limited.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen a few packs here. I mean, they have a ton of towels. We got an extensive tour yesterday.
They got plenty of towels to go around.
You're seeing all those boxes labeled, but you're not seeing a lot of boxes labeled TRCMA towels, so I think they're in very short supply.
But if you want to get a little, you know, sensual with your mobile, there's people like that that really like to touch their rides. You don't want to go with the spray sealants. Let's bust out a little fantastic wax.
I think.
Hybrid.
We smelt that. Let's do a little sniff test on that.
This stuff is all about user experience.
Definitely.
Give you a little sniffsky.
So, you know, if you watch this morning, you'll know that wax is not dead. You know, if you want to get up close and personal with your car, you know, after you've got up close and personal interior with some Stjarnagloss right in front of us there, you can go on the outside. You know, maybe you don't want to use Parla. Maybe you don't want a sealant. Maybe you don't want anything on there aside from the good old hand wax.
Yeah.
You know,
you want to enjoy the process. You want to do, like Yvan said, it's very therapeutic. You bust out some fantastic wax,
and I mean,
you have yourselves a darn good time.
But with the fantastic wax, you know, I'd have to strongly agree with the rag company is that Captain Hook may be offended, but you know, one hand is fine too. You know, you can use that with their
most of us have 2 of these bad boys.
Yeah. So, you know, TRC is always coming in hot, always coming in with the facts. You know, they're including everybody, and nobody is excluded from watching This Week for free on YouTube. You know, you smash that subscribe button, give it the D.
Give it the D.
Hit that like button. And I mean, we got a whole afternoon segment. And I know that there was some problems with some logistics. You know,
we had to move the schedule around.
We may have some MVPs this week, but I don't know. You know, I'm not going to say if it has or hasn't arrived because
a little chaos.
Everyone's running around trying to figure things out. So, I mean, let's hope that the chaos is kind of set.
Yeah, we moved Vyper Chair to the afternoon show, so we'll be talking about them here in a second. And they switched with Yvan with the Detailers Business Academy. That's why you got a double dose of Jack right off the bat. And going back to the waxing situation, if you want an in-between spray sealant and a hand wax application, why not pull out a little glaze action with Glazier?
That's right. So the Glazier, it doesn't have the same symmetry in terms of the name, but I mean, it says right what it is right on the bottle there. So I mean,
little glaze action.
Jack was kind of talking. I mean, this is, let's get some ASMR here.
Chunky like a monkey.
Chunky like a monkey. There we go. Now this stuff here, this is a glaze, you know, and you immediately think a glaze, oh shoot, that's just fillers, which again, kind of tying back to the gloominess of the UK. You know, you got your peaks and valleys, you know, in your clear coat, and this just kind of smooths it out.
Not a lot of sun.
No,
out
definitely
there.
not a
so
lot
they
of
need
sun.
a little extra help. They're all about the glaze action.
Yep. So I'll do a little sniff test here.
I don't know if that one smells good or not, but I guess we'll see.
Definitely does not smell like
I'm good.
So, you know, I'll take the hit on that one. But I mean, it may not smell good, but it performs really, really well.
That's right. And like Jack says, rock solid protection. It's a really good protectant.
definitely.
in between that spray and hand wax application. Stjarnagloss is all about user experience.
And tying in with the theme of this week, I can go back to the future, or at least the 90s, with the full hand polish.
That's right.
You know, so
Full
I mean,
hand
everyone's got to start
action.
somewhere. Maybe you
That's
don't
right.
have the funds to get those polishers. You know, you start small. You know, start with your hands and then move your way up.
Yeah, for sure.
But you know, we got Joey Belinsky here. The Joey Belinsky. I
Yeah.
mean, he's been hot all week.
All week he's been here.
And I hope my 10
good job.
TRCMA towels will get here along with the 20 Dragos they're going to cuddle up next to. Now, if
Dragos?
you know the Dragos, I mean,
Where's he getting Dragos from?
it was around, it left, then it came back around again.
Yeah.
And I
And it
mean,
left again.
if you wanna flex on the internet, you show your stash of Dragos, and I mean, I'd probably upgrade your security system if you got a whole stash for sure. But you know, you can be sure to be secure with your Diet Pepsi. It's going to keep you hydrated.
Keeping me hydrated.
And you know, I may have to run back and forth like I did in the pre-show, but my friends at Brooks keep my feet nice and solid.
There
for
you
that.
go.
So,
Our friends at
you know,
Brooks got the arch.
We're rocking the
keeping us,
glycerins
in
today.
good shape.
So you know, whether you're going,
Did you change it up?
I did change it up.
Oh, wow.
a little bit. I have the ghosts. We got the glycerins. We got all kinds of stuff. So
What we got going on in the comments?
our good friend Eddie Cologne, who was also hot in the comments this morning because, you know, the battle of the rinseless of the bus, you know, Jack and Yvan, I think they're battling it out right now. I don't know if they're doing some rock'em sock'em
Well,
robot.
Eddie just got done with the rotary class with Yvan, so he's got all the polishers. He's got this
Definitely.
one, that one, rotary,
Yeah, so-
forced rotation, dual action,
He's,
15 millimeter, 21 millimeter.
Eddie's
he's
hand
got it all.
polishing is on a
So
bald head. So I don't recommend you use any of these products on there.
yeah, for everybody else who may be a little, you know, normal person out there that's
Yeah.
looking to just shine up their car real quick, you can grab some Scara for some nice, satisfying hand polish in action.
Definitely. And Humberto, always first from Puerto Rico. Remember to remove tar and glue with tiara.
One of my favorites, Tiara.
Yep.
It doesn't
It's,
play any games.
You know, you may not be in the tiara wearing the tiara on your head.
That's
but
right.
You can have the tiara to get the glue and tar away.
Yep.
For sure. But yeah, we, you know, again, Joey coming in hot. My Stjarnagloss products are always the first I run out of.
Yep, there you go. And by the way, going back to the sniff test, don't sniff Tiara either,
No,
by the way.
no, definitely not.
It's a
But,
non-sniffer.
I mean, Joey, he's one of those guys. He's got the Dragos. He can flex, but he can also flex with the Stjarnagloss products. I mean,
That's right.
not just anyone has all that goodness.
Yeah, if he's running out of them first, I mean, he's really, really getting out there on a weekend basis, having a good time.
But good friend
with
Draz
a great
Detailing here.
brand.
Bubbler's the master of shampoo.
The master of shampoo.
I've tested this in the video. The results is insane.
Oh, yeah.
I would definitely have to.
And this is only one of the soaps. We still got Bubbler. Wait, no, this is Bubbler. We got Mata. I like to use that when I have a client with a matte wrap come in. Use a little Mata action, pair it up with Mork, finish off that matte wrap.
They're definitely not slow on the names, you know, but all these have a European influence on the name, you know, because Stjarnagloss, I think, actually stands for Starshine, something like that.
If I'm completely butchering these names, I apologize.
Yes,
Jack's
do-
probably laughing at me somewhere in the back.
He definitely is because
Is
you know,
what it is.
He's keeled over. I mean,
do my
he's either
best.
got a stomach ache from all those chip cookies.
I hope he
he's been
does have a stomach ache with
or,
that sack of chip cookies
you know,
he
it's,
took last night from us.
You know, we get a little bit salty around here, but the chip cookies definitely aren't salty, and the Diet Pepsi certainly is not salty.
No, they were pretty fantastic.
Definitely.
The
But,
couple of sugar cookies that we were able to apprehend.
yeah, so I mean, it's portion control around here, which I think is important.
Yeah, but
you
if
know.
you're enjoying Bubbler, also get you a little snow action.
Yep.
Now new and improved.
Yes.
Did they say if it was launched? Is it
It
ready?
was-
Is the next snow I buy the new and improved one or what?
See, that I'm not sure about.
That I'm
I don't
not
know
sure.
if they just kind of brought it into the line, you know, kind of a
Well, I know
silent
Dane's in
announcement,
HQ
if you
back
will.
there. So Dane, let us know if this new snow formula is ready to go or not.
And speaking of snow, once you're in a climate with snow, maybe a little bit cold to get the hose out, spray it down. You
Yeah.
may want to go rinseless.
You may want to go
A common question this morning.
Let me
was,
tell you a
"Hey,
guy
Jack,
who's not going
hey,
rinseless.
Jack, is Stjarnagloss coming out with a rinseless? And you know what? If you want Jack to kick you out of a space, you bring up the word rinseless. You know, that word, you know, really cuts the heartstrings with that guy. You know, rinseless is not his jam, but, you know, later on this week, I think there's going to be some rinseless demos, which you got to stay tuned for.
Yeah, you better wait for some other companies to show off their little rinseless.
Yep,
Because Jack almost walked off set.
Yeah, I know. You know, and we like to be inclusive here. You know, again, we want everyone to be happy.
That's right.
But you know, it's
like Jack said, there's plenty of brands out there that has a rinseless for you.
yeah, and I think
You ain't getting one from Stjarnagloss.
The young generation, I think they call it what do you call it? A trigger.
Yeah.
What they,
Hashtag triggered.
you know, but speaking of triggers,
we got 3 soaps, so.
But speaking of triggers, we're going to shoot you in the right direction, and we're going to move on to BuffBrite.
BuffBrite.
Who hopped on
Tom
right
from BuffBrite.
after Stjarnagloss.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Tom from BuffBrite was here. He brought the dog hair. I mean, you got to bring props. You know, you got to look pretty here.
If you missed it,
yeah,
Tom brought with him a giant sack of dog fur.
I know we wanted 200 likes for Hans to get us to dump that,
Yeah,
but I think
let's
if we
delete
get,
that comment.
I think if we get 200 likes, I think we're going to put some in Hans's order,
Yeah.
and then we're going to ship him some because he needs to test out the Fur-Eel for himself. So, you know, a little bit reverse Uno card there for a good friend Hans, who's probably eating a Stroop waffle and, you know, sipping on a coffee. Who knows?
Speaking of, before we get into BuffBrite, speaking of smelling good, Dewar for the 2nd day in a row has spilled iron remover.
I have, yep.
Right before we went live.
Yep, I will absolutely own that. You know, again, because the team here uses so many awesome products, sometimes the caps go missing, and a cap did go missing.
Yeah,
and
trying to get a bottle
of
Pure
it's never the good stuff.
wheel cleaner.
I mean, if I was to spill a bottle of Stjarnagloss, I think I'd have some friends. You know, I think it'd be
So
the top
for the
of the
2nd day in a row at the halftime show, we're smelling pretty funky.
Yeah. And
But at least we do have a bit of Stjarnagloss to freshen us up a little bit.
Kind of freshen that up
Yeah.
because the room is very empty, so I know I made a bit of a mistake, but that's fine. In true Canadian fashion, I'm sorry.
But getting back to it, Tom from BuffBrite started off a little fur demo action with the Fur-Eels, paired up with paint gloss. Like we said, it's peanut butter jelly of detailing, in my opinion, when you pair up the paint gloss and Fur-Eel combo. Even back with the original one, if you knew what you were doing, had that lubricating anti-static ability with the paint gloss, you were having a good time. But it did need improvement at the end of the day, and Tom never quitting with the improvements, brought the heat. And this new version, I guarantee, he guarantees,
and
you're not going to wear this one out past
I mean,
it all.
when you think about it, we're going to get this on a nice contrast. This thing is thick with 2 Cs. You know, this Pro 2 has so much density to it. And if you're using this properly, you know, you're going to be getting that dog hair away, whether you bring it yourself or have the dogs do it for you.
Yeah, I use it all the time. It's just a fantastic product, fantastic tool.
And my
Mr.
goodness,
Fisher's coming in hot.
I yelled, "We don't need that." I was not talking about that tool. I was talking about another random treat that we have coming up here in the second half, where I'm probably going to get a little embarrassed, but that's how it goes around here.
Stay tuned for that.
Stay tuned. Let's
Thank you,
go.
Mr. Fisher, for the update.
And speaking of smelling good, Anthony Fisher smells like delicious barbecue, which I think
Is that
we got
is that what's for
something
lunch?
a little bit there.
Okay.
Yep, I believe so. And but yeah, I mean, again, thick with 2 Cs. You know, we're all about thickness over here.
Oh yeah.
We're getting thicker with the lunches and the chip cookies. And I mean,
we're having a good time.
This thing, I mean, Tom was cranking the wrist. He was giving her, and you know, he had multiple adapters. So regardless of the vacuum you have, I think you're
that new the new expandable kind of contraption he made fit into any vacuum hose. Was mind blowing. Kind of mind blowing to me.
So I mean, if you have the new vacuum, our good friend Sydney, we saw her new vacuum setup, and I think she just sold it on about 18 people that were in that shop at that time.
Yeah, it's pretty
I'm
cool.
definitely a sucker for that. It's kind of the hide a hose situation.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you got that,
Hashtag hide a hose.
Hashtag hide a hose. If you got the rigid vac, if you got the Flex, which Tom was demoing on his thing.
Yep.
You know, good friends Flex yesterday had a wonderful presentation.
That's right.
And you know, if you got the Bissell vacuum, if you got the Vacuum Mate, if you got the OG vac, it doesn't matter what vac you got. Tom's got you covered.
Yeah, that's right. Tom's got you covered, and we got you covered with a little like and subscribe action. Let's lower the sign a little bit.
Lower that sign.
There we go. There's some likes and
we're on the low
subscribing.
pro. We got to lower the sign. You know,
Put the D on it, like and subscribe.
Give it the D.
And
Lex is
we'll
all
be good
about
to
giving
go.
it the D. So
That's right. And he might be bringing a little Vyper energy.
Oh my goodness!
Coming like there we go.
There we go.
Now we're rolling.
Equipped with the Vyper energy. So this stuff here, this is not on the market yet.
Not yet. So
You know,
this is
if
the
you know,
first
you
time
know
I've seen the
situation.
can and felt its presence. And,
yeah, I mean this is kind of tough.
Oh
So
my
you
goodness!
guys
Here
probably
we
should
go.
actually have this. There's a live going on. Sorry.
there you go.
Thanks.
Okay, well it's gone.
Classic.
You got a sneak peek.
You know, we got like, just sneaking in.
You
There's too
rolled
many-
in with a
There's too
Vyper
many
Chair.
Alexes here. You know, I think I
agree.
need a different nickname. I mean,
First
you
he
know,
steals our chip cookies.
Yep, maybe
Then he
you can-
sneaks into our halftime show on a Vyper chair.
Yeah,
Drops off you a Pepsi. Takes our Vyper energies.
My
I mean, we
goodness.
can't win for
My
nothing around
goodness.
here.
But you know, speaking of working, I mean, the Fur-Eel definitely works. And
Oh, yeah.
again, I know a lot of people. It is a wear item, and you got to remember that that's a consumable.
And
you
you
know, it's
should.
not going to last you the rest of your life.
Yeah.
You know, you may get a job if it's really nasty. And you know, kind of tying in with the efficiencies conversations from yesterday, is you want to make sure that if you are dealing with a dog hair situation or pet hair, even that you talk to your client.
Exactly.
You get a view before, whether it's pictures in person.
And maybe pull up that calculator we were talking about yesterday on the detail-wise.
You got to cross, multiply, divide, and the common denominator is you need to take advantage of that sale this week, which is 20% off almost everything.
20% off.
And I think Tom's also including those.
I think if you the first 3 BuffBrite items purchased won themselves a TRCMA.
The first 3 that buy a BuffBrite product, so I mean something like the Fur-Eel is a great example.
Yep.
You can get some skins.
Get you a limited edition skin that he customly made.
It's specific for this week. You know, it's the back to TRCMA.
It's got all the brands.
And, you know, speaking of the skins, I mean, let's see if someone can bring us out one of those.
I don't know what a special edition is, but I'll tell you the one.
I mean, shameless plug here.
That I made myself. And that,
I mean, I don't know about you, but those squirrels got to be so terrified of those teeth.
That's
right. I know you're dealing with a lot of gators out there.
First, you got to scare the paint. So you got to put some good teeth on your polisher. That paint's going to be all primed up, fearful, and then you hammer down on it.
But these stickers, I mean, as you can tell, I mean, as cool as it would be to have that as a you know, a trending design on Tom's site.
Yeah.
I think that was something you upgraded your own design.
Yes.
And he does have a little designer on there that you can upgrade. He ran a little demo earlier. Again, once this day is done and you're chilling with your family, you know, put on the smart TV, turn on the laptop, you know, ignore the Netflix and chill, hop on here, and then you'll be able to see a little demo on how that site worked and how to get those skins. So I know Tom is a local guy and is able to get that going for you here. So, you know, Tony Mazzell.
Mr. Tony chiming in again. He still hasn't told us what building he's looking for.
Man, he is so swift with the comments. I cannot believe it. Such a showman. There's nothing on that clipboard. He's just pretending.
Yeah.
There is nothing on the clipboard back, Tony. I mean, I'm not.
You called him.
You know, this is, you know, I've been struggling with the lack of hockey around here. You know, there's just a bunch of hardwood and basketballs bouncing. I don't understand. You know, I need the ice and the puck, and you know, we're just not getting that. But
we fake it till we make it around here.
I mean,
they let the cleaner cast sneak in. Hey.
Yeah, exactly. They let us in.
But no, he has a couple notes. I will say, Dewar's been doing a good job taking the notes.
But
staying informed. What else we got in the comments?
We gotta load you guys, because if you miss the morning, we're the only ones that can provide that information. I mean, Eddie Cologne's, his back sucks harder. You know, he has quite the shop down there, just a couple hours south of here. And then also our good friend, the Bearded Hunter, reporting live from the Boise Hidehouse. Which, you know, that's top secret. I don't know if that's in relation to Anthony's attic at all.
I'm not sure.
You know, or if that's somewhere else. The Meridian Marbet may be a neighbor. But Bearded Hunter, again, one of the ambassadors from this past year.
Yes.
Took home the Photo Content Award, I believe.
Yeah, had some beautiful pictures on his Instagram. Go follow him at the Bearded Hunter.
Definitely,
one of the great grand ambassadors from 2022.
Really a cool, down-to-earth guy.
Yeah, gave Brad a run for his money for sure.
Absolutely. You know, Brad, I'm sure he wished that the Hunter was here 100%. But, you know, we're definitely scrolling through the comment. Joey Belinsky agreeing with what we had to say earlier is that Sydney's vacuum setup is goals. And, you know, honestly,
it's killer.
Joey, I mean, it's more than just a vacuum that's goals. The whole shop is goals.
Whole shop and some hot teal action going on everywhere in the shop.
If anyone's a queen of teal, it's her. You know, we have a whole border of Swiss tracks in teal.
And if you haven't ordered the special edition towel, I'm telling you, you better get your orders in.
I think that she may have had some influence on that.
Probably.
And you know, the teal shirt, you know that. And then yesterday there was a lot of hot teal talk. Hashtag hot teal talk.
Yeah, we had
for the gauntlets.
They wanted some gauntlets to be in teal color.
You know, the FTW teals maybe.
Hans wanted some kind of hybrid towel gauntlet with the Wolfpack border. He wanted it teal. I mean, he was like, I don't know what all he wanted, but it was a crazy towel.
But definitely something that, I mean, again, they're taking your they're taking your ideas. You know, they're never saying no, and definitely something.
That's right. Just throw it out there. You know, Dane's listening. And
Scott
like I said, back there in HQ.
Scott Mattern asking the real questions during this lunch hour. Alex, at least does Boise have any good poutine?
They do have good French fries.
The French fries are amazing.
We do have hotel gravy.
Yeah,
on
the
standby.
Hotel gravy, the deep south stuff, not deep south California.
Maybe we come up with our own version.
Yeah, we the cheese curds from our good friends up in Quebec are what's needed.
Yeah, we'll have to find some cheese curds.
Yeah, but I know they've been trying, but you know, I've never been a fan of chewing on rubber, and a lot of that is like that. So,
oh boy.
But you know, my guy Kirby is also asking my kind of question. with that bow tie and the T-shirt, I have to ask.
What's
you
he
know,
asking?
I would agree. Now, if you tuned in late, Kirby, Yvan Lacroix joined in, and Yvan Lacroix is always looking dapper. You know,
Always. We're trying to match Ivan's styling and profiling around
and
here.
I mean, if that guy can have a full professional wardrobe, and
That's
a bus, you know, he's always got the extra. He's got these bow ties on tap.
Yeah, he tried to put one. I said, Yvan, I already got the bow tie on. I don't need the double bow tie.
But you know, Perfect Detail USA in the house. We're missing out Hunter.
That's
Absolutely, I would definitely agree. Yeah, so let's scroll down here. Maybe we can, for those that tuned in late, you can kind of show them that little black device in front of us there, the Fur-Eel.
The Fur-Eel?
And, you know, you're a big fan of the Fur-Eel.
I'm a big fan of the Fur-Eel. I've been using it since the first edition. Tried, you know, the original Pro, and now we're down to the Pro 2. Tom relentlessly, you know, improved this thing to where it's almost indestructible at this point. He challenges you to wear this thing out.
That's true. And speaking of improving, I mean, Joey Belinsky's improving on his speech. He's developing a weird Canadian Louisiana accent this week. So,
That's what I said. If we do this podcast for another year, I mean, me and Dewar are going to start to blend, and there's going to be a weird accent going on.
I don't know if anyone's had any maple syrup Louisiana hot sauce action.
Yeah,
but,
we'll have to come up with a Louisiana Canada poutine collaboration.
And speaking of an actionable thing, you know, All Day Anthony, who is a huge fan of this company, if you listen closely, you can still hear Grant's family screaming from my attic.
They're still up there.
You know, obviously he's at home, he's tuning in, he's enjoying the day, and I mean, you can do the same. But if you're not able to tune in live, where are they going to find this stuff, Jamie?
They can find it at the Rag Company YouTube channel.
That's correct. Definitely.
Catch the replays. You can go check out day 1, day 2. They're there. They're ready to stream. And if you're ready for day 4, you can go ahead and go and click that bell and set those notifications for reminders.
I think Hans is taking back some of the bad words he said earlier and trying to make himself up with maple syrup.
Just maple syrup.
So
that'll perk Dewar up. That'll get him through the next 23 minutes here.
And a really good question here from my guy Kirby: does TRC stock that hammerhead tool from BuffBrite or order direct on Tom's site?
Good
now,
question.
I know the hammerhead was released.
Let's see here.
Well, shown last year. You know, it definitely looks like a hammerhead.
I'm a big fan of the hammerhead as well. You know, you have the big SUV style vehicle come in. That back hatch is always a problem. So I like to tornador it, blow it all out the back. And then I come in with the hammerhead, and it makes quick work. And again, pair it up with a little paint gloss.
But you need that legit tornador. You know, the knockoffs are not where it's at. So while Dane's pulling that stuff up to see if the hammerhead's available.
Yeah, let me.
A couple things you can do. Again, for those that tuned in late, paint gloss, one of my favorites for the anti-static. Now, you think, hey, why is this green? Well, this was a special edition Shamrock Shine.
Is that the Shamrock Shine?
That's the Shamrock
paint gloss?
Shine. I'm going to give it a smell, see what it smells like. I mean, if you missed out on their Feeling Lucky sale, not too bad.
Minty.
It smells very minty. You know, again, I don't want to eat it, but it smells like some mint peppermint patties a little bit.
That Shamrock Shake flavor. I've never had a Shamrock Shake, but I'd imagine that's what it smells like.
Exactly. We had the Master of Shine doing some fantastic Irish accents.
Kind of toothpaste-ish.
You know,
if I'm being honest.
33% Irish.
That's right.
So,
That's right.
I mean, it wasn't quite 33% off during that sale, but this sale is 20% off.
20% off.
Which is super cool.
And I did not find the hammerhead on the TRC website, so you can check that out at buffbrite.com.
Definitely. And Humberto
chiming in
wants to send out to a local skating place, so he boogies with a hockey stick to the music. You know, that's going to have to be some after-hours stuff. You know, I'll see if I can borrow a pair of skates. I don't know if anyone here has skates, but we'll try and find some in my size. So if you're in the Boise area, please hit me up for some skates, and then we'll go rip around the ice there. So, and then, you know, speaking of ripping around, Yvan dresses better than me.
Yeah.
He's asleep, Joey Belinsky.
Yeah, he's hard to keep up with, but, you know, we try around here.
I think so, but speaking of keeping up, I think we're going to have a new little guest here in a second.
Are we? Is someone coming in?
But, you know.
Here he comes. I think it's the man himself with the like and subscribe board.
So, we got Yvan Lacroix.
Smash the thumbs
in
up.
The house.
Stay subscribed.
He's been tuning in. He's been helping out. He's been Dane's right-hand man or left-hand man because he's sitting on the left side.
Yvan's the busiest man in auto detailing. You know, he's everywhere. He's been helping out tremendously all TRCMA week with Dane in there. They'll stay in that little, you'll lose track of them. And you're like, are these still in there? And they're like, yeah, the show ended. And they're like, we're still in here.
And the king of efficiency also likes free because time is money, but hitting that like button is totally free. Giving
totally
subscribe to D is totally free.
Yvan wants to chime in, Yvan.
Well, no, and, you know, it's cold in that room, so if you see me with a blanket, it's not a decoration.
Keep warm.
Even the Canadians get a little cold every once in a while.
Yeah, they say the Canadians are allergic to, well, you know, heat, but no, I'm allergic to cold, so I've been living in a bus too long. But no, I just wanted to pop in to say these guys are doing such a great job. Like
we
and subscribe
appreciate that.
here,
It's
but
pulling
go
the
over to
heartstrings.
Bucky VW on
Bucky VW.
Instagram. Yeah, and Jamie the Cleaner.
Yep,
Go see
pretty
these
straightforward.
guys, and they do a post show after this. So
We do.
at 4 o'clock
coming
when
in
it
hot.
shuts down, they're on.
And
So-
we're on it. You know, you guys, as soon as that transition ends, pop open that new tab, and then you're going to see us live and hot.
Yeah.
So
It's
remember,
chimed up, ready to go.
Definitely. Like and subscribe.
subscribe. We appreciate you, Mr. LaCroix.
All right, so let's hop in these.
What we got? We got any
comments? We got a hot comment
BuffBrite
here from the Ray
questions?
Company, our good friend. Slightly Unique puts in Boise
And he sends us a link.
at that link.
Dane,
so,
how are we supposed to click on a link?
You know, I can't click. The one thing you can do is click that like, click the subscribe, and click on the trc.com, and then make your order. Because again, if you missed out on the skateboard right in front of us here, and then the Fur-Eel, the first 50 orders, including a Stjarnagloss products, which include really any of these, because they have them. You know, last year TRCMA, they had the sample packs, give you a little taste.
Oh,
you know,
they're ready to go
little
this
taste of
year.
the good stuff. They're ready to go.
So if you enjoyed that live demo by Jack, they're ready to go.
Definitely pick that up, and then if you're the first 3 people to buy the Fur-Eel or any BuffBrite product gets a bit of a skin available.
That giveaway
That's,
action
that's
is
super
underway
TRCMA.
here at day 3. It's a hot day 3.
Definitely.
And we are only halfway through.
Yeah.
So
and
you want to run down what's coming up?
I think so. You know, coming up, and then we'll kind of tie back to the BuffBrite stuff because there's a few more things. But
is there a few more things? Let's go over a few more things.
We can do the few more things. You know.
Yeah, what we got?
We have great lighting here, but Tom's also got some lights.
Tom has so many gadgets I sometimes forget what gadgets are Tom's. But yes, he has the lighting solution, and you can pretty much put this thing on anything you got.
Yeah,
so.
I saw on the back of his shirt it was Inspector Gadget.
Yeah.
On the back of there.
Yeah.
So he loves his gadgets. He loves
a good gadget.
You know, he was putting lights everywhere.
Yeah, and the good thing about Tom is there's some high quality gadgets, and you know he continuously improves them.
Yep, and hopefully you guys are sticking around the rest of the day because you know Jamie's sticking around with his Pepsi. We're sticking around with the magnetic lights on the headlamp that he's got for the BuffBrite stuff, which is super cool. And they're very bright lights. He was trying to show them to us.
Extremely bright.
We had to look away, you know, because it was kind of burning the eyeballs a little bit.
Yeah, the new and improved version of his light comes with a little headlamp mount. And I think that was just a fantastic add-on.
Yep, definitely.
Polisher, headlamp, fantastic.
Yep, I think it was very cool.
And now it's like a steady stream. So if you record it, the original version used to kind of flash. It was a little slow, I guess.
Yep.
New version doesn't do that. It's a real steady, nice stream of light.
Yeah, but I mean, he's one of those people that kind of takes the feedback from the customer.
Exactly. Yeah.
Again, kind of a local guy, small operation who's got quite the garage goals as well for some people.
Oh, yeah. Got a good garage tour on the TRC YouTube channel.
Yeah, their whole garage tour segment is fantastic, so definitely check
He's been
that
in the industry quite a while.
Yep. So I mean, once
he knows a thing or two.
Once you finish this week and rewash it a couple times, and you're having withdrawals, you know, if you want to see this fantastic team, jump over and check out the garage series for sure.
Yep.
And kind of tying in a little bit with yesterday, Ricardo B, does anyone know when the new IKE Pro 12 sprayer will be available for purchase? I know the powered foam sprayer is available.
Is it available now?
You know, as far as I know, it is. I mean, if it's not, I apologize, but we did see some in stock here. Hopefully, they're all good to go.
Foam Pro is available. I just heard a little voice whisper in my ear.
The whisper.
It's available now.
I mean,
not sure about the Pro.
Yep, but the any IK stuff. I think that's also tying into that 20% off sale.
Yeah, Yvan has left the building, so I can no longer, where you at?
You know, Yvonne's my guy. He had the hockey bag.
Man, yeah,
he's
awesome.
He was ready to go. We can relate on that. Super cool, dude. And but yeah, after we finished off BuffBrite, we had a little bit of dapper chill session. We had a Canadian, you know.
Oh, that's right.
Had
a
Mr.
little,
Jack Kavanaugh.
because of the schedule change.
A little bit of schedule change, but I mean, these guys are always running on the fly. You know, slight adjustment.
If you want two people that's ready to go at all times, it's Mr. Yvan LaCroix.
Yeah, so, you know,
Jack from Stjarnagloss. Jack
was kind of helping out Joe Munitz here. What did I miss from Stjarnagloss? No, Jack was talking about the hand polishing. You know, they had a huge discussion about that. Very valuable information, which I think is very important for you to check out.
Yeah, you missed a good demonstration. Finally, we got some hands-on, product demonstrations. We got some foam. Finally, got some good foam action. Good pre-spray from Forst. You know, Jack knows what it is.
Yeah.
know.
And there was
Foam
also
Town USA action. Hashtag BDE energy.
Hashtag BDE
Let the
energy.
dwell time with the pre-spray and the foam together.
Definitely.
You're gonna have a good time.
Definitely. Always a good time around here, for
and
sure.
get some fantastic results.
And, you know, speaking of some improved snow, who Yvan is no stranger of driving a very large bus around, which that argument is still happening. You know, if that foam
That's true. I wonder if we'll get a little snow on the bus action ever.
If you guys want the wash on the bus with Jack, I mean, I have no problem helping him out. You know, if he needs a hand, you know, us Canadians are very friendly. We're willing to help. You know, the deep South Louisiana, I think, share the same sentiment.
A little tag team action.
But you gotta leave those comments. You know, you gotta like and subscribe, and you know, make that happen. Maybe we can borrow one of the production crew. Maybe Jimmy's gonna run outside of the camera, and you know, we can do that because you know the bus is a little worse for wear. The Boise dirty rain, you know,
it's pretty dirty out there.
It's pretty dirty.
That bus is needing a good cleaning.
Ivan had to be
Jack's
here
the
on
man
time,
to do
so
it.
Ivan had to drive through some nasty weather.
Yeah.
You know, he got here, so. But,
so the challenge is still out. If you don't know what we're talking about, Ivan challenged Jack to come wash his bus. Jack replied with, I've watched a few, you know, large objects on YouTube. I've watched a tank, some heavy machinery.
Yes,
and he thought he was ready until he turned the corner and saw the, you know, the magnitude of this bus.
Yeah,
the LaCroix Cruiser is quite large.
It's no joke.
You know, he kind of turned around and tucked tail. So we'll see if Jack, you know, turns around and comes back. We'll see.
And
Ivan's still working on him.
Ivan's no stranger of a good presentation. That's right out front and center. You know, great lighting for that stuff.
The bus is parked in show position.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, Joe Muniz, you know, kind of giving some love to the entire crew here. Thank you, fellas. I'll be sure to look back on that. I'd like to say this year's TRCMA has been graciously informative, along with some great innovations.
I agree.
I would have to agree. And you know, this year, you know, the lads, we love them. Levi, Anthony, Dane. We want them to keep their voices for all these great future videos, you know, and they've been popping the Fisherman's Friends, you know, they've been loving those, you know, they've been a longtime fan of that, and they're keeping their voices this year, you know, they're ready to go.
That's right, we're keeping them well rested and hydrated.
Because I mean, the next
friends
day,
over at PepsiCo,
absolutely, and I mean, this Swiss Tracks, because we're doing some demos now, we got the water going, we got the foam. You got to have some grip. You got to be light on your feet, and our friends at Brooks.
With our friends at Brooks Running.
And, you know, poor Jimmy.
Keeping us feeling fresh.
Our good friend Dan, Alkaline Toe Pat. Poor Jimmy getting volunteered to film everyone even more.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but, I mean, Jimmy.
He gets the good shots. I mean Jimmy. He's the man.
He brought the fancy car here. You know, maybe he's in a good mood.
Yeah.
Maybe he's willing to
Maybe
share
he's drinking a couple of those Mountain Dew.
Yeah, some Mountain Dew energy.
Pitch Black, Major Melon.
I mean, he might palm Alex from Vyper a hundo.
Maybe try him a new
Vyper energy drink.
more natural Vyper energy.
Yeah, but speaking of good energy, Yvan and Jack had fantastic energy. They were kind of talking about the efficiencies again, just nice and chill. You know, I think Jack had his legs crossed, just looking nice and fresh, ready to go. But I mean, seeing those two guys, I mean, I know Jack is kind of, you know, in awe with Yvan because he's such an industry great. You know, he's been around forever. He kind of knows what's up. And even if they can't agree on rinsels, they can both
they may disagree on a couple of wash techniques, but hey.
But definitely. And
that's the kind of, you know, what you get around here at TRCMA.
Exactly.
We don't all have to agree on the wash process.
Yep, and they had a fantastic conversation about hand polishing. You know, Ivan's about efficiencies, but sometimes you just want to enjoy the process. You want to relax. You want to hand polish. You know, whether you're a Captain Hook situation.
The Stjarnagloss system is an amazing intro system with you know, professional level results.
Absolutely. So, again, kind of some of the products on there are used for the hand polishing. You know, the glacier for the glaze if you want to just top it, and then you got the oh my goodness. I can't read backwards. No, with the scar, I'm trying to read.
No, you don't want to try and read this stuff backwards. I can barely say it forwards.
But one thing you don't
trying
want
to read it
backwards yet. You know, you don't want to go back to the beginning yet. You got to finish today, and then you can go back all the way back to the future, back to TRCMA. You know, and if you want to be back to TRCMA and enjoy the culture, you better pick up one of the T-shirts, the stickers, and the sweet towels.
Oh yeah, the towels. And you better
like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
You know,
here's the limited edition TRCMA teal kind of Wolfpack style towel, but it's not a member of the Wolfpack because it doesn't have that Wolfpack border.
Definitely
not. But
not.
it has a TRCMA border. It's quite
Joe Muniz,
nice
the goal
towel.
is a shiny car, and everyone has their favorite way to get it done, which
That's
is
right.
true. Absolutely. You know, if you're rinseless, you know, Yvan loves a rinseless.
Loves a good rinseless.
Jack
He's been doing it a
foam.
long time.
Jack's very much Foam Town USA fan.
That's right. Me and Jack are pretty similar. You know, we like a good foam town action, and we know some people around here like to say, you know, foam doesn't clean this and that. Well, if you do it right, you know what you're doing. You're going to get some fantastic results.
And Miller Detailing, Jamie and Alex auditioning for Magic Mike 3 Dirty Details.
That's right.
Just wanted to say hi to everyone working, but just teasing to enjoy Ivan's bow tie, gents. Thank you. Thank you, Miller Detail.
We appreciate
you. And I mean, again, we are giving you permission, for the workplace activities to happen behind your important, infamous Excel spreadsheets.
Excel spreadsheet.
You got to bring that stuff back. Go incognito, bring it up, launch it. Even if you're not watching, even if you're not listening, just to run it. Get those views. And then once you get home, like and subscribe, sign into your account, get that done. And I mean, if you got YouTube Premium, you can just listen to it like a podcast.
Like a podcast. You can listen to all, how long is this show? 6-7 hours? It's pretty long.
Something like that. And I mean, we got whispers in our ears, and you can get whispers in your wireless earbuds. Hopefully you grab some before this week, and you can listen to all that stuff.
Any more comments we got?
G-Polished here is reaching out to the rag company. They're always willing to help out. Guys, I can't miss those TRCMA specials. Hope you have fun packaging my package for Germany. Very cool. Very cool. G-Polished always hanging out. And then a little bit of a compliment, shameless plug. You guys have been doing awesome with the pre, mid, and post shows.
We appreciate it.
We appreciate that, Glenn. And this kind of stuff can't happen without you guys tuning in.
That's right. If you're not tuning in, we're getting kicked to the curb.
Yeah, exactly.
So y'all hang around, subscribe, all that good stuff.
We're not going to get a ride to the airport. We may have to roll out in a Vyper Chair.
That's right.
We may have to see if Yvan can drop us off on the bus, or we may have to resort to Uber. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe as a final send off, we can give the Uber some information.
That's right. But we're happy to be here and be that bridge from that morning portion to the post or not the post show, but the afternoon session. How about I run down the schedule real quick?
Absolutely. I think that's fantastic.
So if you missed this morning's show, you got to go back. It was fantastic. We got some Foam Town USA action, some live demos finally here at TRCMA if you want to see it. We had Jack from Stjarnagloss starting it off. Bringing the energy, bringing the hashtag BDE energy. And, he had an awesome demonstration with the foam and the pre-soak and all that hand polishing action with some hot wax talk. And then we rolled in the Tom from BuffBrite, had some fantastic tools. If you
brought his own dog hair.
I guess I'll show it again. He brought a sack of dog fur. Which he made the master shine, help him spread out onto a big carpet, showed off his fantastic tools. The peanut butter jelly combo of detailing the paint gloss Fur-Eel combo, it's fantastic. Go back, check it out.
But the master shine also showed off his custom Converse shoes that blew me away in a blue colorway, and you'll see those once you're done with us, once you're done with the afternoon, you hop back, you scrub through. I wouldn't scrub through, I'd just watch the whole thing.
Watch the whole thing.
Go to the segment where they're stomping on the carpet and you get a front and center look at the MOS Special Edition TRC colorway blue Converse, which I think is super cool.
Tom rolled into his, speaking of custom, custom BuffBrite skins that you can customize your polisher. This is the one that I made. Tom was gracious enough to print it out, bring it here to show all y'all.
Very cool.
So got my logo, got one of my favorite brands because it matched the color scheme with the teeth and the ferocity. You got to scare your paint a little bit before you get to polishing it.
Definitely.
I think Justin Lobato might be chiming in with that a little later. How you really got to put some fear into that paint.
And you know what, Dan? Family-friendly event this week. BDE is absolutely
big detailing energy. That is fantastic.
That's exactly what it is.
That's right. Lots of BDE around this place.
I mean, the crew's been working hard. We'll see if Seabass can bring one of the TRCMA skins to show off for you guys. Because they do have a bit of a giveaway going on. Because
3 of them.
The first 3 people to buy the BuffBrite product can absolutely get a BuffBrite skin, which is super cool.
But you got to be the first 3. If you're number 4, I'm sorry, you don't get it.
And you know what? Hans is really trying to reclaim himself because we got BDE Better
Dane Energy. Edition. Better Dane
Energy. Better Dane Energy. I mean,
I like Better Dane Energy.
I don't know if
he forgets our iPad one more time, he's going to get some.
I might as well bring my own
some
out.
Better Dane Energy.
Bring my
around here. But anyway, we wrapped up the morning show. We had to switch Vyper Chair. Had a late shipment come in. Switched them around with Yvan.
I don't think it came in. I think they're still waiting on it.
Oh.
I don't know.
Did it come in? I don't know. I saw one box go through.
But,
Was that a box of maybe it might have just been a box of TRCMA special edition towels then. Okay, so we're still waiting on those boxes then.
I mean,
we've moved them to the back of the program on the afternoon show. We'll see. Well, we moved them with the man himself, Mr. Yvan Lacroix.
Apparently, nothing has come in yet. So,
oh boy, update.
The people at the Vyper Chair office are just freaking out at the moment because they're watching this and they're like,
update.
It's got to come in. It's got to come in. So
we had some behind the scenes conversation with Vyper, and do not sleep on that brand.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up around here. You're seeing packages come in, you're seeing new faces come in. I saw the legend himself, Chris West from Solution Finish, walk in.
Yes, that guy is no joke.
So once he walked in,
he was rocking the toque, or beanie, as you guys call it. But he
Looking
came
good,
from California.
styling, profiling as always. The
California
ZZ Top of detailing, I like to call him.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's just fantastic.
But,
But anyway, we wrapped it up with the Detailer's Business Academy.
We sure did.
With him and Jack from Stjarnagloss again. Double dose of Jack on the morning show. If you missed it, you got to go back, get your double dose of Jack. And now you're here with us with the bridge to the morning show to the afternoon show. And we're going to be kicking things off in the afternoon show with a little buff and shine action. Mr. Justin Lobato will be demoing some maybe some brand new products, maybe some hot polishing action.
Speaking of hot polishing action, Adam Peterson has to stick around and be polished on his screen to watch that. Oh my goodness.
The legend
We
himself.
have
I didn't even
Chris
see him
himself.
coming in. Mr. Chris West.
You're going to see him
Solution Finish.
tomorrow.
You want some hot trim restoring action? It's coming tomorrow. with this man.
Hashtag hungry for trim.
The legendary Chris West.
Now,
Thank you, sir.
I know you've been hungry for the skins, so I'm going to
Yeah.
drop this right here.
There they are. My goodness. How many brands can you fit into there?
I mean,
That's
this
fantastic.
is, I think they call it a smorgasbord.
The smorgasbord.
Of thing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we got the
That's some
TRCMA.
BDE, big detailing energy.
Big detailing energy.
Yeah.
BSE, big skin energy.
Big skin
You know,
energy.
I
There
think
you go.
this is for the LHR 15, I believe.
Yep.
Is what this is for on the Rupes
Yeah,
side.
yeah, I
But,
think
mean,
so.
we got,
I think that's what they
You
said.
know, we got Rupes, we got Flex, we got PNS. So, I mean, super cool. And,
Mm-hmm.
you know, for the folks that are joining late, Jamie, you know, we're going to wrap this up here in a little bit.
Yeah, so afternoon show, I said Buff and Shine. You got Justin Lobato coming in hot. We switched Yvan's segment with Vyper Chair. So Vyper Chair, hopefully, we'll get some packages within the next hour or so.
And I understand that Josh Brodel has some inside information. We met Josh. You know, we're gonna have to do something with him.
There
Maybe
you go.
be tied up. And I hope you guys are all tied up this afternoon. Forget what you're gonna be doing at work. You're gonna be watching this. And you know,
But then we're wrapping up the program with Brad's favorite, Brad from Perfect Detail USA, knows a thing or two about VELOCI Performance products.
Yep, definitely some
I think
stainless
they'll
steel.
have some new stuff.
You know, I hope we
There you
reel
go.
in
I'm
the
looking
views
at their
with their
table over
reels.
here.
I'm
Be
looking
ready.
at it right now.
Don't miss it. It's shiny.
You know,
it's looking good. It's styling, profiling. We know a thing about styling and profiling.
Absolutely.
Here on mid-show entertainment.
Yep.
We're also on the pre-show, and we'll be here for the post-show after VELOCI wraps it up.
Got a bit of a
We'll be
bow tie
winding
situation
down.
going on.
I think we're going to do some arts and crafts this evening
I
on
think
the post-show.
so. Yep, we Sydney Bray Gwynn, you know,
The SPG of
has-
PNS.
The
Yes.
SPG has, you know, after they're done buffing some paint,
They're going to be
we're
buffing and
be
shining.
Buffing and shining. We're going to be applying some decals or decals.
Oh,
as
boy,
the
let's
Americans
not
like
even
to
get
say.
into this
I mean,
conversation.
the rinseless foam situation is enough.
It's
I don't
enough
think
of
we
a
need to have
debate
the
today. We
decal-
don't need to
decal
start this whole deal.
situation.
Yeah.
But
So there you go. That's the schedule for this morning. If you didn't, like we said, if you missed it, go back. But if you're here now, just maybe watch the afternoon show
Yep.
and then go back and watch the
And to
pre-show.
round things
However
out,
you want to do it. You know, you do your own thing.
And to round things out, Ricky Cologne, last question of the day before we hop on to the hot TRCMA 2023 talk. A little bit of a commercial break and then some hotness coming. Whoa. Just came
What
back to the feed now. What are those skins? Those
Is he
skins
talking
from
about the-
BuffBrite. Ricky, shoot us a DM. We'll get you the link. We'll get you to find those skins. Hopefully you can be one of 3 people to buy a BuffBrite product. First 3 people get a complimentary skin. Here we go.
Hashtag smorgasbord of
Hashtag
detailing logos.
smorgasbord, hashtag BDE, hashtag TRCMA 2023. Love the day, love hand polishing. The skateboard, you know, Jack
Gave it
architect
away.
Guy, ignore this.
We got
This is
live
outta
giveaways
here.
going on.
Absolutely out of here. Get a new towel, wipe
Get a new
yourselves
towel.
off, clean yourself up, get ready for the afternoon. And Jamie, what do you think?
I think we get out of here. I think we did it with your mid-show entertainment. Dewar, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
You're looking fantastic today. I'm
Likewise.
looking dressed to impress with Mr. Yvan Lacroix.
We're going to
and
go
that's
get some
gonna do
lunch,
it.
and we're going to enjoy ourselves this afternoon.
That's right.
And kind of go from there.
Stay tuned for more TRCMA action. We've been the middle show here with the Cleaner Cast. Hope you enjoyed it. Like, subscribe, all the good stuff. We'll see you tomorrow for tomorrow's mid show.
Yes. Thanks,
on day
everyone.
4. Bye, everybody.
All right, guys, we need to come up with the best commercial for our friends at Home2Suites. So, what ideas do you got?
Ooh, I have one. Okay,
All right.
picture this. Drone shot. 3/4 angle.
Yeah.
Home2Suites sign.
Yes.
And the large parking garage that puts you out right next to your room.
We cannot do that. For the last time, Glenn, you're an unlicensed operator, and we can't fly in Class C airspace.
Buzzkill.
Yeah, that is a problem. Okay, pivot.
The general store.
Yeah.
Right, that's something. They have chips, ice cream, souvenirs, whatever you need.
Excuse me, sir. You still have to pay for those. Sir, hey, get back here.
How would you say the breakfast is there?
Delicious. Yeah, now we're talking.
Yeah.
I like it. But I also want to highlight the rooms.
Oh, of course.
One of the most important parts. The beds are huge. You have an area for your laptop so you can type some things up. But also, one of my favorite parts are hands down the bathrooms.
Gum, sir?
Don't mind if I do.
Cologne?
Yes, please.
So, Anthony, I don't know how to tell you this, but there are no bathroom attendants at the Home2Suites.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, all right. I can agree on that, right? But the cologne can stay.
Maybe if you packed it in your bag.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But that's besides the point, right? The Home2Suites is right next to a Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's offers a wide variety of fine meats, cheeses, and wine for a romantic night out.
I like that.
Right? Yeah. Make use of that kitchenette.
Of course, that's genius.
Ooh, what about the pool?
Yeah, the pool.
And of course, after a long, hard day, it's always nice to be able to relax in the pool. I don't really know how to swim, but this is just as relaxing.
Sir, the pool is only 4 feet deep.
Yeah, me and bodies of water don't really get along too well. Also, they have a gym. You know, we all know how hard it is to stay in shape, and you know, when you're on the road, you're eating those dinners.
But look, I think that we can all agree the Home2Suites is a very nice place.
Yes.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's also very welcoming. It's got a great staff. They're always available to help you.
Good vibes, good
and
vibes.
it's right in the heart of downtown.
It's also good vibes.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys knew this, they were rated #1 hotel in Boise by TripAdvisor.
Oh, that's very prestigious.
Pretty amazing, right?
That's great. Yeah. Hey guys, Andy of the Rag Company, and welcome to Wash Wednesday. And in today's video, we have Carson. And Carson, what kind of car do we have?
We've got a 1986 Subaru XT GL10.
That we've had on a Wash Wednesday so far. And Carson, how long have you had this thing for?
We've had this car for 1 day. Came from Chicago, drove 2 days straight of non-stop driving, picked it up in Prosser, Washington, and we thought we'd stop by for Wash Wednesday.
Wow. Very convenient, right? That's pretty awesome. And so, Carson, you're a big fan of detailing, right?
For sure.
And so you like to detail on the side, and you're actually pretty young. You're 16?
16.
And so you'll detail for fun. You like watching the YouTube videos and everything like that. And so I'm sure you're dying to get your hands on this in one way, shape, or form, right?
For sure, yeah.
So in today's video, we're going to be doing a 2-bucket wash method. We're going to be breaking out the foam cannon because you guys, you love the foam, right? Everybody wants to see more foam.
Everyone loves the foam.
Yep. And so we're going to kind of split it up. Tackle the car with soap and water. After we knock that out, then I think we're gonna spray some protection on it, just to kind of keep it going until you get it home, because you are taking this back home in an open trailer, right?
On a trailer, an open trailer, yep.
So it's gonna be exposed to the elements, so just a little bit of protection, you know, won't hurt anything, it'll be good for it. So with that said, we're gonna get this car into the wash bay, break out that foam cannon, and get to foaming. All right, Carson, so we got the car in our wash bay, and we're ready to get this thing all foamed up. Now, have you used foam can before?
Oh, I've used it all the time.
All right, and so you find it pretty fun, right?
I find it very fun, yeah.
It's much more satisfying than a rinseless wash. I know a lot of people watching probably like, Anthony, you guys haven't done a rinseless wash for quite some time, and we really want to do one. It's just this car has just a little bit too much filth for that, and we always think that the foam stuff looks a lot better. And so on something as classic as this too, and something as cool and unique as this, we're kind of excited to see how the foam's going to look on these body lines, right? How would you describe the shape of this thing?
Spaceship, I guess. I mean, it's very wedgy, I'd have to say. It's a wedge.
Dane says it's like a door wedge, and I would have to agree. It's very unique, but the coolest part is not just the exterior, but it's the interior, and we'll have to show you some shots here in just a little bit, because the interior of this thing is
very
wild,
nice,
right? I just imagine driving this thing down, you know, with synthwave playing in the background, right?
Yeah.
Going through some type of grid pattern and some type of weird Tron style world. I have no idea, but it's something really cool and unique. So I'm gonna rinse everything down first, Carson, and then after that, I'm gonna hand the foam cannon to you.
Sounds good.
All right, Carson, you did a fantastic job of foaming this thing up. It looks good, right?
Looks great.
But I think the lack of protection on there, it's kind of just
it's kind of sheeting things off. Some areas have some protection, some others don't have any at all. So you can see how stagnant this foam is here, but on the sides it's starting to dwell off.
Just gone, yeah.
Yep. So we use PNS Pearl, is what we used in the foam cannon. Did a fantastic job. And in the bucket, we also have PNS Pearl. So which wash media do you want to use? Because I have the Ultra Black sponge here. I also have a chenille mitt.
I'm going to probably go with the chenille mitt.
Chenille mitt?
I've never used a sponge before in a car.
Okay, all right. So the Ultra Black sponge is a little bit unique because it was meant for soap and water, right? And what's cool about it is because of the cuts, it's arguably the safest sponge probably for auto detailing. And I think a lot of people, when I tell them sponge, they go, sponge? I thought we were told not to use the sponge. So working from top to bottom here, I thought this would be a good time to talk about where you found this thing, because how do you find a Subaru XT, let alone one in this condition?
So yeah, we found this on a Subaru XT forum in Washington, Prosser, Washington.
Okay.
And then it looked in great shape. Test drove it. It was just a farm field. I mean, there was
off-roading moments or what?
Moments. There was like paved roads, obviously.
Okay.
We took that out. It was just straight roads. It drove good.
Heck yeah.
Drove nice and put it on the trailer.
So besides that though, now we've talked about how you're into detailing and you watch a lot of YouTube videos and you obviously detail on the side. So how long have you been doing that for? And do you do it for fun? Do you do it to make some money? How does that all work?
Yeah, I do it for both. I mean, I just love the detail. Detailed my parents' vehicles and my brothers and stuff. I just enjoy it. And I've started, I think in November. So not too long, but
not too long.
I've learned a lot from the rad company.
Right on. Well, we appreciate it. We feel like the Wash Wednesdays are a great way for a lot of people, especially new into it, to kind of learn from kind of other people also learning. You know, I don't think you guys have to do too much work though. I mean, this thing was in really, really good shape. There is some, I'll call them questionable modifications on this thing. I don't know. You know, I'm sure it was meant to be a positive thing, but when you look at these, you're like, what the heck are these, right? And then when you look at this antenna right here on the roof, like, what the heck is this,
like,
right?
It's not drilled in, luckily, so
all reversible,
we'll get that off.
Right. So it's finally time to dry this thing. Now, Carson actually pointed out something very interesting. Now, the roof actually has some water behavior, right? It looked like it was beating something, as well as the front windshield. And we were like, does this car have protection on it? Well, actually, moments before that, they were showing us how funky the front windshield wiper is. And we saw that the liquid coming out was orange. So, and then Carson pointed out it's orange Rain-X, right? So, the protective properties are really just the orange Rain-X and really nothing more than that, because everything is pretty flat. So for this, we're going to be using C2V3 to add some protection, right, in place of that orange Rain-X. Now, have you used the Gauntlet before?
I haven't used the Gauntlet, but I've used the Dry Me River and the Liquidator. Okay. Big fans of those towels.
Heck yeah, we'll make you a bigger fan maybe of this one as well.
Yeah.
So for this, right, take our C2V3, we're going to use it as a drying aid, and I'm going to start right here, just on the hood for posterity purposes. Normally I like to start out on the sides of the car, but let's do it for here. And take our big Gauntlet. This is a big one, right? 2 colors.
Nice.
Which color do you prefer?
Either color. I like both.
Color?
I like both grays.
Well, good, because they're stuck on the same towel, so you have to be okay with it. So we're going to take this, fold up this heathen of a towel, and what I like to do is I like to give it a couple pre-sprays here with C2V3 just to kind of get it going, and then place our towel at a starting point, and then start drying everything in. We're just going to be constantly flipping this towel going through, but I want to let you get your hands on this. So what's going to happen, I'm going to let you use C2V3 since you haven't used it before.
Sure.
Go over the whole car, pre-spray everything, use this as a drying aid. And while you're doing that, I'm going to be drying the wheels. So cue that sexy drying towel montage. drying process as well as cleaning up the wheels and tires. Now, I did a liberal application of dynamic dressing from PNS, really let that stuff dwell on there because these tires, well, they're still in good shape. They needed just a little something, right? They need to be darkened up a little bit, and a little bit of sheen on this car wouldn't be a bad thing. Now, Carson, you went through the drying process, knocked out with C2V3, and out of everything that we did today, all the detailing stuff we used, right, what was your favorite part?
I'd say the favorite part was like the pressure washer and the foam cannon. It's a nice pressure washer setup.
It gets people every time. Everybody says, hey, you guys do too much foam washing. Well, there's a reason.
There's
guys.
Never enough foam washing.
There's never enough, right? It
great.
makes the guests happy. It's a ton of fun, and everybody likes seeing their cars foamed. So cool, man. Well, everything went really smoothly on this car, and I think that there is a long life ahead of this thing. Now, my question is, you're going to get this back home to Chicago. What's some of the first things that you and your dad are going to do?
Well, we're obviously going to take off this right here.
The antenna, okay,
we don't need the antenna.
Okay.
We don't need these.
Okay.
And then maybe do like a one-step polish or something and get it looking okay, but I don't want to go through the paint at all.
Okay.
Since it's very thin.
Yep, I'm sure you guys will figure it out and bring this thing back to its former glory, and I'm really excited. So if you're cruising around Chicago, right, keep your eye out. You might be able to stumble into this thing and see it in person for yourself. So Carson, thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you so much for stopping by the Rag Company. Seriously, it meant a lot that you guys were passing through and made this a priority, and we are fortunately able to get you in for a Wash Wednesday.
Of course, yeah, we had to stop by.
Right on. So we'll get you set up with some stuff to keep this thing looking good, right? We always hook our guests up with some detailing products just to kind of keep them going once we've taught them a couple good techniques. So Carson, thank you so much for joining us today. And as always, if you guys liked this video, make sure to give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe down below for more, and stay tuned for more Wash Wednesdays right here at the Rag Company.
Hey Marty, truck's waxed and ready for tonight.
Wow. Hey, nice truck, mister. How about a ride?
Of course. All right, so what are you thinking? TRCMA?
Yes, you really know the way to this girl's heart, Marty.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the second half of day 3 of TRCMA. I'm here with Yvan.
And I'm here with Dane. Hey, and
always.
We're having a great time. You know, today we started off with Jack, of course.
Yes.
Can't have more fun than with Jack.
No, of course not.
You know, Tom from BuffBrite did a great demonstration. I had Levi down on his hands and knees.
Bag of dog hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, at least we think it was dog hair.
Well, he said he got it from a pet groomer, so it could have been dog or cat hair. Maybe the odd rabbit thrown in. But with that, and then, of course, I had a nice chat with Jack. But this afternoon, what do we have coming up?
Yes, so this afternoon, we've got a fair number of things coming your way, all good things, but we're starting things off with Buff and Shine, which will follow up then with a look at Vyper Chairs, because they got moved from this morning over. You got to take their spot. Things worked out great there.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the stuff made it, but I guess we'll find out.
I actually, before we came in here, hadn't made it here yet. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting. We might just have Alex talking with Levi for half an hour. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure they will eventually get here.
We shall see.
And Vyper, you know, you guys have a lot of Vyper products here, anyways.
Yeah. So. And then wrapping up the day, we'll be talking with VELOCI. So we'll see what they've got going on in the world of pressure washers, attachments, all that business.
I believe Jamie calls it Foam Cannon USA.
Yeah, he's all about Foam Town USA.
Foam Town USA. Right. So let's get that hashtag going for Foam Town USA for when VELOCI is on board. So with that, I think we're about ready to go.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the beautiful introduction. And, of course, this is our segment, Buff and Shine Manufacturing, and we're here to show off some of our new stuff. But first and foremost, I'm Justin Labato, lead global consultant for Buff and Shine Manufacturing.
And I'm Sydney Gwynn.
And of course, we're going to show you some really neat stuff. But first, for those of you who don't know about Buff and Shine or the history of Buff and Shine was created in 1987. So they've got a long history here in not just the detail industry, but also the aftermarket industry for automotive refinishing, body shop, you name it. Anything that has to do with pads, whether it be foam pads, fiber pads. And this is something that, you know, in that time frame in late 80s, you know, pads, there was only really wool. There wasn't a lot of foam. So with this creation, this is kind of like, it was a hole in the market to say. And the gentleman who owns the company, Rich Umbrell, he's the one who is the pad father to say, the person who's created all these beautiful pads that we use today as detailers. And over the years, he's created, you know, some of the industry's best foam pads, wool pads, microfiber pads, you name it. There's a vast history in regards to the production of these pads on so many levels and so much ingenuity that's gone behind it, including the machinery that he has had to build himself in regards to that. So, you know, with building these pads and getting all of this is a lot of time and effort put into something as simple as just a pad. And moving forward, that's where, you know, I got involved with coming up with not just being involved with Buff and Shine, but the Reflection Artist pad line. So this is something that we put together as a team at Buff and Shine with myself and our demo team members that are scattered across the US, where we found ourselves as technicians in the shop where we would use specific pads and find ourselves after cleaning them and putting them away, we were always revisiting the same 5 pads. And then we stumbled across, you know, more of an epiphany of like, oh wow, we're onto something. So we created a system
system. And with that system, we came up with the Reflection Artist Pad Kit, as you see here, with 3 of our popular foam pads and 2 of our popular fiber pads to complete a 5-pad kit that covers literally upwards of 70% of most paint systems on the market. And it allows you to basically manipulate that liquid abrasive, that compound or polish, to work for you in ways that you may have never been able to see it work before with previous pads. So from least aggressive to most aggressive, you have the whole diagram on the actual box itself. It's pretty self-explanatory, a lot of great information in regards to how this pad kit works, where it benefits you the most. And we did this launch with the pads, or I should say the Reflection Artist line, right around 2018, and then the kit itself was going into 2019, where Sydney came along.
Yeah. So I came on board kind of using Buff and Shine in actually at SEMA 2019. They had just come out in the packaging, and so this as a detailer really spoke to me. I was looking for a solution that would be simple to understand, something that kind of had every part of paint correction that I needed. And so I was really attracted to this line, and that kind of got me what got me started with Buff and Shine. As most of you know, if you follow me on social media, you know that the blueberry is my favorite, and I have a million of them. So that was obviously in this kit, and so I've been using Buff and Shine for, gosh, 4 years now, and it's been great. So I absolutely love that kit. It was a great place to kind of start and kind of understand what different pads did and why they played a role. So.
Yeah, and we've had, of course, not just the Reflection Artist Pad Kit, but that's just quite a few of our lines put together to make it simplified, right?
Yeah.
And that's where it comes from, our UroTec, our Eurofiber, and our Euro Wool lines, which are individual lines too that you could look up on our website. But that's something where now moving forward.
Now we have something new.
We have something new.
All right,
something really
Nick,
cool to show you guys.
You can bring up our slideshow. We'll get the party started on these new pads that we have.
All right, so there you go. So what we have here is we have the new UroTec Edge Guard pad. So we actually showed these off at SEMA 2022, and anticipation for the pad itself, just due to the profile, was through the roof on the demand of people wanting them. And the reason why is because anybody can make a flat pad, but the ingenuity, the engineering, everything that goes behind what goes into this pad is on a whole nother level. I mean, the profile itself is almost self-explanatory when you look at that.
Totally different shape than you typically see, right? The other cool thing I think about this is that, when it comes to making pads, there's machines that just, mass produce pads, right? So Rich at Buff and Shine, actually, he had to invent the machine to make these pads. So we're talking ground up, figure it out, put it all together, find all the pieces, find people that manufacture those, and literally had to create the manufacturing line to make these.
The whole machine.
Which is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From start to finish.
So much goes into it.
They don't make machines that just produce these pads. Now, granted, you could get a machine that produces a few flat pads, but we're talking about producing pads that are consistent by the thousands.
Yep.
You know what I mean? This is something that we're able to not just produce for the North American market, but this is a worldwide product that's shipped out everywhere.
Yep. Yeah, and just the angles of the pads and everything. I mean, all of that has to be consistent. They all have to work the same, and it's definitely totally unique.
So all the cool stuff about the pad, but really, let's dive into these next slides.
Yeah. All right.
And talk about the benefits of these pads. So what you see here today is we have our 4 pads lined up. Now, this pad lineup of this specific foam is already foam that is super successful in our UroTec line, hence UroTec Edge Guard. So that's something that we already know hits the mark in regards to being super successful, from your white polish and finish pad, your yellow polishing pad, your heavy polishing pad, and then of course your medium cut pad. And this of course is AKA the blueberry pad, which is very famous and very popular amongst detailers, especially that one-step category, right?
Yes, for sure.
And we speak from more of experience because we're both shop owners, so this is fun being able to be involved with brands and do this kind of stuff, especially with the rag company. But realistically, we're detailers and technicians at heart. So this is what makes it more exciting to be able to say, hey, these things are vetted. When we bring these to the table, this is not just showing it off and marketing. This is real deal, tested, true.
Yeah, and even like for myself, I'm really known for hitting on that like efficiency, like what's going to make BB the best detailer in the shortest amount of time, right? That's my secret to business. And so, pads like these and, the different foams, and then now this new design, in so many different ways, it's just going to make me be more efficient and more consistent, which just leads to, you know, overall success.
Absolutely. If we could move to the next.
Yep. Next
there
slide.
we go. So
all right.
biggest
Features and benefits.
Yeah. So I'll let you take over and show the first.
So with the edge guard, so it's got like a plastic ring here, and this is going to help you perfectly center it. So, you know, in the past there's been tools that you could, you know, attach to the center of your polisher to center things like that, or you would have to just kind of
in the middle.
Yeah, you'd have to kind of guess. So with these, it's so easy. You're literally just going to line up one side and slap the pad down. So, and then it's perfectly centered every single time.
And this is for, you know, we're looking at a 5-inch right now. Of course, we make these in both 5 and 6, but it's literally that simple. Whether you're working with any of the machines you see here, it's literally, you just have that corner, boom. So when it comes to a shop where you have a lot of employees, as you know, centering the pad is crucial in regards to balance of everything that you're going to do for executing the machine, right? So being able to hand this to your employees is just super, just no-brainer, because they can slap it on and go, and everything's nice and even. They don't have to center it, they don't have to think twice about it, and if they're maybe a little off that morning, they'll make it easy for them.
Yep. So it just improves consistency and efficiency, right?
And even for you in your shop, I mean, just being solo, it just, you don't have to think twice.
Right, it speeds everything up. I mean, every second that you can cut off and be more efficient, and, you know, you can cut that off, you're not sitting there spinning, you know, trying to check your balance and stuff. So yeah, it just, every second counts, right?
That, and you know, when you do pull these pads off enough times, you kind of have to almost go off the centering of that.
Yeah.
That you don't have to think about anymore.
Right. Yep.
So our next slide.
Edge protection.
Oh man, this one's huge.
You love
this one's huge. And the reason why I think this one's huge is because all of us know, especially with, not to call out Rupes versus any other ones, but let's just say these backing plates, right? You get that skipping effect. You know, when usually you have a traditional flat pad with, of course, not having the edge protection, that's something where as you're getting up on door handles, as you see on the slide, or other areas that are super tight underneath, you know, side view mirrors, you may bump and skip up against that painted surface. Now, a lot of times it won't damage, but it does leave those little skip marks. So with this edge protection, this allows you to have kind of a bumper for that backing plate and security and insurance, so you don't have to worry about that.
It's actually going to be the same foam that hits that area.
Bingo. And that way you're not doubling back and trying to say, oh, I got to go back and I got to polish that area. Or if you have a new technician that doesn't know what that is, they might think it's permanent, and they just kind of walk away from it and be like, well, it's an as-is thing. We'll figure it out later. No, this will eliminate that whole thing and make your quality of work and finish work that much better.
All right, next slide. Easy peel. Man, this one's a big one for me. So, you know, obviously I have nails, but I have always struggled with getting the pads off. So, you know, different backing plates, some are just super strong Velcro, and so I've always struggled with this. It can tend to, you know, peel the back off the pad, separate the pad, the foam, and, you know, that kills your pads, right?
Well, and every hook and loop is a little different too, but especially when they are brand new out of the package. That's when they're really just kind of like glue.
So these are so nice because it has that plastic edge. You just grab that edge and pull off. It leads to a more consistent pull. So you're not pulling, you know, on one edge so hard and then it starts to give. And what happens is then you have the one edge that peels away, right? So this keeps that pad just consistent all the way through.
And you could, you know, you could go and just muscle it off, or you could kind of just work, because you have that lip, you have that edge to say. Unlike where you have a traditional pad like this one, for example, I go to throw this on, I get it centered. Now I'm done with the pad, I'm ready to switch. Now most installers, technicians, when they go to pull the pad, they're having a hard time. Now I know there are, you know, plastic knives and other ways and approaches to be able to lip that and get it off. But when you don't have that, you know, and you're not aware of that method, this is where you start yanking on it. And as you're yanking on it, I mean, you could yank, and then you end up making this pad just all jacked up around the edges. Or you end up separating it and delaminating it if the glue's not strong enough. So that eliminates that whole aspect, especially I know like on that roof heads machine, if I were to go ahead and put that on there. And not everybody can muscle off the pads easy, especially
and
when
so
they're
my
brand
way
new.
of doing it, I do that, and you can see that it makes it kind of separate. And
Yeah,
so
but you got fresh nails too.
I do,
Think
and I
about
don't want
that
to
up against
damage
his back
them.
Velcro for gel. Now they're all etched and messed up.
Then I have to repolish
Yep,
the
I
tips.
know, that's not- yeah.
So definitely, you know, and I noticed too that, you know, not only does it start to peel away, but it also starts to, you know, compromise the density of the foam there. So again, you're just going to have a little bit of inconsistency after time, right?
And that oblong type thing that
Yeah.
it causes for the actual pad,
Right.
when you go to center it again, it
Yeah.
makes it more difficult to center. So
Right.
you're right back to square one
Yep.
with the centering issue.
Yep, yep.
Let's go on to the next slide. This is huge. So the breathable loop backing. So for most of you that have been detailing for a long time, if you've ever used a pad that has, where it has the cup like this, or it has anything that centers it, like traditional like rotary pads, wool pads, in the center, they typically have one big piece of plastic and then they put the Velcro over it. This doesn't have that. This allows it to breathe still. That is completely unique to every other pad that is out there on the market that has this cup or this edge that wraps up. And this will allow the pad to work better, more effectively, run cool, more efficiently, and of course to do its job and get longevity and life for your investment out of the pad. That is a huge deal when it's breathable, especially with it being an open cell structure. You want it to be able to breathe. That way it runs cool and you're not overheating and compromising the pad prematurely.
Yep. Awesome. All right, next one. Thermal sealed reinforced polymer pocket. You want to break that down for us?
So super fancy, but super easy too. That basically, Rich reached out to a few manufacturers that are able to blend some polymers with some plastic and make basically a custom recipe for this plastic ring here. And the reason being is because under stress tests, typically any other traditional ring that you would find on some other pads that are on the market, they would prematurely crack, they would bend, they would get all out of shape, as to where with this, running through the ringer with all the tests that we've had back at the facility, this does not do that. So as you're ripping it off and gripping it and muscling this is gonna allow you to be able to keep the integrity of that circular shape and also not worry about any premature cracking. And then with it being thermo-sealed, that basically allows this ring, this plastic ring, to be properly sealed to the foam and to the backing. So this will not release under any pressure or circumstances of you pulling it off.
Yeah.
So that's a huge thing. And over time, as this pad lasts, this ring will probably outlast the pad.
Yeah, and just to speak to this, so I've had one single blueberry that I got at SEMA, right? And since we all know I use the blueberry the most, it has entered into rotation with about 12 other, you know, standard Reflection Artist blueberries. And so this one, it's a single one. I like to use it obviously every time I polish cars, and so it gets used every time. So it's been, you know, attached, removed, washed, put through the ringer, you know, for about 5 months, and it still is perfect. Still great. You know, no breakdown in the plastic, and it's funny how I noticed that I reserve those for the special times.
Well, one of the biggest things that Buff and Shine is known for too is our proprietary blend glue that we use to put the actual hook and loop Velcro backing to bond with the actual foam itself. And that is what we've been known for years. When you go research any of the forums, groups, you name it, we have the least amount of delamination issues documented. So this, on the other hand, with this type of feature, this is actually going to damn near eliminate that. I mean, this the way that it's just the thermo sealing of this and the way it wraps up on that edge like that to create that cup, you're no longer going to have that delamination issue. It's almost, you know, to a point to where it's eliminated the issue by adding this feature amongst other features that it's going to carry over to.
Yep, super exciting.
Next slide. And of course the extended edge. That's your favorite
All right.
one.
Yes, so this is probably one of my favorite features. So when we look at it like this, I probably shouldn't have grabbed the white one, let me grab the yellow. You can kind of see that shape where it, you know, there's like the space in there. So what this does for you is when you are up on edge or, you know, compressing, it allows that foam to flex, which is going to help with the breakdown. You know, so on all pads, you know, we tend to use our edge for things, right? And so this is going to give just that a little amount of flex that's going to let the foam give and not break down. So it's just going to allow you to get into those contours around, you know, the door handles like we talked about, you know, the back ends of SUVs.
Or when the lights are recessed and you've
Yes.
got that little 1-inch
Right.
lip
Yep.
that you need to get up on. This
Yeah.
will allow for that edge work to be properly done.
Yeah, because it just gives that a little flex without breaking down the space that's normally in this area. So it just gives you a little bit more flexibility, if we say, to, you know, in the way that you use your pad.
Oh, and then the contours on these vehicles. There's so many, you know, nice lines on these vehicles, but concaves and contours in regards to, you know, you get on the side panels when it's almost like a C cup. That allows that edge work for you to run right up in there and have that excess to be able to do that.
Right.
You know, just you have more coverage. You know, being that the backing is 5-inch, your face is 6, so you're able to get a lot more coverage there as well.
Yeah. Efficiency.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more area. Next slide, sir.
All right. When are they coming?
So the biggest thing, you see that we introduced 4, right? So on the screen, you'll see that there's 6. So when they are coming, which will be late April, early May, we're looking at adding 2 more pads to this lineup. And we have the black foam, which is our finishing foam, which is also great for applying waxes and sealants so you don't compromise your finish work that you spent hours doing.
Yeah.
And then you have our coarse blue heavy cut foam. Now, most of you are, you know, aware of this foam. We've had this foam in our lineup for a while. I call it the bug sponge foam because it's a very, very open cell structure, which I find to be very suitable for single stage paint, RVs, and of course boats, marine application gel coat. And it just is super successful in those categories because of it being so much open cell, you're able to salvage the pad and actually use it quite a few times with all that spent product and spent paint that goes into it to be able to clear it out and purge it out properly so you could reuse it, of course. So that would be now a 6-pad lineup that will be released with the UroTec Edge Guard pads.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to watch for those to come out. We're just waiting for a couple more pieces of the self-made machine to get here, and then they'll be ready to roll. So we are super excited about these coming out. You know, be watching for them. Where can everyone find them?
So if you go to the buffandshine.com website, we do have a drop screen area, or sorry, a drop tab that will open up to a screen with a list of distributors across the U.S. You'll be able to find your nearest distributor there. Of course, there is the rag company. And then, you know, a lot of the distributors, they are able to pick and choose out of all the different lines of pads that they want to purchase from us. So some may not have these pads immediately. Maybe in their market they don't have interest in getting them yet. That's okay, because the more you demand it, then they'll want to bring it in.
Yep. All right, Dane, do you have any questions for us?
You have a few, actually. Let me go ahead and grab those for you. Just a second.
And while Dane is digging, there's one other thing that I saw on the pads that's quite interesting. They're self-centering, obviously, because of the nice ring, but you still have that center hole. And the center hole isn't actually there for self-centering or centering because you don't need that anymore, but it is there for pad cooling. So it's nice that they get that there.
Disbursement. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, a lot of guys actually, you know, honestly, you know, being that our manufacturing facility is in the middle of Compton, what we do is we like to throw these pads up and then we end up with the hole that way. So,
do they come in a 3-inch?
So right now we're only making them in a 6-inch and a 5-inch, and there may be a 3-inch based on the demand. So right now we're focusing on the meat and potatoes of what people mostly use.
Of course. I think it's a great design, though, especially for somebody who's a little newer at this and looking for kind of, I don't want to call it training wheels, but just something that kind of guides you a little bit better so you can actually get the hang of it and get more comfortable, you know, polishing.
Definitely.
For sure.
Well, the biggest thing I personally like, too, is that this hasn't been done yet and that there's a patent pending on it, so it can't be duplicated.
Yeah, you guys got something great there. And then Kirby here, these new style of pads are super smart and safe. EdgeGuard is a great name. And, oh, of course, our good friend Hans wondering, will Europe be receiving these?
Well, if you have a distributor for Buff and Shine in Europe, I would definitely recommend asking. And, of course, that's something that the more that you ask, I'm sure then they'll go ahead and bring them in.
Sounds like perhaps Patrick over at TRC EU could get in touch with those guys.
Definitely,
so, yeah, I think that could happen. All right, so Oh, this is interesting. Maybe you could go into this. Stefan was wondering, does that mean you need to prime the edge as well? Say, for example, you're getting up close to like those door handles, stuff like that, things you might bump into. To play it safe, do you need to prime that side of the pad?
I would think that that's really gonna, that's gonna matter of how much, liquid you have on the surface. If you are doing around a door handle or something like that and you feel like you've already kind of gone over it with the main face of the pad, you're probably fine. If you're planning on utilizing the edge for an area that maybe you notice that edge meets that you have not gone over with the flat surface, then I probably would. And I would, if it were me, I'd put some on my finger and just kind of prime
it wouldn't
that
hurt
edge.
to give it some product and lubricity to help in regards to whatever level of correction you're trying to achieve.
Yeah.
So that way you're not basically going in dry and taking away from the efforts of what you're trying to achieve. And of course, in regards to priming the pad, that's always a smart move overall. So I would say yes. And then of course, the same way that you would clean any pad, which we could get into, you would the same approach. Priming, care, all that stuff follows over with the UroTec edge guard.
Yep.
Sure.
And speaking of cleaning the
go ahead.
pads,
I was going to say a follow up from Stefan here, tied back into that 3-inch comment.
Yeah, so the 1 and 2 inch for Nano.
So now, if you look at our UroTec line of pads, we actually have 6, 5, 3, 2, and 1. So we have in all these foam grades and colors, we already have that established. So we got you covered there.
Yeah,
Excellent.
just the 1 and the 2 inch probably won't be in the edge guard.
Well,
but
for the edge guard,
yeah,
no, it
but
wouldn't,
they
yeah.
absolutely do exist. Yes.
Yeah.
And
And
then
then what is the
another
best
one
way
for
to
you.
care for a buff and shine pad?
Best way to care for a buff and shine
Yeah.
pad?
So how do we clean them?
So personally, I'm not one to put them in a washer or dryer. I'm not one to break out the pressure washer and hit them. I go with the old traditional hand washing. And basically what I like to use is I'll get a 1 ounce to a 32 ounce bottle for rags to riches. I'll make that mixture up. And I like to pad cycle too, so I'll use a pad every 2 panels or so, give or take, right? Depending upon the size of the panel. But on average, every 2 panels, I'll pull the pad off, I'll spray it down with the rags to riches that's already ready to use, and then I'll get a storage bin, like you would use for clothes or whatnot, that's plastic, and I fill it up about 8 inches of water. Just water, no chemicals. And I go ahead and throw the pads in there face down. So come the end of the day, when I have accumulated X amount of pads on the job or multiple jobs done, I'll have all those pads that have been sitting and saturating just in water, along with that little bit of boost from the rags to riches to break down whatever was in the pad. And then I'll go ahead and just rinse them out, rub them and agitate them a little bit, maybe a soft brush if you really got to dig into them to remove any spent product or spent clear coat, and then rinse them out again till it's clear, and then I compress them in regards to getting the moisture out. And then the other trick to that is I actually have 2 $20 box fans that I have facing up on the lowest setting on a metal wire rack, and I'll go ahead and face them face down, back up, and that way they could dry overnight, and then I could store them the next day.
Yeah, and I do it kind of different but the same in that rags to riches is the common denominator there. So of course when I'm done I spray them with rags to riches, and because I'm a solo operator and it could take me quite a while until I needed to clean pads, and so I actually spray them with rags to riches, throw them in a dry bucket, and they sit there for however long, and then I will switch it up depending on the mood I'm in. Sometimes I use a pad washer, and then sometimes I do throw them in the washer, and that works fine too. I don't dry them, I usually air dry them, but that's kind of the cool thing, is that you can do it whatever way you're most comfortable with. You just want to make sure you're getting the product out, but they're pretty tolerable of whatever method works for you. So
that is
the
true.
one thing I did learn though, since we're talking about it, is don't soak them in a bucket full of rags to riches.
No,
right? Yeah,
no.
don't do that.
No, you don't want to soak anything
You can
in
spray
chemicals
them,
and
but
let it dwell.
but don't leave them soaking in rags to riches.
That little extra boost that you spray on there is more than enough.
Yes.
And the water itself, most of these compounds and polishes are water-based, so that water in itself will soften that up and make sure that when it's time to come to rinse with a little bit of pressure, everything's just going to purge right out.
Easy. Yeah.
All right, and in the interest of time, I got just one more here from you, from Edmund Iverson asking, would the 5-inch pads fit on a Flex 3401, or should I go with the 6-inch?
So that's a great question, actually. You know, the Germans have their way of doing things with that 3401, where they have that 4.5-inch backing plate and their 5.5-inch. So you're still going to have a little bit of an offset. I actually talked to the president of Flex, or I don't even know if that's the proper way of addressing. Chris Metcalf is his name. I'd give you his phone number, but I don't want to throw him out there like that. No. Anyhow, the backing plate, you know, it's an offset backing plate, so it does make things a little weird, even for the standard, you know, pads that are on the market that we offer and manufacture. So you're going to have that little bit of a lip. The cool thing is, you know, to Ivan's point, this is a cooling ring, but at the same time, this will still continue to help you center because the backing plate on the Flex 3401 has the ring as well. So you just have to have a detailed eye for that.
Yeah, yeah, and this center, the center portion that's still the hook and loop, this on that smaller
we'll support it
3401 is exactly that shape and size, so you can kind of still visually see that you're centered on that as well. You just won't be necessarily using the edge guard for that purpose on centering on
yeah, so you'll still get all the benefits of the pad. It would just be, you know, making that small email to Flex to make that change.
Yep.
Okay, well, no, that's good to note. So for anybody out there,
we have an idea. We'll let you know if it works.
Yeah, that is something, because I'm a Flex 3401 guy myself, so that is something that was brought up many of times. But you know, the mass market right now, thankfully, they've gone to the, you know, the 5-inch that they should be at. So that's where it's one of those things. It's and that machine, unfortunately, it's not going to be around much longer. So.
Right.
Well,
so
thank you
we
so
might come
much.
up with a temporary fix.
Yeah.
Sydney, Justin, we really appreciate it. And I think a lot of people were surprised to see this in a positive way. I think it's going to make a really good impression on the folks at home. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Ivan, now that we're moving along here, we've got ourselves some Vyper Chair action coming up because they took your spot from the afternoon.
Right. So we switched things around. They were waiting for their products. Still not sure if they showed up. So,
only one way to find out.
Yeah. Let's go over to Vyper Chairs.
The Vyper Chair, America's #1 shop chair, made right here in the USA. The Vyper Chair glides over any surface and loose debris with 4-inch industrial-grade casters. Relieve your lower back pain with the perfectly angled backrest. Prevent tipping and improve posture with a wide, sturdy base. Vyper Chairs are designed for every industry: automotive, detailing, welding, or any other project in your garage, no matter what you love to do. With an artillery of accessories, Vyper is here to help you with whatever the job requires. Stop wasting your money buying cheap shop stools and get yourself a Vyper Chair. Handcrafted right here in America. Shop VyperIndustrial.com to save up to $200 on packages and bundles, plus free shipping on all orders. Shop VyperIndustrial.com. That's BYPER Industrial.com.
Hey guys, Anthony with the Rag Company, and welcome to what should have probably been the Vyper Chair segment of today's TRCMA Live. Due to like an unforeseen shipping situation, I've found myself alone at this table, somewhat lonely, and I do have somebody over there. Alex, hey. Alex, come on. Just come on, man. Just for a minute. You have a shirt that says Vyper on it.
I got nothing.
I got nothing. I got nothing on the table.
I got nothing either.
So it was a shipping situation. It was. Who was the guy? What was his name?
So we're gonna release something really cool. We actually made it just to debut here.
No way.
Dylan.
Psych! Yeah! Oh my God!
Let's go!
How long were we going to go on for that? We were going to stretch it out quite some time.
I hope you're sweating a little bit, because I was sweating this morning too. But we actually did have shipping, a little bit of confusion, but we got it here in time, and that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Love you, bud.
And thanks to Yvan for allowing us to switch up the places here, because without that, these actually would have came minutes before.
Literally.
Yeah. You would have had to go on live.
Yeah.
So here we are with some new Vyper Chair products. It's always an exciting day when we see these things roll into our studio because of the quality. It's literally could be one of the last chairs you ever buy in your entire life, but you guys keep producing such badass chairs that you just keep wanting to buy
all of them.
Yep, limited drops. You got to keep collecting all those as well too. So there's no stopping for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but basically what we have here is our Low Pro. Our Low Pro is our #2 top seller chair. And the main demographic here is really the detailing. The detailing community loves these things, but you know, with how we operate, you know, what else could we do to make this chair even better? One of the key features of our other models that everyone loves is the backrest. So it was a no-brainer to us to add a backrest to the Low Pro. So not only do you get the convenience and everything like that out of this stool, but now we're going to add a backrest so you can eliminate that lower back pain. And one of the most exciting parts about it, that was kind of like, that would happen pretty weird, right? But anyways, we want to also debut a sidekick attachment for the Low Pro. And this isn't the traditional sidekick. You know, our traditional sidekick, it works on all the other chairs. It doesn't work on the Low Pro because of the size of the seat. Yeah. The other Low Pro is a one piece that goes on both sides, kind of like wings. We want to try something a little bit different here. So what we actually developed is a split sidekick. And so what we have here is two different types. So we have the one side with the brush holder and the cup holders, and then this side, which is my favorite thing that's really, really gonna be cool, especially for detailers, is a polisher and rag holder. So
perfect. The perfect place to do this, Alex. I mean, it really is.
Absolutely. And
we got some towels around here.
Exactly. And the cool part too is, and we'll assemble it here real quick so you guys can get a view on this, of how quick and easy it is.
To add them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the cool part is that with the split level sidekicks too, is you can have one on one side and nothing on the other side. You can have them both. You can switch sides. If you're a lefty, you can have your polisher on the left side. If you're righty, you can have it on the right side. Whatever really fits your
whatever floats your boat, right?
Yeah, there you go, floats your
whatever
boat.
the motion of the ocean is, right? You just throw it on and send it.
Yep. So I'll have Anthony assist me here.
All right.
A little bit.
Okay. I don't know.
Tighten those from the bottom. I didn't tell you last year either, but you're able to figure it out.
I'm
so
able
we'll
to figure this out.
So what's cool with the Low Pro, you know, is it has the removable seat. So it's really easy, you know. It's fixed height, but if you want to get even super low on while you're getting the rocker panels or whatnot in your car, you can take the top off and use a kneeling pad. And same kind of concept here with this Low Pro is, so these pins are right here, and that's what these are gonna lock into. And you know, probably should have put that on first, right? I was following your lead, and you just really
sorry, I don't
threw me off there, and I was like, "What are we doing with this?
I'm not the pro. I've only built a couple of these because once they're built, you just don't really need to do anything ever again.
That's true.
It's usually just a done deal. So
that's true, and I think you're righty, so we'll put this on this side. So if you want to take this one off,
take that one off. All right, you got it.
And just load this on here. So
this is there we
go. Now I think this is how it works.
This is how it works.
Yeah.
Okay, so line up those holes, right?
And so the cool
Send
thing
that
about
through.
the accessories that we do is, like, you know, when you buy this chair, you're buying, you know, the last chair you're ever going to need, right? So, but with Vyper, we always come up with new cool stuff, and we're not going to have you buy a whole new chair. So no matter what chair you have and what accessory it comes out with, it's always going to be made sure to fit with every model. So just because we have something cool, you can still add it to your chair. So don't ever worry about that stuff.
And this is awesome because this has a little protective piece on it, right? So in case this does kind of go off on its own, right? You have this protective cover here that's going to protect anything on a vehicle or maybe around your garage or anything like that. So that's really a nice touch as well. But you guys just do the coolest stuff. Like I'm kind of jealous sometimes, right? Like we have towels, right?
Yeah.
And we'll do things with our, you know, other distributors for chemicals and things like that. But like you guys get to have a lot of fun making all this stuff.
Well, I never thought anybody would say that about chairs, but I can't disagree with you.
It's fun, dude. It's awesome.
We built a really cool culture. We got a lot of cool stuff going on. And again, it just goes to what we're doing. Like, we're enthusiasts. Like, we're building this stuff like this. I drew this up on a piece of paper.
You did. You showed.
Because
actually
I wanted it.
It was kind of weird that you still had that piece of paper in your pocket. And I said, you don't need to carry that around with you just to prove the point. You could take a picture of that on your phone.
I mean, I don't have to have it framed.
Yeah, but
I
it's just getting really wrinkled with time. But dude.
So literally that's it. Like, so you have a Low Pro. What did assembly take? Well, if we did it right, probably even less time, but it took a couple minutes to add that on, and the backrest too as well. Literally a couple bolts on there. It bolts right into the existing holes right here. No additional hardware needed down here. Just up here for the spine. And again, it's got the nice rubber protectant on there. Hey, you can put whatever you want in there.
Put whatever you want in there.
And so then we can go ahead and start showing how it works.
All right.
Seriously, I've been waiting for this forever.
Okay.
Because, you know, with the other sidekick, we launched it, we made it a general use sidekick because we didn't really know how it was going to work out. We can't keep them on the shelf, so now we want to go a different route of getting really industry specific with these things. And with detailers being one of our main demographics, and also our great friends at Rag Company hosting this event. We had a fab one up just for this.
Heck yeah.
So we'll kind of go and start talking about how we can make this stuff even cooler now. And so again, holds right in there. It's on both sides, so again, if you're lefty or righty, it doesn't matter. You can swap that around. You still got the brush holes right here.
Yep.
I guess this is a newer design.
That's a tri-grip. That one's a little bit wider on the bottom.
We'll take that
It's okay. It's okay. We'll give you a pass there.
And then not only that, too, you can have wherever you want to put it. You have your magnetic light on there, so while you're detailing, you can do that stuff.
Yeah.
And then you got your towel. I can't wait all day.
This can fold right into here like that, right?
Yeah.
Voila, very fancy. All right, and then what do you got?
You got the Stjarnagloss in there.
Okay.
That's a big bottle too. Look at it fit in there just perfect too.
It's a 32-ounce bottle going right inside there like that. Then what else you got?
Smell this stuff?
I have. Everything smells
good.
amazing.
Put that stuff in there.
This is an outfitted setup, man.
Yeah, man.
This is all you need is some off-road tires, and you're ready to detail the
you're
world.
polishing. You got to put that stuff down there.
Okay.
And you need.
Oh yeah, I'll just put that right here. Okay. All right.
And then we got the tire brush in there too.
You're just kind of throwing things now.
Just like we did last year.
Yep.
Literally anything that you need while you're working on your car, you can throw in here. So literally, you just have like the ultimate detailing chair here. You have the comfort, you have the durability, you have the 4-inch casters that can roll over zip ties, extension cords, all that good stuff. And literally, you can go from wheels to decontamination to washing to polishing to ceramic coating, and literally have it all in one chair and not have to get up if you don't want to. And I don't get up. I just kind of wheel around the whole time.
There's this guy I know, right? He says he does his best work sitting down. Very rarely will I see him stand for long periods of time, right? But you may have heard of him, Dane of the Rag Company, right?
I've heard of him.
He does phenomenal work sitting down. Literally some of the best video work, the best editing work, right? The best podcasts, all that done sitting down. He would never have to stand again.
That's the goal. That's the goal. I mean, when you eliminate workplace injuries, and a lot of them are from walking, you know, like we're doing a good thing out here for people. And so like
they are, right? There's nails on the ground. There's all sorts of there's wood screws, right? Yeah. Just don't worry about that and roll.
Absolutely.
Roll to your heart's desire. It's just absolutely insane what this thing can do. And so this is probably, I think, from a detailing perspective, this chair makes the most sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have the pros and cons. It really all sounds a personal preference. Between our top two chairs, it'd be either this or the Robust Steel Max. And again, the thing that really pushed the Robust Steel Max over this for a lot of people was the backrest. But now that we have a backrest on here, kind of changes the game. So which one are you going to go with? It really is personal preference. But we also have packages, so you can get them both at the same time, and you can pick and choose which one you want to use whenever you're doing whatever detailing job you're doing.
What I like is how this backrest is placed. It's placed just low enough to where it's like that perfect lumbar support, right? So when I was sitting in this for the first time, minutes before we had to go live on here, right? Because, you know, we really cutting down to the line there, cutting down to the wire there, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan, for just, it was a fun stress, right? We have fun here, and that kind of stress, it keeps us alive and going, right, Alex?
Great for my heart.
Great for both of our hearts.
Thanks, Dylan.
But no, we put this thing together really quick, and I sat in here and I said, holy smokes, they absolutely nailed it with this height of this backrest. And you wouldn't think it makes that big of a difference. But it's an entirely different chair. The second you sit in here and you feel that on your lower back, it just completely changes it. And so what colors is this going to come in?
It's going to match the Low Pro. So all this, the backrest will match the Low Pro. The Psychic, we like to keep the traditional black, so it's across the board. So that's just kind of our standard right there. But you can have the background color, or the backrest colors in any color to match the Low Pro. And again, if you already have a Low Pro, this attaches onto any existing chair. So you add it as a separate attachment, good to go. We're looking to launch it sometime in probably mid-May or so. Again, I drew it up a while ago. We've been, busy with some other stuff, but I was like, hey, Dylan. Again, Dylan. Jeez.
Hold on.
I was like,
I got an old Low Pro here.
There we go.
And by old Low Pro, I don't want to call it old, right? Because I mean, it's still the amazing, an amazing chair, right? But this here was what we debuted last year, right?
That I assembled the morning of, last minute as well.
I know. Whose fault was that? Was it
I think it was Dylan. Yeah.
It was Dylan. Dang, that Dylan guy, man. What's he doing over there? Anyway, so blue on here, which looked awesome for the TRC studio, and we've been wheeling this around now for an entire year. We put it through hell and back. We've had races with it.
up and down through the studio. We've spun on this thing countless times. We've fallen on it a couple times for fun, right, just to see what would happen, and it's amazing. So there's not a scratch or dent or ding on this, and I think it's just a testament to the quality materials you guys are using, the powder coat finish you guys are doing, right? All of the hardware is...
Yeah, it's all zinc coated hardware. So yeah, for anybody that doesn't know about the chair, yeah, everything on the chair, we don't use plastic, we don't cheap out, we don't cut any corners. Everything about this chair is top grade. The 4-inch casters, rollover zip ties, extension cords, everything's steel. If it's exposed like some of other chairs, it'd be stainless. If it's not exposed, it's gonna be powder coated with a nice wrinkle finish on here. And again, the hardware is grade 8, grade 9 zinc coated hardware. So again, for detailing is a really big thing. You have it around water, it's not gonna rust or corrode, and that's with everything across the board, is you can put this thing, again, through hell and back with anything you can put it through for detailing and not have a worry.
I'm trying to see, my phone, right, is usually around me if I'm listening to my AirPods, right? That fits a phone right on there. You can also sit a phone right on top of there, right, leaned up against your bottles. That's pretty sweet as well.
Anything, and it's true, it's not just for that stuff, like if you're ever thirsty.
Oh my God, okay.
You can just slip that in there.
Okay, there's a drink right here.
Not a big deal at all.
Gents, I'm feeling a little bit low on the energy. Could I just...
Oh yeah, hey, how are you feeling?
I could also use a little... Oh, hey.
So a really cool thing that we're doing right now is, you know, we're a couple of young guys that started this company. We worked our tails off to get this done, and we lived...
Sorry, they wouldn't give me a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I just need to describe this to you. This is a bit of a game changer in that this has given me so much energy, more energy to pick up the women, I think.
What is happening right now?
We like to say the air freshener is big dick energy. I feel like this is consumable big dick energy. Vyper, thank you for making me a better man. Cheers to you, Anthony.
And, you know, that's not even on the label either. That's just an extra thing that it offers
have that
too.
For free. Cheers all.
I came into this presentation somewhat confused, and I'm more confused now than I've ever been.
Let me fix it for you. So anyways, we're a couple young guys. We work really hard. We were living off energy drinks. I'm talking 3, 4, I'm not going to name any energy drinks, but energy drinks that we were drinking all the time. Heart palpitations, my chest always hurt. It was pretty insane.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Dane, one of the owners, type 1 diabetic, and you know, we're drinking these ones that we thought were good for us. 0 calories, 0 across the board. Like, how can that be bad for you, right?
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, Dane's blood sugar started spiking because he has to track it.
Yeah.
And we're like, what is going on? So we looked it up and we realized that all that artificial stuff, all the stuff that makes it 0 calories is actually awful for you. It's the way they cheap out. They want to do all that stuff. I was getting excited. I don't know if you're going to twirl me or something.
I'm listening. I just didn't know what other kind of magic you were going to pull out of these drawers, right?
I don't know.
You're pulling out way too much stuff out of there. Continue on,
We got one
though.
more thing there, but...
So, so you guys were drinking energy drinks, right?
Yep.
And you thought to yourself, let's create an energy drink.
Well, it was a joke. We're like, damn, you know, like no one else is doing what should be done. Let's just make our own. And it was literally a joke. And then 2 hours later, Dane's like, screw it, let's do it.
In 2 hours, you made that type of business decision? Isn't that kind of crazy?
That's just how we had this made in about 5 days. So we don't have the corporate red tape. If we have a good idea, we go with it.
So it would take me 15 years to make something like this.
For some reason, Dylan's good at that stuff, though.
He's horrible at shipping, just the worst at shipping. That guy can't ship anything to save his life. But man, apparently he's just a wizard at putting everything else together. So, okay, so an energy drink from a chair company. I'm listening. I'm interested. I want to try it.
It's not just any energy drink, though. Again, we don't want to do stuff like everybody else. We don't want people to feel bad. So we completely changed the game. So what we did was we made a good-for-you energy drink. And so that means skipping all the artificial flavors, all the artificial ingredients. It smells good, too, right?
It smells amazing.
Yeah.
Can I?
All right, go ahead. Give it a try. Give it a try. I know you're dying, too.
That is nice.
You like it?
That is very nice.
Go ahead and describe it.
That is very refreshing. So first off, I think it's that perfect amount of sweetness, right? Which I really like. Do you know that I like energy drinks? Is that why you're doing this?
I think I do.
Is that why
I don't know if you guys know this, but funny backstory about Anthony is he's actually like a former bodybuilder, and he worked at a large, supplement company. So the guy knows some stuff. Again, with Vyper Energy, we did something different. This isn't a standard energy drink. We didn't have someone white label drink. We actually formulated in-house with a veteran formulated in-house. All good for you. We skipped all the crap. We put only good stuff in there, from monk fruit to stevia. We have a Vyper energy blend where it blends, you know, natural green tea extract with L-theanine, which is a great thing for your focus. So again, this is some good stuff in here. And again, some people would appreciate this. And I don't know if you guys know this, but again, what? So Anthony is a former bodybuilder. He knows all this stuff. He really takes care of his body. And and so there's this picture that floats around. I don't know, can we get a zoom in on that? So we have Anthony here.
Who crudely put the Vyper logo on that?
He's already had it.
Who did that?
So if you want to look like this, now pan out. If you want to look like this, Vyper Energy is for you. Go all in. You're welcome for that surprise.
Can on the photo, the time and effort, right? Literally in the minutes before receiving this, right, and the stress there was, he had already planned this out, which is just amazing. So on a serious note, yes, I've worked in the supplement industry. I worked in that kind of in that field, and so when you were describing the energy drink to me, I was like, all right, you guys are pretty much hitting every single check mark on what I would consider to be a health drink, right? So everything from your amino acids in here, right? Let's just say you have leucine, isoleucine, you have glutamine for recovery, right? Which is going to help you with muscle soreness, right? After a heavy day of detailing, a heavy day of being in the shop, right? You need to have some of that recovery as well, because some people have back pain, some people have shoulder pain, things like that. Glutamine is actually going to help you repair a lot of those muscles that start to tear down and help you with that process. But I asked you what the caffeine source was. You said green tea extract. I said that's freaking awesome. That's healthy. That's nice. And then I was looking at the overall caffeine content in here. 150 milligrams of caffeine, not bad. You guys have theanine in here. You guys also have, oh my gosh, you guys have a bunch of good stuff. Valine. You have lysine, leucine. I mean, dude, this is pretty good. And then I think
different, right? It's not just your standard energy drink.
And you guys got tart cherry in there too, which is amazing for you.
Benefits. Yeah. Again, that's that, and what you said earlier, it's true. Like, you know, detailers, especially, like, we're really going after a different crowd here. The blue collar guys, the guys that really work their asses off all the time. That's who we're currently shooting for. And the thing here is, when you're detailing or whatever you're working on, you feel like you're getting tired or whatever, you're like, oh, I need caffeine. So you drink some coffee or you drink an energy drink and you're not really thinking about it. You think just you need that focus or whatever. That's not what you really need. Yeah, you need that focus. You need that extra energy. But the other thing is, like, you need to listen to what your body's telling you. Your body is needing something. You're straining yourself, you know, you're sweating, your body needs replenishment. So this isn't just a standard energy drink. This is an energy drink. This is a Vyper energy drink.
Yeah.
And so not only do you get the caffeine source, again, natural, so it's healthy for you, but also added amino acids, minerals, vitamins, electrolytes, all the stuff that you're depleting of your body, we're putting in this drink. So while you're working hard, you're not having to sit there and have an energy drink and have a nice 4-course meal, you know what I mean? You're getting those nutrients from this energy drink, and that's what's gonna give you that extra energy. And with those things that I talked to you about, like the vitamins, the BCAAs, all that stuff, you may see in other energy drinks, but it's the microdoses. They're putting just enough in there so they can put it on a label. That's not how we operate. Everything that we put in here is in large doses, so you get a lot of the benefits from it.
So I'm not going to go out of my way to say like it's a multivitamin replacement, but there is enough vitamins inside here, right, and amino acids to where I think you're hitting a lot of those check marks to where I would consider this more on the health side rather than the junk energy side of things, and especially with coming from green tea extract and all that, it's going to make a huge difference. But I mean, you guys have vitamin C in here, you have potassium, magnesium, zinc. I mean, you guys are, again, folate, you guys are hitting all these awesome things that most supplements, you know, are going to help with multiple things in recovery across the board. So pretty amazing. And so when's this happening?
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I mean, again, like, this wasn't a quick thing. I mean, it was a quick idea, right? It started as a joke and then we went into that. But we spent probably over the last at least year, maybe more, probably more, year and a half or so formulating this thing. Again, we started formulating in-house. We happened to come across Chris, our nutritionist, in-house nutritionist, former veteran. So we came in here and we went through, I mean, I don't know how many revisions, at least 20 or so revisions. So the thing is, like, we want, I mean, let's just, I mean, seriously. Just take a minute right there.
Do you want, I can send you over the old files for marketing.
I already have it.
Okay.
Sorry. It's my screensaver.
Okay, all right. You know, I mean, it was many years ago, and they're going to be like, "Dang, Anthony he changed his life around really fast. He got in really good shape." And then they see me
We're
live
already
here on
running
the video.
ads on it.
Oh,
with this, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's your kind of our model.
So describe the taste of it. It's kind of like a fruit punch, a little bit of berry inside there as well. I think that, again, it's not overly sweet, and in terms of like the citric acid content, sometimes energy drinks can be a little bit too bitter, and especially when you start throwing amino acids into things, they also used to be bitter, right? As supplements and as kind of those microdose of branched chain amino acids and how they've really formulated them, they've made them less bitter over the years, right? Back in the day, there was amino acid supplements that you would take to, while you were working out to extend maybe the life of your not the life of your workout, but extend your workout to make it feel better. And they were very bitter, they were very sour. But this is perfect. I think the balance of stevia in there, it's not too sweet, and it's just that perfect. It's like a perfect, nice, smooth. Goes down nice.
Yeah. Easy drinkable. It's not like, you know, like the other drinks, they with their 0 calories, 0 sweeteners or whatever, 0 sugars, is they use sucralose. Sucralose is awful for you. It actually destroys the good gut bacteria, or the good bacteria in your gut.
Yeah.
And so that's what it gives you, that like huge, like intense sweetness when you have an energy drink. And that also is to mask all the other stuff you're talking about. And again, it's the easy way out. It's the cheap way out. And that's just not what we do.
So that's pretty awesome, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty stoked for you guys. This is pretty amazing. I like where you're going with the entire thought process of the business plan, because you're absolutely right. People go to the store, they buy whatever energy drinks are on sale, whether they're picking up NOS, Monster, Red Bulls, Rock Stars, whatever it may be, but a lot of those drinks, right, are loaded with things that may not be the best for you, but also a lot of people are picking up the full sugar versions, which isn't good for you as well, right? Combining that full sugar along with all the caffeine and everything is definitely going to spike things up within your body internally. It's just not going to be good for you long term, for your heart or just for your general health. So I like what you guys are doing. So you could be sitting in this, drinking this, with maybe,
and dang, we got to really find a way to get this like attachment on here. I don't really know how we could do that.
I'm sure you guys could probably
find a way. Like while you're detailing, you could just happen to stare at yourself too. If you,
I don't want that of myself there. That's just going to make me feel
bad.
bad.
Look how diverse the diversity that we can offer with this chair. Like you can literally put anything on here.
Vyper does it all. Okay, so Alex, other than awesome chairs, awesome drinks, what else is going on over at Vyper?
Everything, man. We're just building a really great
You guys met up with Goldberg.
Oh shoot, yeah. So
Goldberg.
It's wild, man.
It's insane.
The stuff that's been going on is like, you know, so that fun stuff. We had to go to Bill Goldberg's garage the other day, invite us over there to Texas. He built a dream garage, and of course you can't have a dream garage with some Vyper chairs, right? So we did some custom ones with him, went out there, hung out, got a tour of his garage, set that up. We have some other cool stuff in the works. We actually started a cool YouTube page where we're doing a vlog of all these trips that we're making, so definitely check that out. Something really neat there, and we're just kind of traveling all over the world. Not over the world, around the U.S. And the other aspect of it is we're working with some really large companies now. Like we're getting into the large manufacturing companies like Honda, Delta, Tesla. It's everywhere. So you know what started off as a little chair is kind of making its way around the world.
Absolutely. It's been insane to see Vyper's growth over the last few years, and just at SEMA, this last year in 2022, your guys' booth was packed.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It was just awesome to see. So with that said, we've got to have a couple questions regarding one thing or another, right? Something, Dane.
Seriously, you guys sent off like a firestorm in the comments with this whole thing. I don't know if Alex just has like an insane bunch of friends at home that all decided to chime in at the same time. It's been chaos here in the comments.
It's just one person just acting like I have a lot of friends. Right?
I'm impressed somebody can type out that fast.
Dylan trying to get redemption for his bad shipping.
Everybody
it's all
throwing
good.
I love you, Dylan, in the comments real quick for him because I feel a little bad. Not really, but a little bit.
He's still very loved. Don't worry.
Yeah,
So,
we
Ivan-
know it's not Dylan's fault. So, anyways,
I'll have Ivan lead with the very important question.
Bet you won't do a backflip off the low pro.
Okay, no.
We only have so much insurance in this building, so
I could use a couple days off.
So S13 Austin, do they come in pink?
So we offer them in black, red, and blue. However, we do limited drops from time to time. It'll start being a monthly thing where you just did a Nardo gray one with lowered lifestyle. We have some other really cool ones coming up. So if there's a color that you want, you can always shoot us an email. We can always get it lined up with something, and we're always down for that stuff.
Okay, and then I got G-Polish Detailing here saying he definitely needs one of these, but there's no shops in Germany for him to get them. So what's a possibility for European consumers?
Good question. We have expanded into some European markets and whatnot. I don't know if Germany is one of them off the top of my head. We do kind of open the doors for some international shipping, so feel free to reach out and we can kind of see if we can make something work. Also, if there's a vendor that makes sense, we're always about that because it helps reduce the shipping and all that for consumers. At the end of the day, we can ship them everywhere, but we feel bad sending out that $200 bill or so. So we can set something up to make sure that you can get these in your shops out there.
Very cool.
Okay. Oh, Tony Mazel. We know this guy. He's popping in saying, is there any kind of bumper edge for far-reaching metal edges? He sees a car door scratch in his future if he's not careful.
So everything's covered. Everything's
absolutely.
covered.
So there's a little, you probably can't see it because it's black, but there's a black rubber guard that goes around this.
And
along the spine is the backrest as well. And literally I've tested it. Matt from Assist Garage kind of called me out one time when we first launched it, like it's going to ding something. So I sat there and I pushed it into my Ford Raptor at the time over and over. It's not going to do anything damage to it. As long as you have the rubber back guard, you're good to go.
All right. Oh, personal call out apparently here from Joseph saying, I hear Alex sucks at Nerf wars.
I mean, I can pull the video up, but
there's a video.
There's a video.
No.
All right. Okay. All right.
Another important question. Joey wants to know if you've put any green underglow on that particular Vyper chair yet.
We could get that going.
That would be pretty
We have
awesome.
a couple ideas for some limited edition ones, so maybe we can add
we
that.
came up with some ideas here, which I think will be pretty sweet.
Yeah, maybe we'll see one
if
of
they
those.
come to fruition. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. And the next one, Ivan.
How much does the chair weigh? This guy is jacked.
As it sits, and especially with the picture of the bodybuilding picture, I don't know, how much does this weigh? That's pure muscle, so I'm thinking maybe
that was like 200 right there.
Chair overall is, I think it's around 20, 25 pounds or so with the attachments aren't very heavy or so. So I would say around 25 pounds with everything before you add all the good stuff. Picture of Anthony.
All right. Joey wants to make sure it's not too late to add a photo to his order. I'm not sure that's how that works.
I think it's downloadable somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
We can
somewhere
do
on
signed
Facebook
versions.
floating around.
Actually,
how about first 50 that order one of these gets a signed picture of Anthony in there?
Oh, now that would be good. Yeah, that picture actually used to be right behind me here, and Alex came in and took it and modified it slightly. So good on you, Alex.
Too
Good
much
job.
fun here at TRCMA. Yeah, too much fun.
So release dates. What are we looking at for a lot of this stuff?
So for the attachments for the Low Pro as well as Vyper Energy, we're looking at mid-May right now. I believe the exact date for our Vyper Energy is May 18th, but stuff is subject to change, so we just go with May 18th. If you guys follow us on social media, you'll be kept a loop on the exact drop date. Again, we literally just made these 2 weeks ago, so these are the first of its kind. So we got to get them into production, and we'll be good to go. We got to get them some proper testing and all that stuff. But mid-May, VyperEnergy.com, you can follow it on there. Vyper Energy and then Vyper Chair on social media. Follow that stuff, and you can keep up to date with everything.
Nice.
Excellent. And Neil with a serious question. Is this FDA approved?
The picture, no. The picture, no.
The chair or
the drink?
I was thinking this physique.
I don't think food and drug applies to a chair. Just saying.
I would say that yes, my photo is FDA approved. Yes. All natural, baby. One of those things. It took many years.
Sorry, you couldn't hear Nick in my ears, but I can't repeat that.
No, but it goes along with BDE. But anyways,
it's
something
there.
like that.
Something about a dad bod, but anyways.
Yeah. So mostly people were just stoked. They were all chiming in. They're having a great time. Lots of banter. But Kirby making sure that he's might be switching the drink he has for bike rides now.
Hey.
So
Well, Kirby, I mean, honestly, looking at the label and looking at everything they packed into there, I mean, this could easily compete with Extend. I mean, except Extend. I mean, gosh, back in the day, I remember when Extend first came out, it was almost undrinkable with how bitter it was. It got a lot better over time as they continued to improve upon the micronizing process of a lot of these essential amino acids. But, I mean, you guys are pretty much starting this at the perfect time, creating a drink that has all these benefits.
I see you looking at it. You can have another sip.
I'm gonna finish it.
You're gonna be the first one because honestly, this is the game changer for the energy drink community.
It is carbonated. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's lightly carbonated.
Lightly
so smooth
carbonated.
drinking. Again, it's not like your traditional energy drink where it's overly sweet, overly carbonated. It's easy to drink. And again, to just go into like Anthony's background before Rag Company, this is what he did. And so you have the man over here approving the.
I do. I literally see nothing. I see nothing wrong or nothing sketchy within any of this drink, which is awesome. And I can't say that about a lot of the drinks that I still even drink today, where I go, I probably shouldn't be drinking.
Anthony's the first to call that stuff out when he sees it, so that's true. I trust him.
Now, Vyper, are you guys going to be launching a massage chair soon?
Hey, I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
It can come with a Vyper employee that will massage you in the chair, but I believe it's a very expensive option.
All right, and lastly, I just wanted to include John Holt because he was trying to get a sneaky can in a bag by Cavs, so maybe.
So John Holt, right, Rag Company UK, he loves energy drinks, and so John, I will make sure I can hand deliver one to you personally when we are there.
There you go.
In July.
For wax stock, yeah.
Perhaps checked luggage. All right,
Absolutely.
so guys, thank you again. That was a wonderfully enlightening segment. I think we all had fun.
Yes,
it was
definitely.
lively, no doubt about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Have a good one, Alex. Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Oh man. So now that we got our energy peaked.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. Now we are rounding out the day with our friends at VELOCI. So we're gonna see some pressure washer stuff, I believe, things along those lines.
And hopefully some foam.
Yeah, well,
You
let's
never
check
know.
it
You
out.
know, they're good at that stuff.
Hey. So now we're at the VELOCI part, and I've got Lucas from VELOCI here to go over some of your guys' newest and best products. Everybody knows you guys are pretty much the leader in the industry when it comes to pressure washer supplies, accessories, hoses, flow rates, everything, stainless steel adapters, the whole 9 yards, literally.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. We like to stay on top of things around here. Super excited. We got a lot of new things coming for VELOCI. We've been really working hard over here going into 2023. Super excited to unveil this whole table. I mean, it's been a ride, you know, getting started with our manufacturing, hose assembly in-house, and then putting it all into this awesome kit. I'm super stoked.
This is rad, and what I like is some of the stuff seems, one, you've got some new hoses, you've got some new, this new reel looks smaller and lighter than the previous generation. And then what other upgrades and things are you doing that you guys have been working on since we last talked to you guys last year?
Yeah, so
feels like
last year we did have the black hose reel, and we actually had, so this hose here, this is going to be the wrapped gray. So if you see this here, you can kind of feel it. It's got a little bit more of like a porous feel to it.
Yep.
Huge new hose for us is going to be this smooth gray. So, you know, you spend a lot of money on your nice detailing setup. You get the floor all perfect and pretty. You don't want it to get dirt, debris, everything like that when you're detailing dragged in. So, take your nice handy dandy rag coat towel, wipe it off. This is going to come right off. It's going to look good as new.
Oh, nice, yeah.
When you're looking at this one, and that's going to be a huge benefit for smooth versus wrapped. This one's going to be a little harder to clean. I don't know if the camera can kind of pick up on it.
We can get a camera in here.
It is. It's a little dirtier.
Yeah.
This is definitely a little dirtier. I did steal this from the back, so, you know, granted. But, yeah, that's a big benefit for these hoses compared to what we've had in the past.
Yeah, and I've been detailing for almost 30 years, and having a wrapped hose worked when we are in car wash situations or outdoor wash bays or concrete wash bays, and that's literally all they're dedicated for. And so you've got guys that are dragging these things across the ground. You wanted the wrap because you wanted to protect the hose when you're in those situations. But now with this advent of creating these really beautiful setups, we're like in here where we have a mat, so we don't have that friction or that need for something like this, where on our outdoor wash bay, we do need a textured hose. This is really cool, especially for folks that are washing in their garage.
Yeah.
And the ability to clean the hose. It's huge.
Yeah, no, that's been a big advent for that. And now, especially with the new hoses and the hose assembly in-house that we've been doing, we have the new gray whip lines. So you're going to spend, a lot of money on a nice setup. You want it to match, and typically what you're going to see in the industry is going to be just black whip lines across the board. So we came out, and now that we have the capabilities to assemble these in-house, we're actually going to offer the gray whip line with this kit here, and it's the exact same hose, just cut to a shorter size.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, no, super
Especially
stoked.
for those that want to be able to either maybe customize, change colors, or the fact that they want that cohesive look.
Yeah.
Rad.
No,
Nice.
and it's awesome. So we really combined a lot of the new stuff we've had going on into this awesome Prima kit here. And this Prima kit's going to offer the hose that we assemble in-house. It's going to have our new 100% American-made stainless steel fittings.
Nice.
And our new stainless steel hose reel that we've been super excited to unveil. So with the stainless steel hose reel, the biggest difference between this compared to the painted that we brought last year, if you'll remember, is going to be, this is going to have a higher temperature. It's going to do better with chemicals. So if you're running chemicals through your setup, this is not going to corrode as quickly or really at all now that it's stainless.
Yeah.
Because what you'll see, so with this wet pipe here, typically they're galvanized steel on the inside, and sometimes they're not always going to have a coating on the inside.
Yeah.
And so when you're running, hotter water or chemicals through that, you might start to see some rust coming out of your line.
Okay.
And that's just, you don't want to clean a car with rusty water. It's just not going to help.
Yeah. Well, and that makes a huge difference, but also the longevity of that, because you're not going to have to worry about that thing breaking down, a premature failure within the reel itself now because of all those stainless.
Yeah, no, this is, one and done. You're not going to have to replace this for a long time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's...
How many feet of hose is that?
This is a 50-foot setup.
Okay.
And so for this kit currently, we have on the stainless steel reels 50 and 100 feet.
Oh, wow.
And then for hose size, we're doing 25, 50, 75. 100 and 150.
Oh, cool.
So we've got a lot of different options available. Really what I see when I'm selling hose into the detailing industry, I see a lot of 50 to 75 foot, and I found that's kind of the sweet spot for hose. You don't really need more than that, then it starts to get real cumbersome.
Yeah, a lot of it is just being able to make it a good around at least 3/4 of the car with the hose, especially if you don't have like a boom or a swing arm setup, and you're pulling just right out of the wall with your pressure washer setup.
Yeah, no, after that it starts to get to just be too much. You're hitting the car with it, and thankfully this is non-marking. So if you do hit the car with it, you're a lot less likely to leave a mark. And if you do, it's not going to be as noticeable in that gray or that blue hose that we offer as well, compared to like the black hose that we offer. So big benefit to this compared to the black is going to be, this is a silicone-based jacket compared to the black hose, which is actually a carbon-based jacket. And so that's a lot more likely to leave marks on, your setup on the floor, car, anything you might bump into. And if you take
It's gonna
this,
be safer with the silicone.
Full swing it, it's still possible to leave mark, just a lot less likely, and it's a lot less visible.
Well, and that's a huge thing, because even earlier you guys saw in the segment, I was helping Jack move the hose around because we didn't want to bang on the car. So just knowing that you have that extra peace of mind that the hose is going to be safe too. You're still going to have to worry about the weight and things like that, but if it does have to brush up against the side or something, you've got a much safer setup.
Yeah, it's a nice insurance policy. I know I've bumped into my car with tons of different things, and it's nice to know that at least this isn't going to be the thing to market.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, but big thing, when you're looking at your hose, with this bend restrictor, VELOCI Cobra Jet, that is our brand. That is what we're assembling in-house. If it has this on it, it's the real deal. It's ours, and that means it was assembled in the U.S. at our warehouse in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you couldn't tell, I don't know if I have a Minnesotan accent. I've never. It's 50-50 depending on where I go if I get a comment on it. But some people just know right off the bat, and other times it's a coin toss for me.
Well, there you go. That wasn't too bad, I guess.
But yeah, everything we're doing right out of our warehouse. Huge shout out to our warehouse team. You guys are killing it. I had the unfortunate pleasure of assembling this. It did take me probably about an hour and a half. They're cranking these out every 20 minutes back there, so huge shout out to you guys. We wouldn't be doing what we're doing without you. And so you see here, big thing, you look at a menu, you look at anything you're ordering online, it's not always necessarily, the picture you see isn't necessarily always what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
So when we send these out, the instructions specifically say, in all capitals, perfectly wrapped. So it did take me a couple tries to get this.
But it does come perfectly wrapped.
This is exactly what it's gonna look like.
Wow.
Right out of the box. I mean, this is what you're getting. It's, what I have here is what we're selling.
That's sweet.
It's not gonna flop around, hang loose a little bit. It's this is it.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's fully assembled. Huge benefit. You don't have to monkey around with any of that. I know even just doing this part here, trying to get the hose and bending it around and then clamping this on, that was not fun. It took two guys and we were wrestling it for a while. And I don't envy the warehouse team for being able to crank these out. That's a lot of pain, trial and error back there. Really, the only thing you'll have to do is take this handle, the 3 bolts we'll have with it, and bolt it on and you're good to go. I mean, ready to start. Really, the only reason we don't have the handle on is sometimes FedEx can be a little merciless with their boxes.
Yeah.
So,
but that still gives you something to do, at least, right? When you get the product.
Yeah, you know, for everybody who likes to be a DIYer, this is the DIY portion right here.
There you go. Now, you've got a lot of other quick disconnects as well as some new hose fittings.
Yes.
I see as well. And then is there any new developments on the guns?
Yeah, so, I mean, tons of new fittings on our end.
Okay. And these are all made in-house, too.
Those are all made in-house, yep. That's our
steel.
new Prima line stainless steel.
That's cool.
We have been going through several iterations of it, really working on perfecting it. When we were looking at how we were assembling it, it took a lot of trial and error back on the CNC machine. And that piece there, so that's what they look like when we crank the piece out.
Okay.
So that's going to be the body.
Right after it's been machined.
Yes, yeah, so that's what it looks like. I actually pulled that, thanks Andrew, the CNC machine, pulled that right from him.
Nice.
Borrowed that, and then that's the little coupler shoulder there, collar.
All right, well, it looks like we've got a video for the Prima, so we can go to that real quick so people can see exactly how they're made. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I love that stuff. I started sweeping floors in a machine shop when I was like 16 years old, so I always loved seeing the kind of stuff that they could turn out. And it's always fascinated me.
Yeah.
The tolerances and everything, but this stuff is beautiful. Really is little works of, they're little sculptures.
Yeah, no, we take solid 303 stainless bar stock, run it through the CNC machine, and that's what comes out. It's a great process. We tumble it for 20 minutes, so it's going to give it that nice polished and deep burred finish that you see there, and that's really going to help with overall longevity of it with finish wise, and you're not going to run your hand over it, get steel splinters in your thumb. I don't know if you've ever had that happen.
I have.
Yeah,
it's
not fun. So we really ensure that that's going to help with overall longevity of it. And then beyond that, it does get 2 quality checks. So we compare it with the digital comparator. They are machined within 127 micrometers of tolerance for any engineers out there, plus or minus 127 micrometers of tolerance.
Yeah.
And so what really that means, I mean, a lot of random numbers, but what that means is when you're taking a fitting here, and you're putting it in here, and that part also, working angle, this is going to be 1 degree of tolerance.
Okay.
And usually that's 3 degrees of tolerance across the industry, so these are
so
3 times more precise.
Yeah.
So really, what that means, I mean, a lot of numbers. This is just going to be a smooth action every time. I mean, if you get a chance to play around with these, they are really
They're nice.
Smooth.
No, I was just squeezing them in there. It's funny because it's one thing that detailers don't think about. We use quick disconnects on everything, our airlines, our water lines, and many folks in different shops just don't think about the action of those things. And back in the day, When I had my shop, it was run down to Home Depot, grab a couple brass fittings, hook them together, wonder why it was leaking, or why, oh my gosh, my air lines are leaking, or my water lines are leaking. And it was because at the time I was doing it the cheapest, fastest, most efficient way I could, the quickest, because I needed to get back to work. But if you can take the time, spend the money the right way, get the products that are going to last, that you're not going to have the issues where water's leaking or air is leaking out of those fittings, that's where it's going to make it much easier in the long run, starting right the first time, or upgrading and making sure you do it right the next time that you do it, because you're tired of all the leaky spots. So that's one thing that I really like about you guys, is this stainless steel fittings, the tolerances that you guys work with, the fact that you actively care about how this stuff works.
Yeah, like you said, if you spend the money up front, you're not going to have to spend it down the road, which is awesome. I mean, we really want to have the least amount of downtime possible on your machines when you're picking this up. We want it to run for as long as possible, and that's really what we focused on here with our super tight tolerances, our super tight attention to hose assemblies back there. I mean, everything we do is to do it the best, really. I mean, that's the goal. The
other thing that I love about you guys is that one thing that VELOCI does really well is you guys understand pressure.
Yeah.
Literally, you understand air pressure, you understand water pressure. And so for those of you that are, we all start out inexpensively.
Yeah.
So maybe you run down to Home Depot or Lowe's, you pick up a cheap pressure washer, you run the system, it starts leaking, it starts having a problem. Or you're a detailer and you buy a nice pressure washer to run your business off of, but you cheap out on the hose, you cheap out on the fittings, you can do premature damage to those machines. Same with your air compressors, because you're not utilizing the right amount of equipment or fittings or hoses or lines to make sure that you're getting the max out of that and preserving the life of your tools.
Yeah.
In that sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when you put all the money into a pressure washer, you want the things around that pressure washer to work as well as the unit does. I mean, you don't want to go for all your money in one place. It definitely helps to spread it out. I've always said the best pressure washer you can buy is the one you can afford. So I mean, wherever you start out, it's always best to just get started. But once you start to move down the line, you get really into it, you start your business around it, you want the least amount of downtime possible on your units. And when you really start to put the money into everything around that unit, the hose, the gun, the fittings, the O-rings, you're going to start to see a lot less failure points.
Yeah. And that's huge, and it's just that knowledge that if you can, not only does your company provide that, but then you have those solutions for those problems that many folks don't even know are a problem until it happens to them. And so I would recommend you guys, if you ever have any questions, to feel free to reach out to VELOCI and ask them, because they do have those solutions all across the board. You guys have heard it all, and that's one of the wildest things, is that you're not alone in this, and so that's really great. So
yeah, no, we've definitely heard it all. We've got a lot of years of experience between everybody at VELOCI, and so if you've got a question, we've definitely answered it before. There are some strange ones that come up, but we've answered them before, I can tell you that. Yeah, I mean, really, like when you're looking at the pieces of, especially with this kit, this is going to have our Prima fittings on it.
Oh, nice.
Ready to go.
Yeah.
So this is the Prima hose reel kit, and that's a big benefit. So this is like the best of the best. You buy this, you get everything. You're going to get this M22 adapter here. So this is going to go right on your unit. It's going to connect to this handy whip line here.
Yep.
And then you're pretty much ready to go. I mean, it's super simple, right out of the box, ready to go aside from the handle, and then you get started on it, and you're not going to have to worry about any of the other pieces. Huge piece for us as well on this kit is going to be this locking mechanism here. So I know for all my mobile detailers out there, if you have it on your van, cart, if you don't have this locking mechanism, you're driving, your hose is bouncing down the road. You're not going to see that, and if you do, it's not going to be in the best shape. So this really helps so that you don't lose pieces, you don't damage your equipment, and then huge benefit as well compared to what we did last year. So we had the brass swivel. This is now stainless steel, so that's going to up all of this as well.
Especially the longevity of the unit.
Yeah, right. I mean, we really wanted the least amount of failure points possible on this kit, and so we upgraded everything we possibly could on it.
Wow.
And so that's been huge, and I was super stoked that we were able to put together a kit with the Prima fittings on it.
Yeah.
And that was, I mean, super exciting. We're starting to see them in a lot of different applications as well. Pretty much anything you would use a quick connect for, you can use Prima for. I mean, these are universal fittings, so if you want our coupler but a different plug, you can use that. You can buy another company's plug but our coupler, or vice versa, and they will work because of our machining tolerances. They are, I mean, the universal standard for what we're doing.
Sweet. Nice. So on the guns, on the SGS guns, are there any new features, any new additions, anything to talk about other than they're pretty much the best in the industry?
Yeah, I mean, this, and the reason I really wanted to have these with me, these do have the Prima fittings on them.
Oh, nice.
So this is our Aqualine gun, the SGS 35. Swivel on the bottom here. If it's got the S, it means it's got the swivel, super easy to remember. This is gonna have a 5,000 PSI tolerance compared to a 4,000 PSI tolerance, as well as the easy hold technology, which when you're detailing all day, you're doing, 5-10 cars a day maybe, depending on how fast you're going. You get that fatigue, and this helps a lot with that. And we did, super excited to have the Prima fittings on there. When you're switching out nozzles all day, you're throwing our foam cannon on there.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, I mean, really overall, just getting it all
So for
together.
those running increased heat tolerances too, for running hot water pressure washers.
Yeah, so for this one, this is going to go to 215 degrees Fahrenheit on this kit, compared to the 176 degrees that the other one was rated for. And that's going to be 215 working on this.
Wow.
And so this was the lowest rated heat piece, so we based the whole kit rating on this. The hoses can vary a little bit depending on finish. I believe this one can handle a spike up to about 310. And that's a spike, so you don't want to run it there constantly, but if you get it, you get it. Yeah, I mean, especially when you're running warmer water applications, this is going to be awesome for that. If you're doing chemical injection through your unit, this is going to handle that a lot better than anything else that you're seeing, just because of the whole stainless steel construction on it, as well as the fittings. The fittings are going to help a ton with that, being that they're not plated or brass. They're going to have a much higher chemical and heat tolerance.
Yeah, and that, a decade ago, that was my biggest pet peeve. I was running a diesel-powered pressure washer that would heat the water, and God, I'd go through brass fittings like nobody's business, because those hot and cold cycles, because we'd start washing the car with hot water and we'd rinse it with cold water, and I'd do 150 cars a month, and so my machine would take a beating, and all of those little fittings would just take a beating. And I remember learning a little bit and going, I should probably move to stainless for that heat cycle reason, but at the time there really wasn't a lot of availability in places for that. So at least at the time, I know VELOCI was in business and I know they were making stuff, but it was me in Boise, Idaho, and doing that. It just I didn't see it at that point. So it's super neat to see this, and this ability to create these really beautiful, versatile, and actually working pieces that can save you time, money, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So cool. Well, Lucas, let's see if Dane and Yvan have any questions. We've been talking a lot about these great hoses and fittings.
You have. And I think a lot of people may, just be watching and kind of enjoying what they're seeing. But I do have a handful of questions here, so let me go ahead and pop a few your way. Let's see. Oh, well, I'll lead with a Q&A favorite, Dan Vyper. He just wanted to make sure and say what up to the VELOCI guys just up the road in Minnesota there.
There you go.
What up to you as well.
Matt here. When will the new foam cannon be ready? So he's asking about new foam cannon.
Ooh. Any ETA, Lucas?
We're always looking to improve. Just keep an eye on us.
Okay.
Okay, fair. And next up, I've got Neil asking, Yvan.
VELOCI, in the near future, will you be selling a wide mouth bottle for the MTM foam cannon?
Same answer as before.
Okay.
We're going to go through these fast, okay?
Right. So that pretty much answers the question. But anyways.
Okay. Now, this one's a gimme, but Yvan, I'll have you read this too. I feel like we might know the answer.
Yeah, so cool hat. Where can I get one? Hashtag support your local detailer.
By Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, mtmhydroparts.com. You're going to be able to pick these up. $30 on the site, I believe. Head over, mtmhydroparts.com, get them ordered, buy local.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent.
And I've got one here, Yvan.
Do you guys offer any soap dispenser that attached to the undercarriage cleaner?
So for the undercarriage cleaner, we don't have a soap dispenser directly. You could run it with a chemical injection, but generally it wouldn't be kind of connected as an accessory.
Yeah, maybe if your current pressure washer already has a soap dispenser, you turn that setting on and run it through the line.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And when will all this be hitting the market?
Yeah, so these are available. We have all the stock, all of this stocked up, ready to go. We're just getting some final details put together. The Prima fittings are live. You can get these from MTM Hydro Parts. I believe
Rag Company does have them as well.
Oh yeah,
that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, Rag Company, MTM Hydro Parts have all the Prima, and then we're working on our hoses. The kit is live and ready. We're just getting it listed.
There you go.
Okay.
Excellent.
Hopefully coming soon.
Oh yeah.
You know, and people underestimate the value of great fittings and great hoses. And until you've worked with them, you don't realize how much time you've wasted with cheap stuff.
Work with bad ones and you'll find out real quick. Oh,
Yeah.
this sucks.
Yeah, time and money, and manpower.
And JB also weighing in on that. I think just the typical buy nicer, buy twice.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, you get the questions. How does this, compete with competitors, say Mosmatic or something? I saw that come up. Just wondering, as far as your unique edge, what makes VELOCI stand out?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the fitting market, a lot of different companies are doing quick connect fittings. We really wanted to offer a third tier as far as our fittings. So we have the brass, we have the stainless, and now we have the Prima fittings. So a big difference for ours on our fittings is when you get these fittings, what you're going to see a lot of the time in the market is there's going to be an O-ring just right around here. And that's what's going to give you the action on the coupler. Our tolerances are actually so tight on these couplers that this is just metal on metal. And so O-rings being a failure point on any really quick connect fitting, we wanted to minimize how much rubber we were using in our assembly.
Yeah.
So yeah, we really wanted to do things differently. We came up kind of with our own way to do that.
And actually, that question came up while you were showing the guns. So Mosmatic, the guns are, let's say, popular.
Yeah.
But anyways, how do your guns compare to the Mosmatic guns?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of different ways to achieve similar results. Our Easy Hold technology is going to have a smaller pin on the inside of the trigger on the housing here, and that's what's going to give you that nice easy pull. It's going to lessen the fatigue for the Easy Holds. And so, I mean, if you give that a pull here, that's pretty smooth.
Oh yeah,
pretty easy.
I mean, there's almost no muscle needed to do that, right? Like I can do it with my pinky, no problem. And I have really bad hands and really arthritic hands, so that does help a lot. And it is nice because of that. Lessen the fatigue. You don't have to squeeze as hard. You don't have to use as much muscle in that grip. So.
Right. I mean, even when you're running pressure through it, it doesn't put much of a strain on your hand. I know I've used some of our guns that don't have that technology in it, just for some marketing material, and it definitely makes a difference. Your arm starts to get tired a lot faster.
There's a detailing muscle. You have to build that up.
Yeah.
So Daytona Wallace is asking, would you recommend the reels stay inside, or would they be good to mount outside?
That would really depend. Being that they're stainless steel, any kind of environmental, rain, snow, freezing, depending on where you live with the freezing, I know that's a big thing for us. We do get, especially as we get into the warmer season, we're starting to get the calls, my gun isn't working. Well, the water inside froze and it kind of cracked the housing. I would recommend, if you're going to store it inside. If you want to leave it outside, maybe overnight, something like that, you would be fine to do that. But I would definitely recommend trying to keep this inside for non-use time.
Okay.
Excellent.
I mean, I'm looking at the DeLorean behind you and thinking stainless steel. That was just a fun little touch there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Coincidental.
We got Stefan here, Yvan.
Yeah. Do you supply connection also for the AVA jet washers?
I'm not
so the different
with
European style connections.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just want to throw it out there just in case.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the AVA jet washers. As far as our fittings go, and fittings in general with threads, you have NPT and BPT. So what we use over here in the States is typically NPT, so National Pipe Thread. And it will thread in. The British pipe thread, if I remember correctly, is going to kind of have like almost a triangle like shape to it, and it will thread into the NPT, but generally what you're going to see in North America is going to be the NPT.
Okay. But
thanks for
Stefan, I just send an email to VELOCI and ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Then we got Ron here. Are these hoses and guns compatible with a Ryobi electric pressure washer? Say he's already got one at home. He wants to hook stuff up.
Yeah, so I mean, depending on what kind of GPM and PSI your unit is putting out, typically for everything we do, we don't really recommend going below 1100 PSI, be it the foam cannon, be it the hose, be it the guns would be all right, but really you don't want to go too far below that just because these are more of the kind of commercial professional grade products, and so you're going to start to see a huge decrease in performance. So really the variability is going to be GPM PSI. As long as you're above that 1100 and you have the right fittings, I don't know what Ryobi uses off the top of my head, unfortunately, but as long as you have those right fittings in place and you're above that minimum, you should be absolutely fine to use it.
Yeah, sure. I think most Ryobis, from my recollection, are at least above the 1100 mark.
Yeah.
When you're talking about those, so
exactly.
You should be good. We've got Neil here wanting to share some love. I absolutely love VELOCI. I use their quick disconnects on all my lawn products, sprayers, sprinklers, etc., as well as detailing. So nice little shout there from Neil.
Excellent.
Thank you, Neil.
Then Yvan, I've got, we actually already touched on this one, but for Stefan, let's go ahead and rehash a little bit here.
So what's the maximum temperature of water that can flow through their hoses and fittings?
Yeah, so for this kit is going to be 215. Generally, when you're looking at the hoses for working temp, 215. They can handle spikes up to 310.
Fahrenheit.
Yes, Fahrenheit, correct.
Yeah,
Fahrenheit,
not Celsius.
Not Celsius, no, that's not going to end well.
Good checking, yep.
Good check. Yeah, Fahrenheit. So 215 for this kit. 215 working pressure would be kind of the recommended, but can handle spikes up to 310. You just don't want to hold it there for too long. Same with the fittings, the pretty similar temperature tolerances on those as well.
215 is pretty hot.
Yeah. That's a hot detail.
Yeah, unless you're getting into a steam pressure washer, you're not getting up to those.
Out of curiosity, Levi, what was your hot water running at when you were at your shop?
At my shop, it was running about 120 degrees.
Okay, so that was a huge margin still have to get to
250. Yeah.
That's why I was throwing it out there.
120, and it was hot, and it was 1800 PSI at 120 degrees. So it was hot, and it worked just fine. But again, even at 120, brass fittings would fail very quickly. Rubber O-rings would fail after periods of use. And so having something like this that's rated much higher, I mean, we got a whole other extra 100 degrees basically it'll handle is a big thing. It just means the longevity. If I had these products now, I wouldn't have had to change out my stuff so often.
Oh yeah, exactly. And the reason I mentioned that is mostly because, if you had the experience with that, it just goes to show you don't really need to go much further than that to be able to do the job.
Right. I always say better to have it, not need it, than need it and not have it.
Yep. So, little margin for safety, never a bad thing. Kevin here says he just ordered a stainless garden hose QC kit to his cart. Great job.
Excellent.
Awesome accessory.
And, okay. How about this one, Yvan?
Well, definitely need to change my setup soon. Good to know about the changes. Definitely the best products available in Germany, honestly, without any competition, in my own humble opinion.
Yeah, there you go, G-Polished.
Nice.
We appreciate it.
And Humberto here, just giving us a friendly conversion.
215 Fahrenheit is 101 Celsius.
All right.
Helpful to know.
Nice. And, look at this. I got Yum Cars tuning in saying, Stefan, we can help you out with AVA fittings out of the UK. So
there you go.
Excellent.
Okay. Excellent. And, let's go ahead and help out MB Auto Detail here saying, did I miss release date for the new hose and reel setup?
No, not yet. No, we're still getting these loaded on to our mtmhydroparts.com site, and then these are officially going to be live here shortly. They are available to purchase. We have the part numbers built in. We're just getting it loaded onto our site.
Okay.
Sweet.
Excellent. Well, I think that concludes the Q&A session we've got here, but that was a great little touch on several different things. So anything else we want to touch on before we go, Levi?
I would just say make sure you check out VELOCIProducts.com. Stay tuned for the hose reel when it comes out. You can check out some of the new products already available on the Rag Company website, but also definitely head over to their site. If you guys got a newsletter, maybe make sure you sign up so you know when this new stuff drops for them.
Oh yeah.
And Lucas, thanks for coming all the way out here,
Thank
man.
you for having us. Appreciate it.
Minnesota to Idaho. Dane, take us home.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so we got ourselves covered here. Ivan and I gonna round things out, end the day here. That was a great little demonstration. Got to see some new stuff. And yeah, there's a lot of guys watching who are more on the pro side. They're dealing with a lot of fittings and stuff that maybe what they already have is failing constantly, and they're looking for a better solution.
Yeah, definitely.
You just saw it.
Oh, definitely. High quality fittings pay for themselves. If you're a professional, definitely. Even if you're a hobbyist, they make the detail more enjoyable because you're not going to have that fitting that doesn't quite snap in, and then you throw or you project the tip of your pressure washer onto a car. I think everyone's had that happen at least once. But with the higher quality fittings, when they snap in, you know they've snapped in. They do well. They're not relying on a rubber O-ring, as he mentioned, to keep everything together. So yeah, very, very good. And a good quality hose, same thing. The flexibility, the ease of movement is going to make your detailing a lot more fun.
And now knowing the temperature resistance bit just helps that much more.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Definitely helpful bit of advice. So it's been an interesting day. It's definitely been a lot of different things going on. A little bit of chaos, but the fun kind.
Oh, yes,
and,
exactly.
Yeah, no, anything left to say before we round this one out?
No, I think, we've had a great day as always. Tomorrow, we have a lot of great things coming up as well.
Yes, let's take a look.
We're
starting things off
there
with
we go.
Rupes. Yeah, there it
kicking
is.
off with the Rupes. Next, Coach Kemi and the guys are here already.
Yes.
I've seen them here. We saw at the midday show Chris West just passing by with the like and subscribe panel.
Love that.
So
side.
don't
Love
forget
that
to
guy.
like and subscribe. But yeah, Chris is here as well, so he's ready to go. 12:30, we have the show recap with Alex and Jamie the Cleaner.
Which, by the way, their post show will be starting here momentarily. So
Yeah.
look for Jamie the Cleaner's channel for that. But first, we're going to tell you LC Power Tools, followed by Lake Country tomorrow afternoon.
Yep.
And 3 o'clock, we've got a special presentation with Optimum.
Exactly.
With,
Dr. Gadusi.
Somebody tough to get a hold of. We managed to get him here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
So we will see.
And then Zenware.
And then
so
Zenware.
a local Boise company.
Yes.
So yeah, excellent. So great week so far. We're past the hump day, as they say, and doing well. But yeah, and thank you, Dana. It has been an awesome day. It's been an awesome week so far. And if you haven't seen the previous shows, once we're done with the post show, once you're done watching Jamie and Alex on the Jamie the Cleaner channel, come back and go through. And Dane has been doing a great job in the evenings of adding in, the
chapters.
The chapters. That way you can go and find out exactly what you want to watch. If there's a segment that company really doesn't interest you, then don't watch it. But you'd be surprised. A lot of people,
They thought that they were going to get something that might be a snooze fest. They thought it was going to be one thing, and then it surprised people.
Right.
Took them off guard.
The best example of that is the auto wash.
Yeah, because everybody's thinking, I'm a detailer. What do I care about a car wash?
Right. And
But then you hear what they have to say.
If you haven't seen that auto wash segment, go back and watch
Highly
it. It's
recommend.
really, really interesting. And like Dane said, most people, we're detailers. What do we want? We're going to learn about a car wash? No. But in reality, it turned out to be a spectacular, that was, a highlight of that day almost.
Yeah. So once again, thank you so much to everybody who's been watching here. We're on the 3rd day. We're going into our 4th day tomorrow. That'll be the final day. It's been a ride. I really just want to say thank you, Yvan, for being a co-host here. It's been a lot of fun. And
a lot of fun for
I felt
me.
like we kept it pretty lively. So
Yeah, and it's warming up in the studio. You'll notice I don't have my blanket on at the moment.
And I have a fan just off screen.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we're balanced. Anyway, that pretty much sums it up, guys. Thank you so much for watching. And right after this, go over to Jamie the Cleaner's YouTube channel and watch the post show. Catch up with all the stuff there. I'm sure they'll get up to some shenanigans. You'll just have to see.
Shenanigans with those two?
Well,
no, never gonna happen.
See you guys.
See you later.